Hello everyone, Samia here. We are kicking things off with a subway derailment in New York City. This is breaking news. That is why we launched early, because we did want to give you guys an update. Breaking news out of New York City. A subway has derailed. This is the C train that derailed at 125th Street Station in Harlem. According to the New York Post, 4 people were injured. They are non-life-threatening injuries. Passengers on the train went to social media to describe what took place, the unfolding drama. Smoke filled the stricken train at St. Nicholas Avenue. Someone tweeted, "Train derailment near 125th Avenue. Train, huge bang, sparks, and smoke. We were stuck underground for a while." Another person tweeted, "There was a crash and the subway literally broke. Eerie. The floor of the train was literally broken." Someone else posted, "Just got evacuated from a smoke-filled train and probably the most terrifying 15 minutes of my New York City life." Another passenger said that the train derailed about 9:50 a.m. New York time, so that would be about an hour and a half ago. That's when this train derailed. You're looking at live aerials coming in from the location where that train derailed. You're looking at that subway stop there. Initial reports said it was a C train derailment, but it looks like it may have been the A train. Again, according to the New York Post, it is a C train that got derailed, although some people have tweeted that it was an A train. Again, the A and C trains in New York run along the same line. Now, the MTA posted alerts on its website that said the incident involved a power outage that stopped service on the A, B, C, and D lines. And the investigation between 59th Street Columbus Circle and 125th Street Station causing a delay in both directions. That's right. Service has been suspended on the A trains, B trains, C trains, and D trains as a result of this derailment. And after checking in with our Fox station in New York, I do have more information on this train derailment in Manhattan. Emergency crews responding to the 125th Street subway station near St. Nicholas Avenue in Harlem this morning. Passengers described the train vibrating wildly and bucking as it went off the rails. All of the customers were evacuated from the train through darkened subway tunnels, and no major injuries were reported, but the fire department in New York says that several people were being treated for minor, non-life-threatening injury. Now, this derailment has caused serious problems across multiple subway lines in New York, including the A, B, C, D, E, F, and M lines. The MTA said it was working to restore service as soon as possible, and they're also working to determine what exactly happened. Now, for those of you who may not have frequented New York City, Manhattan, this is a city that heavily relies on its subway system. Most residents in New York City, especially Manhattan, do not have their own personal vehicles, rely on public transportation, whether that's the subway, a taxi, Uber, or just simply walking.
investigation. Until
All right, everyone, looks like we have a press
we're
conference.
Not sure yet. We're going to do the best we can to get service back up and running as quickly as possible. And we'll put notices out. The smoke condition was caused by, as the train went into derailment, there were sparks, there was garbage and sanitation along the tracks that went up. It was minor in this condition. No, this is completely separate. The brakes went into emergency. We need to determine why they went into emergency. This is a we're gonna do a complete evaluation of the entire subway system. It's what was talked about last week. We're getting in the process to determine what we can do to get it into a state of good repair. But the looks of this, until we determine why the brakes were put into emergency and causing this problem, I can't answer that question directly.
Joe, is it one of the older trains where somebody pulling the brake could actually stop the train in between stations? Because I know that's not the case on the newer trains.
Quite honestly, when I went downstairs, the lights were off in the trains. I never looked at what, how old the trains were at the time, so I don't have an answer to you on that. We'll get back to you.
Do we know how fast roughly it was going? Any idea?
The investigation will have that. I wanted to get out here to explain to you everything that happened. The investigation will talk about the speed and on all the rest of it.
Joe, the power outage. We're talking people who are on the train, people on social media are talking about how safe it is to ride the MTA. Why do people want to stop?
Look, one of the things that I will do while I'm here is to rebuild the confidence in the ability of the MTA. We transport millions of people every day. We want to do it safely. We want to do it as quickly and as efficiently as we possibly can, the way we've always done it and the way we will continue to do it.
Joe, the power outage, when did that come into play? Could that have been the cause of the emergency brakes?
I don't believe so, but I'm going to let the investigators determine that. I don't believe that's the case. But I'm not, until the investigation is done, we'll be able to know exactly.
Joe, taking two more questions, guys.
Joe,
Marcia?
We're talking track damage and signal damage. Are you concerned that you may not have service up to the evening rush? And could it go on for days?
Go ahead, and I'll answer the rest.
Well, I think it's too early to tell just what the afternoon's rush hour will look like. Visually, it looks like we have a certain amount of track repair and signal repair that needs to get done. We'll have to be back in terms of posting online just what the service impacts will be.
Well, how worried are you?
Worried enough that I want to go back downstairs.
Last question, guys. Last question.
We're worried enough. So, Marcia, what's really important to understand here is we've got to take the train that's derailed off to determine what damage there is to the rail. We have rail available to go on, so there's no time constraints in getting the rail to put on. We have the spare signals necessary to replace the one that we saw that came down. So the most important thing to do is, as Ronnie said, we got to get back downstairs, we got to lead the investigation, we got to determine what it is, we got to move the train, and we'll get back. Our goal is to get back up and running as quickly as possible. New Yorkers deserve to have them back up and running. Last question.
How many people were evacuated? Have you spoken to the operator yet?
The operator, I've not spoken to the operator. I have personally not spoken to the operator. He's with the investigators right now. And the number of people, I will rely on someone else to give you that data later. I don't have an answer for how many people were on the train. I'll check with the FDNY how many people they evacuated.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. We probably will not be having any more briefings today. Everything else, will come out via press release or from MTA headquarters. But
Joe,
no.
Is there anything that you want to say to commuters about this and the service on the MTA? This seems to be emblematic of the problems that the subways have been having for the last several months and really for years.
Look, we've talked about the amount of investment or the lack of investment over time. I cannot say this is related to investment. For the break going on in emergency, we need to figure out what exactly caused that. But this, to best of my knowledge, this does not look like a failure on the part of equipment. It does not look like a failure on the part of the track itself. So we need to determine what that is. When I came on board last week, I said we'll do a top-to-bottom review that is going on. I want to get the Transit Authority and the railroads into a state so that people feel confident. I want everybody to feel comfortable and confident that they can get to work on time, they can get to school on time, they can get to their appointments on time. It's the Transit Authority I remember. It's the Transit Authority I want to have back again. Thank you.
Chief, can you speak to us about the NYPD's role in this? Chief?
I didn't get a word about it. Can I get 5 minutes?
you doing here?
Hey, man. How's it going? What are you doing here?
All right, everyone. Looks like they have taken away that feed from the subway derailment in New York City. You're now looking at a live look at New York City. This is not where the subway derailment is, though. You guys are looking at Midtown Manhattan. That is the view from the Fox News National building, Fox News headquarters there in Midtown Manhattan. Now, that subway derailment happened in Harlem about almost 2 hours ago now. We just got an update from officials there. It's unclear whether we will have more aerials from the scene of that derailment. If we do, of course, we will take you there live here on News Now. In the meantime, though, a handful of events taking place here in Arizona this morning, as well as around the country. I know there is a protest scheduled for noon today. Protesters planning to go to Senator Flake's office to hold a health care vigil, asking the senator from Arizona to reject the Senate health care bill. Again, that will be at noon today. We are getting a number of feeds from D.C. as well. Here's a live look at the White House. And here is a live look at the Capitol building. Again, the Capitol, lots of activity there as Republicans and Democrats both taking the time this week to speak on the Senate's proposed health care bill. This bill would repeal and replace Obamacare. However, the CBO says this bill would also result in 22 million more people being uninsured. We're going to go ahead and show you guys the press conference from this morning from the Republicans. House Republicans speaking out, including Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Stay tuned for that. We'll carry it for you in just a moment.
Oh, you can stand there. No particular suitcase.
Thanks.
Just don't touch this button. Hey, man.
Well, good morning, everyone. This week we continue to move forward on a bold agenda, the bold agenda that we laid out at the beginning of the year. We are keeping our promises, whether it's creating jobs, growing our economy, repealing and replacing Obamacare, strengthening our national security. And an important piece, a foundation to national security is public safety. And as you see, we have a couple of guests here today, Representative Ratcliffe and Representative Martha Roby, who have done some important work. When you hear the stories of Sarah and Kate and Grant, you'll be heartbroken the way that I was. And it's important that our cities and our states are working with the federal government to ensure that our streets are safe and people are secure. This is all part of our plan as we work together to keep the promises that we made. And whether it was last week on Friday with the VA bill to make sure that our VA is accountable, the promises to roll back the unprecedented regulations that were imposed by the previous administration, our promise to dismantle Dodd-Frank and ensure that Main Street is strong and that our businesses can get the loans and our farmers, or our promise to repeal and replace Obamacare and replace it with a system that will be a better health care future for every American. We hear every day from people that this is what they would like to see us doing, and we're making it happen.
Good morning. The issue of immigration should be one of compassion, and that compassion should always start with the safety and the security of the American people. One of the most important ways that we can protect the American people is to enforce the laws that ensure their safety and security. It's why, as the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Texas back in 2008, I coordinated the arrest of 300 illegal aliens in one day and prosecuted them not just for being here illegally, but for committing other crimes against American citizens while they were here. Now, unfortunately, for the last 8 years, we've seen the devastating and often tragic consequences of an administration that refuses to enforce our immigration laws. Consequences like the call I received last year telling me that 3 of my constituents, a 36-year-old fire captain by the name of Peter Hacking, his 4-year-old daughter Ellie, his 2-year-old son Grayson, were all killed in an accident caused by a previously deported illegal alien. Sadly, almost every member of Congress could relate a similar tragic story, because when there's no deterrent to bad behavior, when there's no consequences for those who violate our laws or help them to do so, it happens over and over again. There's no story more tragic than that of Kate Steinle, who was gunned down in broad daylight a little over 2 years ago by an illegal alien who had previously been deported 5 times on 7 felony charges. So this week, the People's House is saying enough is enough. We are a nation of laws, and we're going to enforce those laws. Kate's Law and the No Sanctuary for Criminals Act will be a deterrent effect for those who violate our immigration laws and those who try to help them to do so. And I'm grateful to have a president who is willing to work with this House to finally protect the American people and provide them with real compassion. Thank you.
Good morning. As a member of the Judiciary Committee and on behalf of my chairman, Goodlatte, I want to thank the Speaker and the Majority Leader and our conference chair for bringing to the floor some of the important legislation that we've been working on. As you know, Kate's Law is named after Kate Steinle, who was brutally and senselessly murdered by an illegal immigrant who had already been deported many times. Kate's Law raises the maximum sentences for criminal aliens who illegally re-enter the United States to create a true deterrent against those who persist in breaking our laws. The No Sanctuary for Criminals Act prohibits state and local government from implementing policies designed to help illegal immigrants avoid deportation by stopping the police from cooperating with federal immigration authorities. It also makes jurisdictions who break this law ineligible for certain Department of Justice grants and Homeland Security grants. Cities, counties, and states that refuse to cooperate with the federal agencies to enforce laws of this country should not be rewarded with taxpayer dollars intended to facilitate law and order. Sanctuary cities are magnets for illegal immigrants, including some dangerous people with criminal records. There are more than 140 jurisdictions and 6 states actively obstructing enforcement of federal immigration laws with sanctuary policies. This practice puts Americans at risk, and I believe the federal government should do all it can to discourage it. We are working with the Trump administration and keeping our promises to make America safer.
Read the letter. Oh. Good morning, all. I do want to thank Congressman Radcliffe and Congresswoman Roby for their work in committee to continue to look at keeping America safe and Americans. That's why this week, as they talked about on the floor, we'll have Kate's Law and No Sanctuary for Criminals Act. I also want to do one thing and highlight what we have been working on. Just last Friday, the House passed a substantial bill to pull Americans out of welfare and into work. Through this process, Americans will require the skills needed to pursue a fulfilling career. But what I want to note on that was the vote. It was very bipartisan, 377 to 34. I also want to know later that day that President Trump signed a major VA reform bill into law. This just proves the commitment. We had passed it last Congress, the change in administration, be able to move it through a Senate, and now have a president sign it. One thing that everybody's been trying to work on, too, is reforming the VA. Successes are happening. The successes last week for welfare reform, and then the VA, and this week, keeping Americans safe. We will continue to do our job.
Keeping Americans safe is the highest priority of our government. That, more than anything, is what these enforcement bills are all about. This is about protecting law-abiding citizens and getting criminals off our streets, plain and simple. We are not just dealing with a problem of lax enforcement or looking the other way. This is a flagrant disregard for the rule of law, and it's putting American lives at risk. Families want to know that their communities are safe. They deserve to know that. As you just heard, the members of our Judiciary Committee, Martha Roby, John Ratcliffe, they've taken a long look at this. They've heard testimony from law enforcement officials. What do we need to do to keep people safe? And they've heard the heart-wrenching stories of the families that have been hurt by these crimes. So this week, we will take up responsible legislation to protect public safety. These enforcement administrations and these enforcement initiatives deserve the House's strong support. Look, we cannot bring back those that we lost. What we can do, what we must do, is take action to protect public safety and prevent these senseless crimes. That is why the President made a promise to act. And that is why we have made a promise to act. We must enforce our laws. We must keep our citizens safe. And that is what the House is doing this week. Does anybody have any questions? Jonathan.
Given some of the complaints we're hearing from the Senate side.
What? Complaints from the... We never get complaints from the Senate side.
Actually, not about you guys, but about...
No, I stand corrected, sir.
The CBO. Do you have confidence in the integrity and the impartiality of Keith Hall, the director of the CBO?
Yeah, he's actually a Republican appointee. If I'm not mistaken, Tom Price appointed him. Look, I have always had my own complaints about methodologies and scorekeeping. We all have our preferences and our opinions on these things, but it is important that we have a scorekeeper. We can always complain about the nature of the score. I think their coverage numbers there's more to the story than what the number implies. But having said that, it's important that we have a referee. Yeah.
I know it's a little premature to ask about how the House will address health care.
It is.
But I was wondering if a decision's been made on whether or not you'll go to conference or...
Nope. They haven't even finished their bill, so we have not made any of those decisions. I'll leave it up to the Senate. Casey.
Mr. Speaker, over here in the House, health care, you put it off the floor once, put it down again, and it went through. What is your advice?
It's private, meaning I keep my advice between the two of us. Look, I would not bet against Mitch McConnell. He is very, very good at getting things done through the Senate, even with this razor-thin majority. I have every expectation that the Senate, I don't know what day, but I have every expectation the Senate will move this bill, and I assume this bill will have changes. You know why? Because we all made promises we would do that. Every Republican senator campaigned on repealing and replacing this law. Point two, the law is collapsing. 41% of counties in America now, you have only one plan to choose from. So you're seeing families get hit with another double-digit premium increase. You're seeing choices evaporating in much of America. Blue Cross Blue Shield just pulled out of Wisconsin last week. They pulled out of Missouri. They pulled out of Ohio. 94 out of 99 counties in Iowa next year are scheduled to have no plans left. This law is collapsing. It's in a tailspin. We have a duty and an obligation to step in front of that collapse and rescue the healthcare system for people who are in the individual market. So I believe that they'll get this done, and I believe they'll get it done because they said they would get it done. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, are you taking the temperature of your members while this debate goes on in the Senate, particularly the Freedom Caucus? Are you getting their impressions of the changes as this goes along, or are you just going to wait until the final bill?
Yeah, we just don't know what the final bill is going to look like. So all of our members are just waiting and seeing what the Senate does. We all have opinions on what the best possible policy is. And yes, the reconciliation system's a little frustrating because we can't put all the bills in there we would want. We're doing medical liability reform later this week, for example. But our members are just waiting to see, in a constructive way, what the Senate can produce, and then we'll make the decision after they do that. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead, touch it. Go ahead, touch it.
Hey, man, how you doing?
You never know it. And there's always a sign that says, do not touch.
You've got to be his friend right at that moment.
What's that?
Good. Everything. Pretty good. You going well?
Hey, what's going on?
Of course, the Republicans hold their press conference, as do the Democrats. The Democrats holding their press conference as well. House Dems speaking out this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm Congresswoman Linda Sanchez, a Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus. Joe Crowley, who normally opens this, had a family commitment this morning. This morning, I'm fortunate to be joined by two outstanding colleagues of mine, Representative Kathy Castor and Representative Robin Kelly. They'll be speaking after me. Last night, the CBO released its analysis of the Senate Republican health care bill, and the summary of that bill is pretty simple. Different bill, same results. Millions of hardworking women and men are going to lose their health insurance if this bill passes. The Republican plan is a failure for America's middle class because it fails to lower premiums, fails to improve care, and fails to expand access to more Americans. I think the worst part of this entire bill is the Republican lie that pre-existing conditions are covered under their plan. The truth is that it guts cost protections for people living with pre-existing conditions, and it allows insurance companies to jack up their rates. By making insurance so expensive, millions of Americans with pre-existing coverage or pre-existing conditions, will effectively lose their health care coverage because they're unable to afford it. Making something so expensive that it's unaffordable doesn't actually improve coverage. It's a terrible scam for America's working families. They're half-truths that they're peddling about their plan, and we need to be vigilant in reiterating exactly what is in this bill. Because families who think they are protected would find themselves facing massive out-of-pocket costs, and that's why we need to keep a close watch on this bill and the process. The bill keeps changing as Mitch McConnell is frantically cutting backroom deals to try to salvage this bill. He knows that he doesn't have the votes yet, and now it's up to every American to weigh in and make their voices heard. For the millions of people who are out there worried that they may lose their insurance, it's time to act. It's time for you to raise your voice and make sure your representatives know where you stand. If you're afraid of losing your health insurance, make sure that your member of Congress knows what's at stake for you and your family. Again, we are coming to the 11th hour. It's time to make your wishes and desires known. And now I'm pleased to turn over the podium to the Energy and Commerce Vice Ranking Member, Kathy Castor of Florida.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Castor. I represent the state of Florida here in the Congress. I'm pleased to join with the Democratic Caucus Vice Chair, Linda Sanchez, and my good friend and colleague, Robin Kelly from Illinois. I want to talk a little bit about what the GOP proposes for Medicaid. For the past 50 years, Medicaid has served as a fundamental promise to families all across America that if you have a child that's born with a complex medical condition, or you are disabled, or you have a family member that is diagnosed with Alzheimer's or is suffering the consequences of a stroke, there is a fundamental promise that you will not live your life in destitution or poverty. And that has been in place for 50 years. The GOP bill being considered for a vote this week in the United States Senate would break that promise, and for all the wrong reasons. The CBO reported yesterday that they propose under the Senate bill a
All right, everyone, we now have live aerials of a fire here in Arizona. So we're going to cut out of this House Democrat press conference. We'll take you back to it. We'll show it to you a little bit later on. I do want to take you now to this live aerial feed. Skyfox pictures coming in now. Again, these are live pictures of the Goodwin fire there in Prescott. All right, everyone, and the latest information on this Goodwin fire. As of this morning, Goodwin fire, more than 1,000 acres burned. It forced deputies to evacuate approximately 150 people from 50 homes in the remote community of Pine Flat. This is a wildfire burning south of Prescott and west of Mayer. This wildfire is 5% contained as of early this morning. The Red Cross set up a shelter for evacuees at Mayer High School, and a public meeting will be held this evening, 6:30. As you can see, a pretty big fire there in the Prescott area. The latest Goodwin fire update from the Forest Service, the United States Department of Agriculture, issuing this update last night. Approximately 1,500 acres burned as of last night. 5% contained as of last night. Cause under investigation. This fire started on June 24th at 4 p.m. Looks like we have lost those pictures from the Prescott area. We're just going to continue to sit back and hope that our feed resumes. It looks like we have lost those pictures. Stand by, guys, while we work to get that feed back. In the meantime, I do want to go ahead and show you guys this picture from this morning. We are getting an update from officials. The Goodwin fire at 4,400 acres. Fire burning through thick fuels in rugged terrain. Windy conditions persist today again. This is the update from the AZ State Forestry. They tweeted this just minutes ago. Last night, 1,500 acres burned, 5% contained. Erratic fire behavior this afternoon, 500 plus fire personnel crews working through thick fuels. And the update just 10 minutes ago, 4,400 acres. We're now going to take you back to those live pictures coming in from our Skyfox chopper here on News Now. All right, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at live aerials coming in from the Goodwin fire. This fire has been burning since the 24th of June. We just got an update from the Arizona State Forestry. They tweeted 12 minutes ago, The fire is now at 4,400 acres. Again, dangerous fire weather conditions this week. The National Weather Service in Flagstaff tweeting that an hour ago. Limit or restrict all activities that may generate a spark and start a fire. There is a red flag warning in effect. As you can see in Flagstaff, you're looking at this map, you can see the areas most affected by this red flag warning. Red flag warnings mean these are areas that are most likely to be affected by fire, that are most likely to have conditions conducive to the start of a fire. As you can see in this graphic, fire will likely spread rapidly in these conditions. You have high winds and low humidity. Again, that combination of high winds, low humidity, and heat will create critical fire weather conditions. Again, this was posted by the National Weather Service in Flagstaff just about an hour ago. And this post just moments ago from the Arizona State Forestry. Goodwin fire, 4,400 acres burned. As soon as we get our live pictures back from Skyfox, we will take you there. Again, because Skyfox is somewhat out of range, our signal is going a little in and out, but looks like we've gotten those pictures back. It will periodically dip to black like it did just there because of our signal, so stick with us as we continue to bring you live aerials of this Goodwin fire. Again, guys, our feed coming in from Skyfox is a bit spotty since it is out of signal, so we will periodically dip to black as we bring you these live aerials of the Goodwin fire. We're going to go ahead and click the Goodwin fire hashtag on Twitter while we wait to get our Skyfox feed back. As you can see, structures burned in the Goodwin fire. You can see some of those structures on the ground that have burned because of this fire. 4,400 acres burned, just 5% containment. Look at that. You are looking at live images coming in, courtesy of Skyfox, of those structures that have been burned because of this fire that's been burning since Saturday. Again, we have lost that feed, but it's just due to our signal there. In the meantime, I'm going to go back and show you guys some of the pictures, some of the tweets that we're getting in regarding the Goodwin fire. These are the tweets coming in from those that are using the hashtag Goodwin fire. Goodwin fire, 4,400 acres burned. Only 5% containment. Again, here is the picture posted from the Arizona State Forestry. Our feed from the Goodwin fire is a bit spotty, so we have currently lost our Skyfox chopper feed. I'm going to just go ahead and show you guys that our Skyfox chopper has dipped to black. So in the meantime, I do want to go ahead and show you guys this tweet while we wait for our Skyfox chopper aerials to return. And there we go, our aerials have returned. Again, lots of smoke in the area, 4,400 acres burned. It's crazy how much has burned overnight. Yesterday we were telling you only about 1,000 acres burned, and this morning now we've learned 4,400 acres burned, structures burned, people evacuated. An unfortunate scene there in Prescott. All right, everyone, we have lost that feed of the Goodwin fire momentarily, our Skyfox feed. So in the meantime, I want to go ahead and take you guys live to Alabama, where we're hearing reports of an active shooter situation there. We have a reporter on the ground. Let's listen in.
But I can tell you once again that I had a family member that called me and said, what's going on? I haven't been able to get in touch with one of my friends who works on the arsenal, and every time they were dialing her phone, they were getting just a busy signal. So we don't know whether or not people are being able to get in touch with their loved ones who are here on the base, or whether the phone lines that are connected with the Redstone Arsenal, whether those lines have been blocked for incoming and outgoing calls. Obviously, a lot of people have cell phones and they are getting in touch with their loved ones to let them know they're okay, or what the status is of where they are right now. But we're not getting a lot of information other than what we got.
All right, everyone, and it looks like they have taken out that feed that was a possible active shooter situation at the Redstone Arsenal military post in Alabama. We no longer have that live feed, but if we get any additional information, we'll take you there. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and show you guys this photo once again of that fire burning near Prescott. Yesterday, just about 1,000 acres burned. Today, that number has grown to 4,400 acres. Again, our Skyfox feed a little choppy, going in and out right now, but if we get that Skyfox feedback of the live aerials of that fire, we will, of course, take you there here on News Now. All right, everyone. Looks like we've gotten our chopper feedback once again. Just a reminder for those of you just joining us, the signal there in this Prescott area is a bit spotty again. The chopper, our Skyfox chopper, far away from home base, so the feed coming back to downtown Phoenix is a little choppy. So you may see our video feed go to black periodically. Don't worry, don't think it's your computer or something going wrong on your end. It's simply the live feed signal that we have right now coming in from this fire. Again, it's crazy to see how much this fire has grown. Yesterday, reports as of last night, 8 p.m., only about 1,000 acres burned. This morning, the fire has clearly spread, 4,400 acres burned. All right, everyone. Looks like we've lost that feed again from the fire, but I do have a live picture now coming in from Alabama. Reports of an active shooter situation there. Again, reports of an active shooter situation there in Alabama. Working to get you guys more information on this breaking news situation. Possible active shooter reported at Redstone Arsenal military post in Alabama. Don't have a lot of information right now, but we do want to bring you guys these pictures that are coming in as they become available. Again, possible active shooter situation there in Huntsville, Alabama. This is according to the Redstone Arsenal Twitter account. They tweeted an hour ago, possible active shooter, installation is locked down, run, hide, fight. Other local government agencies are reporting the same thing. It has been difficult to get any other official word at this moment. So all we have are these live pictures coming in from Alabama. We'll continue to monitor the situation in Alabama. And if we get any additional information, of course, we will take you there now. Right now, all we have is this very static picture. If we get any aerials of the situation, we will obviously bring those to you here. In the meantime, though, I'm going to take you back to Arizona, where the Goodwin fire continues to burn. Again, our feed coming in from the fire is spotty. Stay with us. It is dipping to black periodically. That is just because the signal is not that strong coming in, because obviously this fire quite a ways away from our station here in downtown Phoenix. It looks like our Skyfox feed is leaving the scene of the Goodwin fire. If we get any additional pictures, we'll take you there. In the meantime, I want to take you back now to Alabama. We're going to continue to monitor this possible active shooter situation there in Huntsville, Alabama. And if we get any additional information, I'll let you guys know here on the News Now feed.
Hey Jerry, can we do another live hit with you?
Sure.
All right, everyone. Looks like we are getting more pictures of that Goodwin fire now. These are some very interesting aerials of that fire burning. I did want to go back to this and show you guys the fire up close. Again, this Goodwin fire is a story that's been developing over the last few days, but really taking off overnight. You know, yesterday we were at about 1,000 acres burned. This morning, now 4,400 acres burned. 150 people, at least at this point, evacuated. We've also seen structures that have been burned to the ground, unrecognizable. A very unfortunate situation for those people affected by this fire. All right, everyone. While this feed is a little spotty, I do want to go ahead and show you guys this wildfire viewer. Officials in Prescott tweeting this out. You can see this wildfire viewer. You can see that fire right here. We're going to zoom into Arizona. The current wildfire is burning. Look at this fire right here. Is the Goodwin fire burning right here. There's Mayer, Arizona there. There's I-17 right there, Arcosanti, Cordes Lakes, Prescott. If you continue on State Route 69 right up in this area, Prescott, Yavapai. So you can see the fire burning here. Prescott is right there. Just want to give you guys a visual, and for those of you wondering where it is relative to Phoenix, you have downtown Phoenix right here. And you have this fire right here in that Prescott National Forest area. We're going to take you back now to those aerials coming in from Skyfox. Again, keep in mind the weather conditions very conducive to a fire. Red flag warnings typically go into effect by the National Weather Service whenever there are high winds, low humidity, and high heat. We know a red flag warning is in effect for the Flagstaff area because of the low humidity, the high winds, and the heat. And just a reminder for those of you just joining us, our feed from this fire is a little bit spotty. It's dipping to black periodically, so we will take you back to that map. Again, this is that view of the fire. Here is the view of Arizona. This is Arizona right here, and there is the fire. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Again, this fire just off State Route 69, not too far from Interstate 17, south of Prescott, south of the Prescott Valley, and just west of Mayer. You can see Mayer is probably the closest town to this fire. See the town of Mayer there and the fire here. Look at that. For those of you wondering where this fire is relative to Phoenix, you can see that right there. Phoenix is here, the fire up here. We're going to take you back now to those pictures coming in from Skyfox. Again, for those of you just joining us, this Goodwin fire really expanding overnight. Last night when fire officials gave an update, only 1,000 acres had burned. Obviously 1,000 still a sizable number, but overnight that number has now grown to 4,400 acres burned. Again, the weather conditions aren't helping the cause. The winds aren't helping the cause. We know a red flag warning is in effect in Flagstaff north of this area. The National Weather Service issues red flag warnings whenever the weather conditions are such that they're highly conducive to a fire starting. Again, those weather conditions specifically are ones with low humidity, high winds, and warm weather. Alright guys, we have once again lost our feed from Skyfox, so I want to go ahead and show you guys the map once again, because this is what I'll show you when we lose our Skyfox feed of the actual fire. I'll show you a map of where the fire is. So you have Phoenix right here, you have the fire up here. Phoenix fire. For those of you not familiar with this area of the fire, you would have to take I-17 up and continually travel on I-17 up to State Route 69 before you would be able to be in the vicinity of this fire. And we've got our aerials back, so back to those Skyfox aerials of the Goodwin fire near Prescott. And again, we are going in and out of our Skyfox feed. The chopper is spotty because of the location where this fire is taking place. So if it dips to black, don't worry, we are monitoring it, and as soon as we get those live pictures again from Skyfox, we will take you so that you can continue to see the aerials as this Goodwin fire burns. Now yesterday, 1,000 acres had burned. It was at 5% containment. Now we're at 4,400 acres and still 5% containment. We're now learning that structures have burned. It's really an unfortunate situation there, just south of Prescott. Again, guys, our Skyfox chopper feed is a bit spotty. For those of you just joining us, we will periodically dip to black while we bring you these aerials of this Goodwin fire. Now, this Goodwin fire was only 5% contained yesterday evening when we got the official update at 8 p.m. 5% contained, 1,000 acres burned. As of this morning, here we are now 12 hours, more than 12 hours later, the fire now up to over 4,400 acres burned, structures burned, still only 5% contained. Obviously a very concerning situation for us here in Arizona as this fire burns and continues to threaten structures. Once again, we have lost that feed from the fire in Prescott, so here is a quick look at our map to show you just where the fire is. There's the fire. This is this is Interstate 17. Phoenix is down here. Fire is burning up here. Now, of course, we'll take you back to those live aerials once we get those pictures in. In the meantime, I want to give you guys an update. I know many of you guys have been asking about this active shooter situation in Alabama. The truth is we don't have any additional information at this point. It's still only being described as a possible active shooter situation there at a base in Alabama. If we do get any updates, we'll let you know here on News Now. But as of right now, what we know is what they've tweeted. Redstone Arsenal tweeting, possible active shooter on the Arsenal installation is locked down, run, hide, fight. Other government officials also reporting the same thing. But we ourselves have not been able to confirm much additional information. Here is a live picture from that military post. If we get any other information, we will let you know here on News Now. In the meantime, let's take you back now to that Goodwin fire. Again, for those of you just joining us, our feed from this fire is spotty. Bear with us. We are trying to give you the best possible coverage of the Goodwin fire. Here is our map once again of where the fire is located relative to the rest of Arizona. You have Prescott. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Oops, you have Prescott here, the fire here, and Phoenix down here. So you can see this fire a ways away from downtown Phoenix, still affecting our viewers nonetheless. All right, everyone, we are going to take you back now to Alabama, our live feed from that base. We don't have a lot of information, just a possible active shooter situation there. There is no additional information from Fox. Again, Fox News Channel. All we know at this point, a possible active shooter reported at a U.S. Army installation in Alabama forced the facility to go on lockdown. A local news source in Alabama tweeting about 55 minutes ago, after speaking with a spokesperson, as of now, there are no confirmed casualties, still investigating this scary situation in quotes, meaning the spokesperson calling the situation in Alabama as scary. The Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville issued the alert on Twitter for a possible active shooting on the arsenal. The tweet continued, "Installation on lockdown, run, hide, fight." Now, the Army spokesman spoke with Fox News, said he could not confirm that there was an actual active shooter, but that the base had been on lockdown for more than an hour. He said, quote, "We are taking this seriously. There has been a very active law enforcement response. There is an internal shelter-in-place order in effect." Now, an email was sent out to employees at the Redstone Arsenal at 10:31 a.m. local time, informing them that the alert was a real-world event, which is not part of an exercise. Interestingly enough, this facility reportedly was conducting active shooter drills just this week. Again, they sent out an email to employees. In this email, they stated that the facility was on lockdown and all gates were closed. A Redstone Arsenal spokesperson told AL.com, Alabama.com, that there were no confirmed casualties, but that authorities were still investigating. Representatives from the state of Alabama said that they were monitoring the situation. The governor said she was receiving updates on the situation as well and would continue to pray for a peaceful and quick resolution. Now, this Army post is located in northern Alabama, close to the Tennessee border. It's comprised of 4 major zones and has about 40,000 employees. The defense official that spoke with Fox News said FBI and ATF agents are also based here. Looks like an official is giving us an update now. Or soon. The local news reporter there speaking now.
Access roads that are coming off 565 coming into the gate. You can't even get down through here now unless you're a member of the media.
And it looks like as soon as we went live to that reporter, that feed was cut away. So we're going to take you back now to the Goodwin fire. The Goodwin fire that continues to burn here in Arizona. Okay, everyone. As you know, our chopper feed is spotty, so we will periodically dip to black. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the latest tweets coming in regarding the Goodwin fire. It looks like we have a news release, a fire update as of a few minutes ago. This is the latest fire update at 9:30. We now know. Let's zoom in. This is the official update. Approximately 4,399 acres burned. So just under 4,400 acres. As you know, this fire started 4 o'clock on Saturday. Still only 5% contained. The cause of this fire under investigation. You can see the kind of vegetation in the area that is the fuel for the fire. And the latest summary, the Goodwin fire continues to burn in very rugged terrain to the south and west of the junction with Senator Highway and County Road 177. Fire crews have been working to keep the fire south of County Road 177, the Mayor Goodwin Road, and away from the homes and communities to the north. So far, they have been successful as the fire has been burning mostly eastward toward the 2015 Hill Fire scar. Yesterday, the fire burned up and over Brady Butte. Many factors contributing to this fire's behavior include temperatures, humidity, vegetation type, density, and moisture content. Let's go back now to the images coming in of the Goodwin fire. As we know, structures have been burned, and you're looking at those live pictures coming in now. Structures burn because of this fire. The Goodwin fire started on Saturday. As of yesterday evening, only 1,000 acres burned. As of this morning, approximately 4,400 acres. Again, it's unfortunate to see that structures were affected in this fire. Again, this fire only 5% contained. It's unclear when we will get 100% containment at this point. We have once again lost that feed of the Goodwin fire. I want to take you back now to this official press release that we just received moments ago. Again, just a reminder, many factors contributing to the fire's behavior, including temperatures, humidity, vegetation type, density, and moisture content, slope and aspect, wind direction and speed, and of course terrain. Fire weather is predicted to be near critical today with low humidity, high temperatures, and breezy conditions. Again, whenever a red flag warning is in effect, it is because the weather is very conducive to a fire, whether that fuels fire. Again, that is weather that has low humidity, high temperatures, and breezy conditions. We're going to go back now to these aerials of the Goodwin fire. Again, this fire is burning in thick, dry, and decadent chaparral and ponderosa pine in very rugged terrain with little access, which makes conditions very hazardous for firefighters. Because firefighter and public safety is obviously the #1 objective, firefighters are being directed to not put themselves in situations where the risks are high and probability of success is low. The consistent message from leaders to firefighters is nothing is worth you getting hurt. Again, there will be a public meeting about this fire this evening at Mayer High School in Spring Valley, Arizona at 6:30 p.m. in the cafeteria. There is an evacuation in place for the community of Pine Flat. At this time, there is no evacuation in place for people living in Breezy Pines, but they are telling residents to be prepared to evacuate if need be. As far as structure damage, you're looking on the screen of structures that, of areas of possible structure damage. There have been many inquiries regarding structures damaged or destroyed during the first day of the Goodwin fire. It was reported that structures were destroyed, and the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office personnel are working with fire officials to determine the extent of damaged structures. However, this can only be accomplished when it's safe for deputies to enter, complete an accurate assessment, and determine ownership. Efforts to expedite the release of such information is ongoing. In the meantime, the patience of those residents who have been evacuated is greatly appreciated. Again, this is the official update from the Department of Forestry and Fire regarding this Goodwin fire that has been burning since Saturday. Again, guys, this feed is a little spotty, so while we wait to get it back, I want to go back and reread to you the official Goodwin Fire update from the Department of Forestry and Fire as of about 45 minutes ago. Approximately 4,399 acres burned, 5% contained. We're going to go back now to these live pictures coming in from Skyfox. All right, everyone. So it looks like our chopper feed of this fire is a bit spotty. Again, these are images of that Goodwin fire near Prescott. All right, everyone. So we are going to cut away from Goodwin Fire coverage now. I do want to go ahead and show you this map once more, though, in case you're just joining us. You haven't seen the map. Phoenix is down here. The Goodwin Fire up here, south of Prescott, west of Mayer. See that fire there. If we get any additional aerials, perhaps we will go back to Goodwin Fire coverage this evening. Here is a live look at New York City. And here is a live look at the White House. We are going to continue with our coverage here on News Now of issues in D.C., especially this hot topic at the Capitol, the future of health care, the repeal and replacement of Obamacare, the Democrats speaking out now.
HBO reported yesterday that they propose under the Senate bill a cut of almost $800 billion out of Medicaid. That means out of our families, the care provided to our families for skilled nursing care in our children's hospitals, to make sure that our neighbors with disabilities have the care that they need. For all the wrong reasons, because the Republicans propose to transfer all of that care that currently goes to support our families across the country to tax cuts for wealthy special interest. Folks that haven't been clamoring, really, for those cuts. And they do it under the guise of this is their satisfaction of the political promise to repeal and replace Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. Now, I remember the election season last year, and I understand that my Republican colleagues for many years have said we need to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. But never when they were out on the stump did they say that under the guise of the Affordable Care Act repeal, instead we're going to rip coverage away from families with relatives in skilled nursing, from Alzheimer's patients, folks with disabilities, children. Most children in the country receive their basic medical care through Medicaid. And if a child is born with a complex condition, or God forbid, your child is diagnosed with childhood cancer, it's Medicaid that makes sure that you do not live a life of poverty. So it is correct when they say this Senate bill is cruel, it's mean, it is not up to the values that we share in America. It's not consistent with the promise that has been in place for 50 years under Medicaid. So in addition to everything else that it does by ripping coverage away from at least 22 million Americans, stealing from the Medicare Trust Fund, raising costs, paying more for less, gutting the essential health benefits by saying states go forth and do whatever you please. It breaks that fundamental compact that we've had with families for 50 years. And as people begin to understand what this bill really does, the cruelty of it all, we've had folks lining up here outside the Capitol. The grassroots are on fire. They're sitting in senators' offices all across the country because so much is at stake this week. And I encourage families all across America, do not delay. If this matters to you, and it should matter to everyone in this country, no one is immune from a possible Alzheimer's diagnosis or a serious complex condition. Get involved now and contact your senators to make sure that this bill is defeated this week. And I'm proud to turn it over to my colleague, Robin Kelly.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. Also, thank you to Vice Chairwoman Sanchez and Congresswoman Castor for your leadership in protecting the health care of millions of Americans. As the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust, I'm deeply concerned about the negative impact that Trump care will have on all families, especially African American families. As a mother, I'm heartbroken for the more than 100,000 Illinois children who will lose their insurance because Republicans are putting politics before people. Last week, after secret backroom meetings that I might add had no women, no Democrats, and no people of color, Senate Republicans have finally unveiled this bill. If you ask me, they should have kept it hidden. It is an embarrassment to them and an impending disaster for American families. Yesterday's CBO score showed us that premiums will go up, insurance will cover less, and 22 million will lose their health insurance, all to give just 400 super-rich families a whopping $37,000 tax cut. This entire bill is a complete and utter disaster that will impact American communities from Chicago to Baltimore, San Antonio to Anchorage. It will have a disproportionate impact on communities of color. Make no mistake, Trump Care will turn back the clock on the progress we've made toward health equity. Under the Affordable Care Act, we cut the number of African Americans without insurance by more than half. We've also reduced the excess death risks from cancer that black men experience by more than half. According to the American Cancer Society, this progress is directly linked to the increase in healthcare access brought about by the ACA. Tragically, Republicans are working overtime to undo that progress. Instead of making advances in health care and health outcomes, they want to send us back to the days when families went bankrupt trying to pay medical bills. And I must add that I come from a district, I have the highest rate of foreclosures of all the districts in Illinois, and paying medical bills is a part of that. Even worse, back to the days where people didn't see a doctor because it was too expensive and died from a preventable and treatable disease. On Sunday, I was in Peoria for Sisters Rock, a health fair that helps low-income women and their families get care. The event is largely focused on raising awareness about breast cancer and mammograms. For me and the Black Caucus, ending breast cancer is a major priority because black women have a 40% higher chance of risk of dying from it than our white sisters. But regardless of your race, breast cancer is nearly 100% curable if it's caught in stages 0 or 1. Yet Republicans are taking away people's health insurance and funding to Planned Parenthood. This means that more women, and even more black women, will needlessly die from breast cancer. In Illinois, it means 60,000 going without these life-saving screenings. If you want to stand up to cancer, you must stand up and say no to Trump Care. The American people know this. American people aren't buying what President Trump and Republicans are selling. A recent NBC Wall Street Journal poll found that just 16% of Americans think Trump Care is a good idea. That's beyond a failing grade. The other 84% know that Trump Care means that they will pay higher premiums for worse care if they can afford insurance at all. It's time to recycle the paper that both the House and the Senate Trump Care bills are written on and come together as Congress, not Republicans and Democrats, but the elected representatives of the American people, and make health care affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Kathy. If there are questions now, it would be appropriate to ask. Yes.
You mentioned the poll, and the House bill did poll kind of dismally, and the Senate bill will probably poll similarly to that. But why can't you turn those types of unpopular ideas that the Republicans are pushing into wins for the Democrats? Why is there a disconnect between the policies that you like, because a lot of them do poll well, from gun reform to minimum wage to across the board, and yet Republicans keep winning these elections? How can you bridge that divide?
Well, the first thing is that legislatively, our priorities, we're not able to advance because we're not in the majority. Plain and simple. We have been saying for ever since the implementation of Obamacare that we would need to go back after several years of implementation and fine-tune it and improve on the areas where we could improve it. It's working for many Americans, and yet Republicans have this narrative that somehow it's failing. Many of the areas in which we could improve Obamacare, Republicans have been completely unwilling to work with us on that, and they've been sabotaging it, quite frankly. They've been undermining it by challenging certain provisions or not implementing certain provisions, and then they point to it and say that it's a failure when it in fact is not. If you come to the state of California, it's working very well in the state of California, and it could work well other places if there was a political will to do that. With respect to elections, elections have consequences, and the fact that we are in the minority in the House and Senate, and that a Republican sits in the White House, means that the consequence is that really bad legislation like this that hurts a lot of people and could lead to the death of many people can actually get passed, because we have a majority that doesn't care that people will lose coverage, doesn't care about consumer protections, doesn't care that insurance companies will be able to raise rates on those with pre-existing conditions, and those people will lose coverage. They really don't care, because this health care bill is not about health care for the American people. It's a tax cut bill. It is intended to deliver for the wealthiest Americans a huge tax cut. And they're dead set on doing that. They ran on a platform of repealing Obamacare, and when push came to shove and we said, what's your replacement? They cobbled together this terrible bill in the House, equally terrible bill in the Senate, that a majority of American people don't want. And those that stand to suffer and lose the most are those that are in those rural districts and those Republican held districts. We don't want to see people like that hurt, but we know that if this bill passes and becomes law, a lot of people are going to be hurting.
How would you characterize mood in the caucus now? I mean, we heard a lot of rumblings last week about the consequences of coming close but not winning these elections and what that meant for the future leadership. Has that died down? Is this a group of a select few who were making noise last November, or is this still gurgling?
If you were to take the sentiment of the majority of the caucus knew that these seats were very difficult seats to try to pick up, and yet you see the progress that we made over the last election cycle. We had double-digit gains in each of those seats. We came very close to winning some of those seats. I think that members are setting that aside. This week we were singularly focused on the Senate health care bill. We are trying to get the word out to as many people as possible. This will impact you in a very negative way. Make your voice heard, not just on the Senate side, but on the House side too, because if the bill is passed in the Senate, it will come back to the House.
So that kind of insurrection has been quashed because people are focused on Obamacare this year, or it's still kind of out there?
I wouldn't even call it an insurrection. It's difference of opinion that members have. I mean, if you look at the Republican caucus, they have their internal battles as well. They've got the majority, and yet there's so much infighting and so much chaos within the Republican caucus, they can't govern. They can't even get, the basics of government functioning. They are more than 2 months late on a budget bill because they can't agree. So there's always going to be a difference of opinion within a caucus. But again, that's sort of a sideshow to what we're trying to combat this week, which is a really bad bill that's going to hurt a lot of Americans. Good questions. Yes.
If this does come back to the House, would you expect it to go to conference or just pass as is?
I've given up trying to predict what they will do. And again, my job is to sound the alarm and say this is a very real possibility that this could pass. You need to be talking to your members of the Senate and members of the House. Everybody in this country has a vested interest in what will happen, and everybody needs to be vocal.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry, Robin.
I think for all of our neighbors back home, they need to understand the sense of urgency here, because there are powers at hand that really want to jam this bill through the Senate this week, and we all need to be on guard for the bill to come directly to the House, possibly for a vote on Friday or Saturday. Speaker Ryan has said this is one of his overriding desires. His reason to be in office is to provide massive tax cuts to the wealthy at the expense of hardworking families all across the country. Look at his past budgets. So my message to all of for working Americans out there is to pay attention. This could happen the Friday night before the 4th of July weekend. It could happen Saturday or Sunday. And even if the Senate delays it till after 4th of July, everyone needs to remain vigilant. There's too much at stake for families. They need to hold on to their pocketbooks because these Republicans are coming right after it.
And I'm fortunate enough to live in a state, and I have Senator Duckworth and Senator Durbin, so I know where they are with the bill. But I'm urging my Illinois residents, if your family lives outside of Illinois and they have Republican senators, to please contact them, to contact their senators, that we all are in this together and we all have to fight together to make sure this bill doesn't pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, everyone. So earlier today we showed you the House Republicans with their press conference. We just wanted to be fair and balanced, so we showed you the House Democrats right there. We are now going to continue with more News Now coverage. A lot of events taking place today, including an event with Vice President Pence. We're going to go ahead and show you guys that now.
True, with government help or not, in terms of the direction.
VP Pence.
He continues to give with his...
In the India Business Council event.
Second lieutenant serving our Marine Corps. This is an individual that I believe is a great example of leaders. And I want you to welcome today our 48th Vice President, Mike Pence, please. Mr. Vice President, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Chambers, President Aggie, Ambassador Sarna, Ambassador Romer, distinguished members of Congress who join us here today. It is an honor to join you for the 42nd Annual Leadership Summit of the U.S.-India Business Council. Give yourselves a round of applause. This is a great, great annual event. I couldn't be more grateful to join you at this important gathering. And before I get started, I just left the Oval Office a little bit ago, and the President wanted me to bring greetings from a leader who has already strengthened the bond between the United States and India, the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. This conference is particularly timely. As you all know, yesterday President Trump welcomed Prime Minister Modi to the White House. Now, I was there for most of the meetings. It was a historic and productive time. And at its conclusion, standing next to the Prime Minister, President Trump declared that India had, in his words, a true friend in the White House. And so do all of our friends from India who are gathered here. President Trump recognizes that the United States' relationship with India is one of the most important strategic relationships in the 21st century. Our two great nations are bound by friendship, by commerce, so well represented by American and Indian businesses here. And we're partners in the fight against global terrorism and as brothers and sisters in the cause of freedom and commitment to democracy. And today, I say with confidence, under the leadership of President Donald Trump, our friendship will grow deeper, our partnership will grow stronger for the benefit of both of our nations and our people and the world. As you well know, commerce is central to both of our nation's prosperity and well-being, the commerce between us, that is. Fortunately, the United States and India have formed a strong trade relationship in recent years, in no small part thanks to the work of the U.S.-India Business Council over these 4 decades. Now, for more than 40 years, this council has brought together leaders in industry and leaders in public life to promote bilateral trade, foster investment, job growth, innovation in both of our nations. And you've succeeded by any stretch of the word. So why don't you give yourselves just one more round of applause for promoting a tremendous relationship between two great nations. And let me also offer the President and our entire administration's congratulations to the 2 winners of this year's Leadership Award, who I just met in the back room, Adi Godrev of the Godrej Group and my friend Andrew Liveris of Dow Chemical Company. My congratulations to both of you for this well-deserved honor. And thanks to the companies represented in this room, the trade relationship between the United States and India is flourishing. It's remarkable to think Not even 20 years ago, two-way trade between our nations was less than $20 billion per year. But by the end of last year, it had grown by more than 500% to an annual $115 billion in trade. And U.S. exports to India now support roughly 200,000 American jobs. The last few years have been particularly noteworthy. Between 2014 and today, American foreign direct investment in India grew from $800 million to $2.4 billion in investments. And on the other side of the ledger, Indian businesses, I'm glad to report, are investing in America at an unprecedented rate. For instance, earlier this year, Infosys announced it would hire 10,000 new American workers at 4 U.S.-based technology centers, one of which will be in my home state of Indiana. And we thank you for investing and believing in America. So our heartfelt appreciation to all the businesses represented here for your investment in our nation's future. Yet the truth is, the United States and India, we believe, have only scratched the surface when it comes to bilateral investment and trade. This council hopes to more than quadruple our two-way trade relationship to more than $500 billion before the decade is out. And the President and I believe that that goal is achievable. Yesterday, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi committed to expanding and balancing our trade relationship in the years ahead. For our part, this administration is fully committed to restoring the United States' reputation as the premier investment destination.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this event because we're going to take you live to Alabama. We're going to need a press conference on that possible active shooter situation update.
Along these investigations, the first thing that we want to do is make sure everybody's safe. That in itself takes some amount of time, and a lot of time these investigations are methodical, how we react, and to go through each and every step takes some time. Safety and security of the arsenal obviously is our number one concern, and if it takes us all day to get there, then that's what we're going to do. The lockdown is not going on currently as of 12:30, right past noon. People are free to move however they need to. I have no indication. We do not believe there's a threat, or we would not have opened the installation back up.
Now talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow was a scheduled drill for this very thing.
Right.
Was there some confusion? Somebody jumped the gun? Like, how did you think this all transpired?
Well, that was kind of my first thought. It's just part of the exercise, but you're correct. There was an exercise going on. It was going to culminate tomorrow, but our exercise procedures actually take a good amount of time to do. We train for this all year round. Our first line of defense is that employee in the cubicle doing his thing, and when they see something, they say something, and the Redstone personnel are great about doing that, and that's our first line of defense, and it goes all the way out to the police and in our gates and the community at large, Huntsville Police, FBI. We really enjoy that cooperation and that synergy that exists here.
So is there actually a perceived cyber leak that everybody's coming out and going in now? Is that a mistake or not?
I really can't say at this point what happened. I'm not sure myself. So we believe it's a safe situation, and we can allow people to move back around.
When are we going to get to find out what happened?
As soon as I know, you'll know. Okay. It's like I said, it's a methodical investigation. It's going to take some time. Our main priority is to eliminate whatever threat to the safety and security of the arsenal there was, and drive on past that into our recovery operations.
And Chris, I know it's a big challenge here. It's a big arsenal, 30,000 civilians here. The area where I understand this happened was in an area where a lot of buildings, tall buildings, big buildings. Talk about the challenge of clearing each of those rooms and all of those buildings.
Well, one of the buildings on the arsenal is said to be one of the largest office buildings in Alabama. So to give you some kind of idea, it's a very large building sometimes, and to go through each one of them takes some time. And you're not only looking for maybe a gunman, but maybe some sort of other threat that might be around. So they're very methodical and precise about how they go about their business.
Is anybody in custody at this point?
I do not have word about anybody being in custody. On a normal operation like this, we're going to have Huntsville PD, we're going to have some involvement with the FBI, and we're going to have Redstone Arsenal Police. Beyond that, I'm sure there's other things going on, but that we really enjoy the cooperation of those three. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what tomorrow's going to look like. We just really ask that you, take a look at our social media, take a look at our website, and watch the news for what's going to happen tomorrow.
Give people an idea of what happens on the arsenal. We know it's big, it's more civilians than actual soldiers, but for people, because this is a national story. Talk about what happens here.
Redstone Arsenal is a very diverse and complicated place. It's an Army installation. The Army owns most of the land. However, we share the land with Marshall Space Flight Center, with FBI, with some other DoD components, such as the Air Force. So what we are is a high-tech research development engineering type place. We work on our Marshall NASA folks send people to the moon, they send them to the sun, and our Army folks are training and equipping our warfighters downrange. So very diverse spectrum of what we do here. We're very proud. We think of Redstone as a national treasure, and so we really appreciate everybody who works here and to help.
Chris, we're hearing rumors that people are being searched as they leave the area around the Sparkle Center. Can you guys confirm any of that?
I can't confirm that, but like you just alluded to, there's 74 different organizations. 74 different organizations have their own security measures and methodologies, so each one may be a little bit different right now. I cannot confirm or deny that.
Investigative agency in this.
I do not know yet.
Chris,
thank you.
All right, so we just got a quick update from officials there in Alabama. Again, this was initially reported as a possible active shooter. We are now being told that the gates have reopened. The spokesperson says the situation is over. No one is in custody. This base is in Huntsville, Alabama, in North Alabama. The update from officials: we do not believe there is a threat, or we would not have opened the installation back up. So there is no longer a threat. As of right now, no word on any injuries. The lockdown has been lifted. These are live pictures coming in from Alabama. We are going to take you back to that Mike Pence event. The Vice President speaking at the U.S.-India Business Council Summit.
And let me assure everyone gathered here, America is open for business once again. President Trump has already taken decisive action to make the strongest economy in the world stronger still. This president has signed more laws to cut through red tape than any president in American history that already have saved businesses up to $18 billion in regulatory costs per year. President Trump has put a renewed focus on American energy, approving the Keystone and Dakota pipelines, and the president is strengthening the American workforce by signing executive action into place to prioritize apprenticeships and vocational training to meet the needs of growing businesses in a growing American economy. You know, and if you haven't noticed yet, the American people elected a builder to be president of the United States, and President Trump has already taken steps to rebuild America. And before we're done, we're going to rebuild the roads and bridges and harbors and airports of America to the very best in the world. And this year, let me assure you, working with the Congress, we'll pass one of the largest tax cuts in American history. So businesses from across the world can invest in American jobs, America's workers, and America's future. And there's one more thing. Our president is also, even as we speak, fighting every day to give the American people the world-class health care they deserve. And working with this Congress, I can say to the American businesses that are gathered here and all of you who do business in America, we're going to keep our promise to the American people. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare and give the American people the kind of world-class health care they deserve, and we're going to do it before the summer's out. Our hope is that President Trump's actions give companies in this country great confidence about the future, but also give our friends in India even greater reason to invest in America. Of course, American business wants to contribute even more to India's success through exports and investment. Prime Minister Modi saw American industry's excitement about India on Sunday when he met with 21 business leaders before his bilateral meeting with our president. There are many places where this nation's firms can benefit our great partner. You know, India is projected to become the world's third largest market for planes and passengers. American companies are already providing airport infrastructure and the airplanes themselves. I just had the chance to meet with the CEO of SpiceJet, who just last week placed an order for 40 brand new Boeing jets on top of 100 new jets it ordered earlier this year. I know that American companies are to continue to give India's aviation industry the wings it needs to soar. And let me just take the opportunity, as the President did yesterday, to say thank you to SpiceJet for investing and believing in American workers and American businesses. Energy is another area for a more robust partnership. India boasts the world's fastest growing economy, but it can't continue without energy. And American producers and grid developers are the best suited to provide it, from liquefied natural gas to nuclear power to clean coal to everything in between. American energy and American expertise can help power India's future. Final example I'll mention is in the area of security and defense. A first-rate global power needs a first-rate military, and the United States will continue to enable the Indian Armed Forces to obtain the resources and technology it needs to protect the Indian people and support security in the region. You need look no further than yesterday's announcement that the United States will sell Sea Guardian UAVs, Apache attack helicopters, and C-17 transports to India. And that process of approval is all underway as we speak, but I hope it accurately reflects the commitment to mutual security among both of our nations and the importance of our partnership for security. Bottom line is the United States and India can deepen our commercial bond in many industries and areas, but to achieve the highest possible benefit. I would suggest with great respect that India must continue to enact the necessary economic reforms to ensure that our trade relationship, as the President said last night over dinner, is both fair and reciprocal. The President and I applaud Prime Minister Modi for his courageous move to simplify and standardize the goods and services tax, the largest tax reform in India's history. We support Prime Minister Modi in his effort to strengthen India's intellectual property protections and cut tariffs on manufactured and agricultural goods and break down barriers to investment and market access. But we truly believe, with great respect, that the time to act is now, because progress in these areas means progress for both our great nations and the more than 1.6 billion people that call them home. I know the U.S.-India Business Council will continue to play a leading role in promoting pro-growth policies and engaging new commercial partnerships, and our administration is committed to this goal as well. As the President announced yesterday, his daughter Ivanka Trump will lead the American delegation to the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in India this fall. And I was very humbled when Prime Minister Modi extended a personal invitation to me to represent the United States, and we're already making plans to take him up on his invitation. In fact, I told him when I was governor of Indiana, one of my ambitions was to be the first governor from Indiana to visit India. I didn't get it done then, but Prime Minister and I had a nice chuckle because he told me that the words India, Anna mean coming to India. You know, the President and I are very confident that with the help of this great council, with the commitment that the President and Prime Minister Modi renewed yesterday, we're going to usher in a new era of jobs, opportunity, and prosperity for both our countries and for all our people. But as we all reflect that security is the foundation of our prosperity, and under the leadership of President Trump, the United States will also expand our partnership with India to protect our nations, our citizens, and the values that we cherish. Yesterday, President Trump reaffirmed the United States' commitment to our, in his words, incredibly important security partnership with India. We're proud that India is a major defense partner for the United States, and as the President said yesterday, our militaries are working every day and will continue to enhance cooperation and working together. We'll make great strides in defeating the common threats that we face. The United States and India seek the same objectives in the Indo-Pacific region: prosperity, security, peace. We both want to uphold a rules-based system of national sovereignty and international law. We both want lawful commerce to flow unimpeded on the seas and in the air. These practices and principles are foundational to prosperity and security across the Indo-Pacific, and the United States is grateful to see India step into its role as a regional security provider and partner. But our two nations' mutual interests stretch far beyond the region. As India has grown, so has its role on the world stage. And in recognition of this fact, let me assure you, President Trump and our administration fully support India's permanent membership on a reformed United Nations Security Council. In this time of widening challenges and unknowable threats, the United States welcomes India's strong bilateral relationships with our common friends and partners across the world, such as Japan and Australia, countries across the Middle East and Southeast Asia, because we increasingly, all of us, face the same issues and face the same challenges. Of course, the greatest threat facing the peace and prosperity of Indo-Pacific region is the brutal regime in North Korea. President Trump and I are grateful for India's leadership in fully implementing United Nations sanctions and for its commitment to use its growing global leverage to increase diplomatic and economic pressure on North Korea. We must not waver in our resolve. North Korea's reckless actions are a threat.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this Mike Pence event. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the Capitol building. We know there is some activity inside the Capitol building, as it was just announced that the health care vote would be delayed until after the July 4th recess. Again, the health care bill vote delayed because the Senate does not have enough votes in support of this health care bill. So obviously the Republicans don't want to vote on it if they don't think they can pass it. We'll be right back with more news now. Mike joining you in just a few minutes.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are just moments away from an on-camera press briefing with Press Secretary Sean Spicer and Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. This is going to be first time that the briefing will be on camera in a week. And this information just coming down within the last couple of minutes. Senate Republican leaders are delaying a vote on their prized health care bill until after the July 4th recess, forced to retreat by a GOP rebellion that left them lacking enough votes to even begin debating the legislation. Two sources said today. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell delivered the message to GOP senators at a private lunch attended by Vice President Mike Pence and White House Chief of Staff as well. The decision was described by a Republican aide and another informed person who spoke because they were not authorized to speak publicly about the closed-door decision. All GOP senators were planning to travel to the White House later today to meet with President Donald Trump, one source said. McConnell had hoped to push the measure through the chamber by this week's end and before an Independence Day recess that party leaders fear will be used by foes of the legislation to tear away support. So that could be a big talker today at the press briefing. And also we're keeping an eye out on if any senators do want to talk about what just happened moments ago, where they are pushing back a vote until after the July 4th recess because they could not get enough support from some Senate Republicans. And conservatives and liberals in Wisconsin both see hope in Republican Senator Ron Johnson's steadfast refusal to back the current version of the GOP Senate health care bill. Although they disagree with the reasons for his opposition, liberals see Johnson's stand as a chance to sink the entire Republican effort. You can see now they also had a switch here. I was saying earlier that conservatives and liberals in Wisconsin both see hope in Republican Senator Ron Johnson's steadfast refusal to back the current version of the GOP Senate health care bill. Although they disagree with the reasons for his opposition, liberals see Johnson's stand as a chance to sink the entire Republican effort to kill the existing health care law enacted under former President Barack Obama. The senator's fellow conservatives, including Governor Scott Walker, are praising his attention-grabbing opposition to the bill and are urging him to seek changes to ensure Wisconsin wouldn't be penalized for rejecting federal money to expand Medicaid. It's an unusual position for Johnson, who typically toes the party line, but his supporters are confident that when it comes time to vote on whether to replace the Affordable Care Act, Johnson's longtime distaste for the law, also known as Obamacare, will prevail. A retired Republican voter from Richfield said, "I'm going to give him some breathing room. I hope he can make things better. I'm holding my fire on this." Republican Representative Sean Duffy of Wisconsin expects that Johnson will vote to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act when he is comfortable with the bill. With a slim 52-member majority, Johnson could prove to be a pivotal vote as Senate Republicans try to pass the bill. His opposition to a vote this week contributed to Senate leaders on Tuesday delaying it until sometime after the July 4th holiday. Johnson is one of 4 Republican senators who oppose the current bill, though he insists he wants to improve it, not kill it. Still, liberals see Johnson's current position as a chance for them to bury the Senate's bill, which Congress's nonpartisan budget office said would leave 22 million people uninsured by 2026.
Not yet.
And in tech news, Facebook is reaching another milestone, announcing that it now has more than 2 billion users. Yes, that is with a B. CEO Mark Zuckerberg says the new marker was reached early today, and in a Facebook post said that he's proud of the role his company is playing in connecting people around the world. Facebook says more than 175 million people declare they love something on the site daily, and an average of more than 800 million people hit Facebook likes button. Facebook users will likely see a personalized video celebrating the milestone in the next few days. The Northern California company is putting more emphasis on creating virtual communities within the site, while it also works to reduce violent, hateful, and misleading content on the service. And in health news, Merck and company said today that a new type of cholesterol drug reduced heart attacks, deaths, and other complications of heart disease in a huge late-stage study. The positive result was a welcome surprise because 3 previous experimental drugs of the same type had failed. Merck's pill might eventually give high-risk heart patients a new option to add to cholesterol treatments that have helped prevent millions of heart attacks, strokes, and deaths from heart disease. Cheap generics don't cut those risks enough for those many people, while 2 new cholesterol drugs cost $14,000 a year or more, so insurers have been restricting coverage. And New Jersey Governor Chris Christie says he is encouraged by the Supreme Court's decision to take up the state's effort to allow sports betting at its casinos and racetracks. Christie weighed in on the issue today at an unrelated event in Trenton, New Jersey. He says he feels pretty good having attorney Ted Olson representing the state before the court, and that it's a very good sign that the court decided to hear the case. He says it's too early to declare victory, but that he's encouraged by the court's decision to hear the case. The justices said Tuesday they will review a lower court ruling against the state. The case is set to be argued in the fall. And thank you to all our viewers right now joining us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are awaiting Sean Spicer for an on-camera White House press briefing. This will be the first time that it's been on camera since last Tuesday. And in other news, a man who plotted to shoot hundreds of people on behalf of the Islamic State group received a life sentence today in a case that prosecutors say illustrates the dangers of Americans radicalized through social media. Justin Sullivan, who's 21 years old, received the sentence in federal court in Asheville after pleading guilty late last year to the foiled plot to attack a nightclub or concert and film it for distribution on terrorist sites. Sullivan was a teenager in the small foothills town when he became radicalized back in 2014 after watching terrorist beheadings and other Islamic State propaganda online. Authorities say Sullivan admitted to having frequent contact online with a prominent Islamic State recruiter in Syria, the now dead Junaid Hussein. Sullivan agreed to Hussein's request to make a video of his planned attack so that it could be used online for recruitment. Sullivan, who was arrested at his parents' house back in June of 2015, planned to buy a semi-automatic rifle at a gun show to kill hundreds of people at a concert or a nightclub near where he lived in western North Carolina. A district attorney said he planned to use an AR-15 rifle and hollow point ammunition because he knew that he could inflict mass casualties and mass pain. And for a president seemingly at perpetual war with fake news, the resignation of 3 CNN journalists over a retracted story about a Donald Trump Russian connection is a gift from the political gods at a time that the struggling effort to repeal Obamacare dominates the headlines. Trump quickly took advantage with a series of tweets today, and conservative provocateur James O'Keefe piled on by releasing a video with a CNN producer caught on camera talking about the network's Russian coverage between ratings driven. The network on Monday accepted the resignation of journalists. Trump has been unhappy with CNN since he was a candidate last year and hasn't granted the network an interview since he's been president. He's been particularly annoyed by its reporting on connections with Russia. And Iran's foreign minister says the partial reinstatement of President Donald Trump's travel ban is disappointing and says the ban is more about politics than security. The foreign minister said today they called the ban misplaced and misguided, saying it had no basis in fact and would not help to fight terrorism. In fact, it would be the greatest gift to extremist groups who would use it as a rallying cry. He says that the ban doesn't increase anybody's security, unfortunately, and it's regrettable that the citizens of the countries on the list have never taken part in any act of terrorism against the United States. He says the problem for some in terrorism and support for terrorism is measured by the amount of money they spend on buying arms from the U.S. And folks, we are still waiting for the start of the Sean Spicer press briefing when this was slated to begin at 2 o'clock Eastern. It is now 2:23, and we right now are just in a holding pattern. We do know that the Secretary of Energy, Rick Perry, will also be making a statement before Sean Spicer's press briefing. And the family of a woman killed when a New Jersey Transit commuter train slammed into a station last year has filed a wrongful death lawsuit. Lawyers for the family sued Tuesday in State Superior Court in Hudson County. They are seeking unspecified damages. The 34-year-old Brazil-born lawyer was standing on a platform when she was killed by falling debris in the September 29th, 2016 crash in Hoboken. Also, more than 100 people were injured in that crash just last year. And the biggest news that come out today is that Senate Republican leaders are delaying their vote on their prized health care bill until after the July 4th recess because they do not feel that they have enough votes to even begin debating the legislation. Utah's Mike Lee became the 5th Republican senator to oppose letting the chamber formally begin considering the proposal. Lee was among 4 conservatives who announced last week that they were against the current version of the legislation. His spokesman said today that Lee would not vote to commence debate on the bill as it is currently written. And a hospital and healthcare system based in western Pennsylvania says it is dealing with a widespread cyber attack. A spokeswoman for Heritage Valley Health System says the attack today is affecting the organization's entire health system and employees are working to ensure safe patient care continues. Heritage Valley is a $480 million network that provides care for residents in western Pennsylvania, parts of eastern Ohio, and the panhandle of West Virginia. It wasn't immediately clear if the cyber attack was related to the outbreak of malicious data scrambling software that appears to be causing mass disruption across Europe today as well. Also affected is New Jersey-based Merrick, the second largest drug maker in the United States, with extensive operations in the Philadelphia area. All right, everybody, and we just received the 2-minute warning for Sean Spicer to come out to start the press briefing. So we are in now a 2-minute window. Also, at this press briefing will be the Secretary of Energy, Rick Perry, making a statement as well. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and we do appreciate all our viewers watching on our Facebook Live as well.
Good afternoon. Nice crowd. I know everybody's excited about Energy Week. We certainly are here at the White House. And that's why we've got Secretary of Energy Rick Perry here to talk to you about what the President and others in the administration are doing all this week to emphasize our commitment to American energy dominance. And he'll take some of your questions after that. And of course, I will be happy to step back up after that and answer questions on other non-energy related topics. And be nice to him. He's from Texas, not quite Arkansas, but still a good neighbor. So
a good neighbor.
Thanks.
Sarah, thank you. And my privilege to be here today to share with you a little bit of the observation that I have relative to Energy Week. This week, the Trump administration will bring together state, tribal, business, labor, all together, one room, happily sitting down and discussing how we're going to go forward, what the path forward is for U.S. energy dominance. And President Trump wants America to achieve energy dominance by utilizing our abundant resources for good, both here and abroad. I think an energy dominant America means self-reliant, means a secure nation, free from the geopolitical turmoil of other nations who seek to use energy as an economic weapon. An energy dominant America will export to markets around the world, increasing our global leadership and our influence. At DOE and across the administration, we're ending the bureaucratic blockade that has hindered American energy creation. You know, the United States has been a net energy exporter, a net energy importer since 1953, almost as long as I've been alive. But thanks to innovation, technology advancements, we're on the brink of changing this, and in very important elements of an American energy portfolio. 10 years ago, people would never have guessed that by 2018, the United States is expected to be a net energy exporter of natural gas. American companies can and already have exported U.S. LNG to our international trading partners in Europe and Asia. Unleashing our full energy potential in this country will lead to robust job growth and expansion in every sector of our economy. This week, we will also reaffirm our commitment to clean energy. That binary choice between pro-economy and pro-environment that has perpetuated, or I should say been perpetuated by the Obama administration, has set up a false argument. The fact is we can do good for both, and we will. There was one fact missing from the headlines about the U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. That is that the United States already leads the world in lowering emissions. We've done this through innovation and technology, not by signing agreements. The Paris Agreement put the taxpayer on the hook for a costly deal. There was $1 billion already out the door. Thankfully, this president has the good sense to step in before billions more had been committed. We've already seen the fruits of innovative, clean technology like CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, sequestration. That Petronova plant just on the outskirts of Houston, Texas, uses a process to remove 90% of the carbon dioxide after coal is burned to generate energy in a clean way. Then it uses that captured carbon for enhanced oil recovery. Instead of preaching about clean energy, this administration will act on it. I believe no clean energy portfolio is truly complete without nuclear power, and so does the president. If you want to see the environment and the climate that we live in affected in a positive way, you must include nuclear energy with its zero emissions in your portfolio. Do it safe, do it thoughtfully, do it economically. Under the leadership of the United States, the world can benefit from that. This administration believes that nuclear energy development can be a game changer and an important player in the development of our clean energy portfolio globally. I believe we can achieve this by focusing on the development of technology, for instance, advanced nuclear reactors, small modular reactors. Under President Trump's leadership, we will continue to advocate for a very broad, all-of-the-above energy portfolio to allow the United States to achieve energy independence, dramatically reducing our trade deficits, and create jobs beyond the 6.4 million Americans who are currently employed in that sector. We look forward to hearing from Americans this week about how we can best move forward to reduce unnecessary government regulation and bureaucracy to promote jobs and economic growth in the energy sector. For years, they have been overregulated by Washington politicians and bureaucrats who believed they knew best. The lecturing is over with, and now it's time that we listen. With that, I will attempt to answer your questions.
On nuclear power, what specifically do you want to do to accelerate its development? And as has been seen in Georgia, there are still problems. The Obama administration green-lighted 2 plants. They're bogged down, primarily because a lot of American companies haven't built a nuclear power plant in 3 decades. There's a technology gap there. So how do you deal with that, number one? And number two, if this administration does advance the production of nuclear power, does it believe Yucca Mountain needs to be opened up, or that needs to be reconsidered as a repository for nuclear waste?
Well, it's very, I think, a very astute question you ask about the issue. For 30 years, the supply chain basically was stagnant. It was allowed to atrophy, if you will. This administration truly believes in an all-of-the-above approach, allowing nuclear energy to come and play an important role in a very diverse portfolio. So the idea that over-regulating and industry, that is one of the challenges. And it's not just about the United States from the standpoint of our being able to have an energy source that is reliable, that is zero emission. It's about America maintaining or regaining, maybe a better word, our leadership role in nuclear energy, because the Russians and the Chinese are very actively engaged in across the board globally to go put their technology to gain and leverage their political place, if you will, using nuclear energy as one of the levers. So this is a lot bigger issue than just allowing the United States a couple of plants in the southern part of the United States. It's a lot bigger than that. It's a lot bigger than just making sure that Westinghouse continues to be a stable American company. This is a massively important issue for the security of America and the security for America's allies. So keeping that in place, I think it's important for us to look at the options, clearly having a plan to keep America engaged in the development of nuclear energy. One of the things we want to do at DOE is to make nuclear energy cool again, from the standpoint of, you remember when we were kids. Well, sorry, you're nowhere near my age, but when I was younger in the 60s, and a lot of kids wanted to go into the nuclear energy field. In my alma mater, there were a lot of young boys and girls who wanted to be nuclear energy engineers. That's not so much the case today because this industry has been strangled all too often by government regulations. But we need, as a country, I think, to again bring us to that place where the nuclear energy is a part of a portfolio and to be able to sell it in great truthfulness and honesty about what it can add to America, both from an environmental standpoint and from a security standpoint.
What about Yucca Mountain? What about Yucca Mountain?
Well, you know, we've made no decisions at DOE, nor has this administration, from the standpoint of where we're going to look. Obviously, those are all options, but there's been no decision made about where we'll be going. Yes, sir.
Secretary, 2 questions for you. You mentioned the Paris.
Why do you all get 2 questions?
Oh, we like
kind
to
of the game we play now.
You mentioned
gets 2, the rest of us get 3.
You mentioned the Paris Agreement. Do you believe, sir, that climate change is happening and that human activity has made it worse?
Here's what I believe, and I'm pretty much on the record, but I love giving the opportunity to talk about it again, is the climate is changing. Man is having an impact on it. I've said that time after time. The idea that we can't have an intellectual conversation about just what are the actual impacts. I mean, as late as this last week, an undersecretary for the Obama administration, Steve Coons, he believes that we need to have a sit down and have a conversation, that the data is not, from his perspective, and obviously he was a good enough scientist to be asked by the Obama administration to come in to be an undersecretary at the DOE. He doesn't think that the science is settled. So why not have a conversation about that? I mean, what is the other side? The people who say the science is settled. It's done. If you don't believe that, you're a skeptic, a Luddite. I don't buy that. I don't think there is, I mean, this is America. Have a conversation. Let's come out of the shadows of hiding behind, you know, your political statements, and let's talk about it. What's wrong with that? And I'm full, well, you know, I can be convinced, but why not? Let's talk about it. Yes, sir.
Just hold on, just to finish your thought, though. You said that you do believe that climate change is happening, and you do believe that human activity has contributed to it. So the discussion you're asking for is just what to do about it?
Sure. Is that okay? I mean, don't you think we ought to do that?
It's not up to me to say whether it's okay.
Well, why? I mean, you know, you're an American citizen. You ought to have a part in
Secretary,
that.
thank you. You have a lot of energy.
Yes. I come from a place with a lot of energy.
My one question is on U.S.-India energy relations, which Prime Minister Modi had a discussion here with President Trump. Energy was the major discussion and issues, and also, of course, pending civil nuclear energy between the U.S. and India.
Yeah.
So can we talk, sir, where do we stand as far as energy is concerned? Because India is still waiting when the U.S. trucks will move as far as nuclear and clean energy is concerned.
Well, let me address the global issue of the United States and India and the relationship between the Trump administration and the Modi administration. And I happen to think there was a picture yesterday that I happened to see that I thought was very reflective. And it was of these 2 individuals embracing each other. And I think that was a clear message around the world, that the United States and India are going to be substantially closer. Energy is going to play a very, very important role in that. Last night at dinner, we talked about the 3 areas of which there will be great back and forth, cooperation, deal making, if you will. One of those is in LNG. The other side of that is in clean coal. Thirdly is on the nuclear side. So there is great opportunity for India and the United States to become even stronger allies, stronger partners, energy being the glue that will hold that partnership together for a long, long time. Yes, sir.
Quick question. Well, 2 actually.
I knew
first
it
of all,
would be.
both
See, our gentleman over here is the only one that had an honest assessment.
I have 2
Just kidding.
You had said that it's not binary, that the environment and energy can coexist. But the real question is, as far as fracking and clean coal, opponents to that say that, in fact, that it isn't environmentally safe, and that fracking and coal are going to destroy the environment. And I'd like to get your comments on that before the second question.
Coming from a state that probably did as much hydraulic fracking as any other state in the nation, and interestingly, a number of things happened in Texas over the decade plus that I was the governor. One was there were more jobs created in that state than any other. There were 7 million people added to the population rolls while I was governor. There, arguably, economically, the state led the country. There's also a lesser-known story that you probably don't know about, but I'm going to share it with you. And that is that during that period of time, you had this massive job growth. You had this population growth of 7 million. You know what 7 million people is? That's a lot of pickup trucks on highways. That's a lot of non-point source pollution, correct? Your conventional wisdom would tell you, because of where you are geographically, the latitude, that you're prone, because of that big petrochemical manufacturing capacity along the Gulf Coast, to really drive up ozone levels. So there was a lot of reasons that the conventional wisdom would say you did a really fine job of creating wealth and jobs, but you played hell with the economy, or excuse me, with the environment. And the fact is we didn't. We drove down nitrogen oxide levels by over 60%, SO2 levels by in the mid-50s, and carbon dioxide levels by almost 20% reduction. Isn't that our goal? My point is Texas, which is 12th largest economy in the world, did exactly what I said. You can have economic growth and you can have the environment affected in a positive way. It can happen. Okay. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I had a second. Hold on, I had a second question. I wanted to follow up on Jeff.
I'll defer if you'll come back to me, sir. Or I'll go ahead if you like.
Come back to you.
All right, I just wanted to follow up. Thanks. I just want to follow up on Jeff when he was talking about climate change. Just to be straight, you're saying that
really be straight.
As straight as possible. Climate change is a fact, but you want us to have a discussion about exactly what has to be done about the climate change. It's not up for discussion, that part of it.
I have no idea what you just asked.
I asked you to be as straight as possible. Climate change affected by
So I'm going
man.
to give you one more time. You get one more chance to ask this question. Okay?
I'm only speaking English.
I want you to think about how you're putting this out here.
I'm putting it out this way. You are saying that climate change, man has affected climate change, and the discussion is about what we do with it, not whether or not we've affected it. So going forward, that's resolved.
No, what I said was, climate's changing, always has. Man at this particular point in time is having effect on it. How much effect is what's at debate here. And more importantly, what is the United States going to do to affect that? Are we going to sign an agreement with somebody that really doesn't call anybody to making any changes? You look at that agreement and what China and what India are required to do, and they're nothing. How many coal plants? 300 plus coal plants we've built in India. So, I mean, why would we sign on to an agreement that is not holding other people to account and asking us to give $3 billion? I mean, that's the first ante. And the Trump administration said that's nonsense. I agree with them, it's nonsense. Now, can we agree that we ought to have a conversation as a people? Intellectually engaged, not screaming at each other and not saying, standing up in the middle of my speeches and saying you're a climate denier, when the fact is, I just want to have a conversation about this.
Isn't that what the scientists have done?
No, they haven't, because when you have a scientist like Steve Koonens that stands up and said the science isn't settled yet, I tend to say, okay, well, let's have a conversation and get these guys together. In my Senate committee, I said, let's have a conversation about blue team, red team, get together and talk this over. Okay, you're up.
If I can, Secretary Perry, thanks for being here. I want to ask you about coal specifically. The EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt earlier this month said, and he appeared to be quoting the Department of Labor statistics. He said very simply, the U.S. has added almost 50,000 jobs in the coal sector. In fact, the coal portion he was referring to since the fourth quarter. In fact, the coal portion itself has only grown 2,400 jobs, and in the last month, it only grew 400. There are only a total of 51,000 coal jobs in this country right now. So is it misleading Americans? Is the administration misleading Americans about where the real job growth is right now in this industry?
I don't think so. I was governor a long enough period of time that job numbers come and go. They go up and down, back and forth. What this administration wants to do is to send a message across the country and around the world that America is going to use all of its energy resources in a thoughtful, appropriate, and economically feasible way. The coal industry is part of that. When I have conversations with my counterparts in Rome at the G7, when I go to the Clean Coal Ministerial in China at Beijing earlier this month, we talked about coal, and we talked about the opportunity of American coal to be sold globally. So the idea that we're going to be continuing to develop that fossil fuel that's a reality. That's real. We're going to use coal as a producer of energy for years to come. I think the question for us is, are we able to do it in a way that is economically feasible, environmentally sensitive? And I think the answer is yes. Petronova in Houston, a great example of that. So the point is taking that snapshot and saying, okay, this is, a static picture, maybe a little bit unfair.
Then following up quickly, if I can, since you get behind the scenes in ways that we don't. During the campaign, you famously said of candidate Trump that his candidacy was a cancer on conservatism.
That has nothing to do with energy today.
But he's been here for 6 months. So what do you make of it? So Secretary, what do you make of it? You get to see him. You get to see him in person. What do you make of it?
Good to see you. You asked.
What do you make of his conservatism? It's a simple question, I think.
You want me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I thought you were talking to Tom.
Oh, I was just saying hi to Tom. He's just a great American.
So maybe you can help us resolve something. We've questions have been asked here a lot in this briefing room. The president himself, during the campaign, called climate change a hoax. Have you had that conversation with him? Do you know if he shares your view that, in fact, the climate is changing and human activity at this point in time is contributing to that change?
I have not had that conversation with him.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time. I want to ask you about your concerns about the electrical grid and what you all are doing to ensure not just its safety, but further growth and development. And on gas prices, are you concerned about the direction they're going? Should American people expect gas prices to continue to fall?
So let's get over on the grid. Obviously, the Department of Energy has a both scientific, they have a historic reason to be involved with that. One is that at one of our national labs, we have a test grid of which we are able to go out. One of the reasons that the Department of Homeland Security and DOE is involved with grid security is that DOE operates a substantial grid, a test grid, if you will, where we can go out and actually break things. We can infest it with different viruses and what have you to be able to analyze how we're going to harden our grid so that Americans can know that our country is doing everything that it can to protect, defend this country against either cyber attacks that would affect our electrical security or otherwise. So the ability for us to be able to continue to lead the world. I mean, I think we all know the challenges. I mean, we saw the reports as late as today of what's going on in Ukraine. And so protecting this country, its grid, against not just cyber, but also against physical attacks, against attacks that may come from Mother Nature, weather-related events, all of that is a very important part of what DOE, DHS is doing together. What was your second?
Gas prices.
I'm not in the business of trying to tell people what's going to happen on gas prices. I mean, they may go up, they may go down, just like they've always done. Our job is to make sure that America has a diverse energy portfolio so that we have as many options as we can have. Whether it's developing, we went and developed huge wind energy portfolio in Texas while I was the governor. One of the reasons we were driven that way was because gas prices went to $12, $13 an MCL. And we had way too much invested, if you will, in just one or two sources of energy, and we thought it made sense to look at these renewables from the standpoint of having diversity in our grid. So that's our job, to try to have as diverse an energy portfolio as we can in this country. The market will manage the cost of gasoline. Supply and demand will work.
On that cyber attack you were talking about, can you give us an update? Do you think that the U.S. energy grid is being targeted with this particular cyber attack? And can you give us an update on U.S. utilities that have been hit?
Listen, I don't have any reason to be different from you that think and know that there are cyber actors out there, cyber terrorists. They may or may not work with nation states. They may be lone type ranger attackers, if you will, that would try to get in to hold companies, countries hostage in some form or fashion. So, you know, whether it's a particular country, you know, I don't have any reason to point at one country and say this one is, you know, we know that they're involved in certain places in the world. They're out there. Instead of worrying about who they are and what's going on, and here in a public setting, doing the work to make sure, as he asked, and he made a point about having the best security that we can, have the best defenses that we can to be able to identify and to protect our grid.
Have U.S. utilities been hit?
Thank you. You've mentioned the Paris Climate Agreement a number of times. President Trump said he wanted to get a better deal. Has he or you or anyone in this administration begun that process? And do you think it's possible, given that a number of leaders have said it's a deal that can't be renegotiated?
I'm pretty sure the President of the United States wakes up every day thinking about how to get a better deal in a host of different things. Specifically to that, I've never said, Mr. President, let's talk about what the better deal is. With that said, I don't have a problem whether it was renegotiation of NAFTA, which some of you have been around here long enough to know that I was involved with the original NAFTA negotiations, and I think, you know, renegotiate the deal, get a better one. That's what President Trump does. That's his mindset, and I think our allies and those that may not be our allies need to understand that that's where we're going to be coming from.
Mr. Secretary, you mentioned that you did this work in Texas. What do you see as the role you've mentioned at greater length, whether it's fracking or clean coal, as you cited it, or nuclear? Where do you see the role for renewables moving forward from this administration?
I think the renewables are proving themselves to be a valuable part of a diverse portfolio. So I full well expect solar and wind and maybe some forms of energy that we don't even know yet. That and one of our, you know, extraordinary national labs is being looked at right now that may give us some potentials that we don't even realize we have. Yes, ma'am. Right in the middle.
Peter's question about jobs, because that's where a lot of the jobs are happening now, especially seeing solar and wind. So do you see this as a growth for the American job market?
Sure.
Sir, I want to go back to a piece that really has not been talked about, the issue of coal. There are some critics who are saying this administration wants to make coal great again. Talk to me about, and us about, your plans with coal. It is basically being wanted by many countries around the world, and we still have yet to figure out a clean enough use for it as you're dealing with climate change issues.
Well, I'm not sure if I agree with your observation that we haven't figured out a clean use for coal yet from the standpoint. Well, there's some that you can't make it clean enough. So, I guess that's who I'm referencing to. But when you can take 90% and upwards of the CO2 out of the air when you're burning coal, you know, I don't know how high you have to raise the bar to make some people happy. With that said, let me share with you some of the things that we're seeing in our national labs. For instance, being able to coal is the root source of rare earth minerals, and if we hadn't done this work on clean coal technology, we would not have realized that there are ways that we can extract these rare earth minerals out of coal and coal ash. And so, again, I ask people to be open-minded about innovation. You all remember 15 years ago, and we were hearing this fellow travel around the country giving a speech about peak oil. We had found all the oil there was. Sarah, your dad and I went to lots of Republican governors' meetings, and one of them, this guy came and gave the speech, and he said, we've found all the fossil fuels, all the oil and gas has been found, it's a downward slope. That's a fact. Settled science may have been his word. I don't recall that, but he might have said that. That was the point, though, that all the oil and gas had been found. Except George Mitchell didn't read that, didn't believe that. Innovation, technology, drives this country, it always has. And I think we ought to be a little skeptical when somebody says, this is the end of this is bad. It's okay to ask those questions. So my point is that with coal, there may be some uses of coal that we never even dreamed of before that can really make a big difference. Because when you think about the rare earth minerals that are controlled by countries outside of the United States, and our being able to come up with the technology to retrieve those may be a real game changer. So with that,
I have one last question, sir.
Yeah.
You're a former governor, and people are talking about states as it relates to repeal and replace of Obamacare. If you had states' rights, sir, thank you.
By and large, I wasn't going to talk about anything outside of energy, but you've touched on one of my favorite subjects,
well, thank you.
And that is federalism. And yeah, here we go. You asked, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So I happen to believe that the states are laboratories of innovation. They're innovators just like we have at our national labs. Governors, I think, have within their states and their bright young people who work with them in the private sector, they will come up with ways to deliver health care that can put more people under coverage for less money and give options to their citizens. I know for a fact that Connecticut is not like Texas. They're just not. And to say that Washington, D.C. can come up with a one-size-fits-all solution to health care that's going to address all of this and do it in an economically feasible, thoughtful way is just so much nonsense. It's just, that's not true. Let the states have this Medicaid opportunity. The ones that want it, if somebody says, oh, I'd rather have Washington take care of me, then that's okay, that's their call. But the states ought to be given the opportunity. And I will suggest to you, you can save substantial amounts of money, come up with options for their citizens that are substantially better for the citizens of their state and save this country mountains of money.
Mr. Secretary, going back to the threats against the power grid, what about the threats of an EMP attack? What are the steps being taken to prevent against that or to protect against that sort of attack?
I think our national labs are looking at all options, that being one of them.
One quick follow-up on your comments earlier about Westinghouse being a stable and American company. Obviously, it's been owned by Toshiba for more than a decade now, but Westinghouse is in the middle of these bankruptcy proceedings, and several buyers are on the market. You sit on CFIUS. Are you saying that you would block efforts by any foreign company to purchase what remains of Westinghouse Electric?
I know the process, and that is a classified piece of information that I would not give here.
Mr. Secretary, to follow on cybersecurity, have you been getting reports about a current cyber break-in at a number of U.S. nuclear plants? It's been confirmed by the Grid Monitor. The investigation, I think, is codenamed Nuclear 17. Do you have any information about that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This morning, President Macron of France called President Trump and invited him to come to Bastille Day, July 14th. Do you see this as a way that the French are taking up his suggestion for negotiating a new climate change agreement, and would you urge him to make the trip?
I would always look at an invitation to a party as a good thing.
Mr. Secretary, you're very enthusiastic about nuclear power and the potential that it has. A lot of people are still scared of nuclear power because of nuclear waste and nuclear plant safety. And this has been happening since the 60s, when one television documentarian said that really it hasn't changed in terms of what we know to do with nuclear waste, which isn't much. Can you assure the American people that nuclear waste and nuclear plant safety are such that we should expand nuclear power in this country?
You know, I would reflect that or deflect that, if he was here, to President Macron of France, who gets 70+% of their power from nuclear energy. Now, this is the country that wouldn't buy Texas beef for some reason. Yet 76% of their energy comes from nuclear power. So the French, who I've always thought were a little bit, different, and that's in a good way. You know, they recognized us as a state back in the 1830s. So we actually have a really close personal relationship with the French. We like them. We had an embassy in Paris. They had one in Austin. As a matter of fact, it's still there, called the French Legation. Invite all you to come and see it. But the French are a little different when it comes to some things. And one of those, I would find it really interesting that our French friends are very comfortable getting 76% thereabouts of their energy from nuclear, and I can assure you they're very fond of getting it at the rate they're getting it.
Question about Yucca Mountain, please. Yucca Mountain question, please.
One
right over here.
last
Yeah.
question. Oh, I've been so bad to this side. You're it. You're the last question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Secretary, thank you. You mentioned federalism, the power of governors. Recently, as you know, the Trump administration has scrapped the Clean Power Plan, which was hampering many states. Now you've got governors, who you just said have certain authority. You've got governors that are saying, we're going to go ahead and institute the Clean Power Plan in our states anyway, regardless of what the EPA says. Doesn't that put those states at a tremendous economic disadvantage? And what would be your message, sir, to those governors?
I think governors and their citizens need to be given that right to make those decisions. I said many times that I thought that Colorado was wrong in allowing for the use of marijuana, which they've decided to do. But that's their call. I will defend that right robustly. But that ought to be their call. I mean, if they want to put it, I mean, Jerry Brown, we were together in China, at Beijing, for the Clean Energy Ministerial. We saw each other, shook hands, walked as we were going by. Jerry's decided he wants his state to be involved with the Paris Agreement, however that works, which is fine. That's his call. Texas will still be there to take any businesses that would like to relocate. And that's the beauty of all of this. Allow America to be competitive. Allow Americans to pick and choose where they want to live, under what types of governments, and we'll figure it out. But this idea that we're going to have one size fits all out of Washington, D.C., one of the reasons I came to serve with President Trump was because I knew he believed in that. And he believes in competition. And the future of America is brighter because we have a president who believes in American exceptionalism, America competition, and making America great again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come back.
Come on back, yeah.
I don't think anybody will question whether or not Secretary Perry's a high energy guy, that's for sure. Great guy, wrong football team, but that's probably for another day. On top of Energy Week and everything that Secretary Perry and other cabinet members have on the agenda for that, we've got a full schedule of events and actions from the President's cabinet today on everything from global human trafficking to assistance funding for small communities. This morning, Ivanka Trump joined Secretary Tillerson at a State Department event releasing the 2017 Trafficking in Persons Report. As Ivanka said this morning, human trafficking is a human rights issue. that affects millions, and this report is an important tool for the administration to combat this tragic problem. The full report is available on the State Department website. I encourage you guys to take a look. Also this morning, the Department of Veterans Affairs Secretary Shulkin hosted a meeting of robotics experts for a robotics and healthcare roundtable. The VA is embarking on the largest transformation and modernization effort in recent history, and part of that will be developing a robust robotics program within the department. Yesterday, the Interior Department announced a record $464.6 million allocation to help small communities, further demonstrating the Trump administration's commitment to all Americans. In states like Utah, which received nearly $40 million, and Nevada, which received $26.2 million, these investments are an important part of the federal government's role as land manager and neighbor to local communities, including many of those that play a big role in feeding and powering our nation. Many of these small communities in states like Nevada are also being hit particularly hard as healthcare insurance premiums rise and insurers flee their Obamacare exchanges. It's because of the people who will have no choice for themselves or their families that it's so critical that the Senate votes to repeal and replace Obamacare. Every day a new announcement is made that puts health insurance out of reach for thousands of Americans, whether insurers are hiking up rates or leaving markets entirely. Today, the Vice President is on the Hill to attend the Senate policy lunch and hold additional meetings, and he'll be hosting senators at dinner tonight in his residence. Both the President and the Vice President are fully engaged with the Senate and are helping to create a consensus that will push this bill over the finish line. As Sean said yesterday, the President talked extensively with several Republican members over the weekend, including Senators Cruz, Paul, Capito, and Johnson. He spoke to Senator McConnell this morning, and he's invited all Republican senators to the White House later this afternoon to continue these discussions. The President is optimistic that Republicans will live up to the promise that they've been making to the American people for 7 years by repealing and replacing Obamacare. I know you guys are probably a little bit tired since we've been here a while, so you want to skip on the questions? I figured it was worth a shot, and with that, I'll take your questions. Charlie?
Recently, Breitbart News challenged the accuracy of the CNN story, and afterwards it was retracted, deleted, and the editors responsible were fired, as well as the network apologized for the story. One of the targets of the story accepted the apology. The President went on Twitter this morning and repeated that CNN was fake news. Why isn't their response good enough for the President?
I don't know that it's that the response isn't good enough for the President. I think it's the constant barrage of fake news directed at this President probably that has garnered a lot of his frustration. You point to that report. There are multiple other instances where that outlet that you referenced has been repeatedly wrong and had to point that out or be corrected. There's a video circulating now, whether it's accurate or not. I don't know, but I would encourage everybody in this room and frankly everybody across the country to take a look at it. I think if it is accurate, I think it's a disgrace to all of media, to all of journalism. I think that we have gone to a place where if the media can't be trusted to report the news, then that's a dangerous place for America. And I think if that is the place that certain outlets are going, particularly for the purpose of spiking ratings, and if that's coming directly from the top, I think that's even more scary and certainly more disgraceful. And I hope that that's not the direction we're headed. I hope that outlets that have continued to use either unnamed sources, sometimes stories with no sources at all. We've been going on this Russia-Trump hoax for the better part of a year now with no evidence of anything. Things like the success at the VA barely get covered. They may get covered for an hour at a time, but this story gets covered day in, day out. And I think America is frankly looking for something better. They're looking for something more, and I think they deserve something better from our news media.
Does the President actually expect? Does
I'm
the
sorry?
President actually expect us not to report on stories of a foreign country trying to influence the presidential election?
I don't think it's that it's expected that you're not to report on, again, actual news if there's something there. But again, I think that there are a lot of things happening in this world that frankly a lot of people would like to hear about, whether it's job growth, whether it's deregulation, whether it's tax reform, health care. I think a lot of those things deserve a lot more coverage than they get. And all we're saying is, you know, I think that we should take a really good look at what we are focused on, what we are covering, and making sure that it's actually accurate and it's honest. If we make the slightest mistake, the slightest word is off, it is just an absolute tirade from a lot of people in this room. But news outlets get to go on day after day and cite unnamed sources, use stories without sources, have, you know, you mentioned the Scaramucci story where they had to have reporters resign.
Come on, you're inflaming everybody right here and right now with those words. This administration has done that as well. Why in the name of heavens? Any one of us, right, are replaceable, and any one of us, if we don't get it right, the audience has the opportunity to turn the channel or not read us. You have been elected to serve for 4 years at least. There's no option other than that. We're here to ask you questions.
Right.
You're here to provide the answers. And what you just did is inflammatory to people all over the country who look at it and say, see, once again, the president is right and everybody else out here is fake media. And everybody in this room is only trying to do their job.
Well, I disagree completely. First of all, I think if anything has been inflamed, it's the dishonesty that often takes place by the news media. And I think it is outrageous for you to accuse me of inflaming a story when I was simply trying to respond to his question. Kevin.
Thank you, Sarah. I just rapid fire because I know we've had a bit of a long briefing here. Would it be fair to, let me ask you this way, how would you describe the president's mood on health care? Concerned, still encouraged, and what did you make of the CBO score, if you talked to him about that? And then secondly, I want to ask you about the warning to Syria. What's the message that the administration wants to convey, not just to the world community, but also to the American people who see headlines like that and they wonder, are we hurtling headlong into a major situation in that part of the world?
I'll start with healthcare first. Obviously, we're continuing to be optimistic. The president is committed, as he said, and all the members of the administration have said repeatedly, to repealing and replacing Obamacare, working with the Senate, working with the House, making sure we get the best bill. For us, it's never been about the timeline, but about getting the best piece of legislation that helps the most Americans. And that's what we're continuing to do day in, day out. That's the reason the president has asked members of the Senate to come here today so that they can talk through that, so that they can figure out the best way to move the ball forward. That's the goal of the meeting this afternoon, and that's the goal of the administration. In terms of the CBO score, as we said yesterday, the CBO is a budget office, and while it does very well at times predicting things on budget, whether it's revenue or spending, I don't think it does a great job, and I think the administration's been clear and consistent that we don't always agree that it does a great job predicting coverage. I think we saw that given their history. They projected that Obamacare, there would be 24 million people that were part of that. There were only 11, and that number is dropping every day. So I don't have a lot of confidence in that number on that part, but I do think that some of the places where they do a good job, again, are on the budget and the revenue side. And the CBO score that they pointed out was that it would cut deficits by $300 billion and cut taxes by $700 billion. I think those are good things, and I think when they focus on the budget side, that's probably a good thing. And I think you had a second part, sorry.
The warning to Syria, what's your message to the international community and also to the American people who may be concerned when they read a headline like that they're thinking, well, we may be hurtling toward a situation that involves the U.S. in that part of the world?
I think that the message from the statement yesterday was extremely clear. I don't think it was a gray area. It was pretty black and white. Major.
Can you explain, because you went on the record this morning, what the process was that led to that statement last night? Were members of the team at the State Department or the Defense Department taken aback by that statement, or were they fully involved? Can you give us an idea of how the process internally worked to deliberate that statement and then create the statement for public release?
Right. I can tell you that leadership from the State Department, DOD, DNI, the CIA, as well as members of the administration within this building were part of that process from the very beginning and fully aware.
Can you give us a timeline from the very beginning? Was that a yesterday or?
I'm not going to walk through the detailed process of a timeline on how that was released for intelligence purposes.
You just said you accept or find valid the CBO numbers on the budget side. Is that true throughout?
They're a budget.
Assessment yesterday?
They're a budget office, and I think on the initial numbers that we saw from that, the cutting of the deficit, the cutting of taxes, I think that that's where historically they've been more accurate as well. It's not just my, like I've decided that, but historically that's where they've been.
For purposes of the public looking at this, would this administration accept the budget and revenue numbers that were published yesterday as generally speaking valid and worth taking seriously?
I would think so for the most part. I think in large, yes. Jennifer?
Two things, one on Google and one on the economic forecast. So European officials have slapped Google with this $2.7 million fine. Is the White House cool with European regulators hitting a U.S. company with a fine when our own Federal Trade Commission hasn't accused them of anti-competitive behavior?
At this point, I don't have anything for us to weigh in on the regulations of a private company, but if anything changes, I'll let you know.
Okay,
Kristen?
sorry. On the International Monetary Fund, so they lowered their forecast for U.S. Economic growth down to 2.1%, which is lower than what the president has been hoping for. Can you share some reaction on what you think about this new IMF forecast?
I haven't had a chance to dig into that, but we'll certainly circle back with you on it. Jim Stenson?
Sarah, you called on me, Sarah.
Oh, sorry. Jim, let me take Kristen. I did call on her, and I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If Syria is poised to launch another chemical weapons attack, isn't that an acknowledgement that the airstrikes in April didn't work, Sarah?
Look, I think that our goal every day is to do what we can to protect life in all forms and to take steps to move the ball forward in defeating ISIS, defeating all efforts of terrorism, and I think the statement yesterday helped to do that.
Why will a paper statement work, though, when airstrikes didn't dissuade Bashar al-Assad?
I don't know that it didn't, based on what we know at this point.
And just to follow up very quickly, was there a principals meeting, a deputies meeting before that statement was issued by Sean Spicer last night?
I know that there was a routine meeting that took place yesterday. I don't believe that there was anything beyond that yesterday. Jim?
Sarah, two questions, just like NBC. Given the news about CNN's...
Be careful letting NBC set your standard there, Jim.
Given the news about CNN's erroneous story about Anthony Scaramucci, does the White House believe there are other Russia-related stories from major outlets that have not been retracted and are just as false, including the February 14th story in the New York Times about collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, which James Comey called into question, which many believe the CNN story was based upon?
I would have to look back at that specific story. There have been many by the New York Times that I would probably disagree quite a bit with. I think you could take it pretty straightforward that this administration disagrees with all of the stories that claim that the president and his campaign colluded with Russia in any capacity. So I think he's been extremely clear that he believes that's a hoax, and certainly something that's not true and didn't take place. And any story related to that, you would, I think, find frustration from this team here.
For the CNN retraction, does the White House now believe the news media have an obligation to review stories on the Russian Trump issue and retract questionably sourced stories on the topic?
I'm sorry? I'm not following the...
Do you believe that the media should go back and look at anonymously sourced stories on Russia and Trump and, maybe start a review process and retract where necessary?
I think that'd be a great idea. I certainly don't think that you would get arguments from us if there were retractions from outlets on fake stories. But I also think that, there's a moment where we can all do better. and I certainly think that's what we strive to do every day, and hopefully that's the goal. I know it is of many, and hopefully it will continue to be of not just the news media, but everybody involved in the process to continue to do better, to continue to strive for excellence, and to continue to deliver the best we can for the American people.
Sarah, on your question, Kristen.
Sarah, two healthcare questions. Okay, so you accept the budgetary calculations of the CBO, but not the projections on how many people would be insured. What about their projections on what would happen to premiums and deductibles? Is that something you accept or not accept?
I mean, I think they said yesterday that the premiums would go down roughly 30% by 2020. That seems, based on what we've done internally, pretty consistent. So.
For people of certain incomes, they would go way up. So you only accept them if they go down.
No, but I think in general and largely they predicted that they'd go down 30% by 2020.
Okay, and then another question. The president promised that his health care plan would not have cuts to Medicaid. Does he believe that a family of four making $60,000 makes too much money to qualify for Medicaid? In other words, that that's just too high an income to be getting Medicaid?
I don't know about a specific level breakdown. And again, there's a reason he's bringing senators over here today to talk through. We know there's going to be changes. We know there's going to be adjustments. The thing that the president was committed to is making sure that anybody that currently receives Medicare, that's not Medicaid, that's not touched. And that is consistent with what's in the bill, and that'll continue to be what he fights for.
Does he believe, he said the House bill was too mean. Does he believe that the Senate bill is less mean, as mean, more mean? Like, what does he think?
I honestly haven't asked him whether or not he thinks the Senate bill, the mood of it yet, but I'll check on that tomorrow and get back to you. Thanks, guys, so much. Have a good day.
You talked about CNN, Sarah. Can I ask you a question? Sarah?
And there we do have it. Sarah Huckabee Sanders ending the White House press briefing this afternoon. On topic today was lots of information about fake news and even a reporter going on a rant during the press briefing defending media members over fake news accusations. You can watch those clips right now on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. right, folks, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Downstream, we are going to show you from a little bit earlier Hillary Clinton speaking at the American Library Association in Chicago.
Thank you all so much. Thank you. I am so excited to be back here in Chicago for this occasion. Not only because this is the city I was born in and raised in, but because I really owe a lot to libraries and librarians, and any chance I can take to come and say thank you, I am so glad to do. I want to thank Dr. Julie Tadero for her leadership. I saw her backstage, and I said the phrase "Madam President" is still one of my favorites. And I want to congratulate ALA's new president, Jim Neal, who's taking the helm at such an important moment. I also want to thank John Anderson, president and publisher of Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing, because in a minute I will say a word about the children's version of It Takes a Village that will come out this fall, but mostly to be back here with librarians, authors, educators, people who come together every single year to learn from each other, swap stories, debate the fine points of archiving and internet privacy. And of course, try out some new apps. And then go home with heavy suitcases bursting with books. What could be better than that? And it's because you love books, and I'm so happy to be in such a gathering of people who love learning, who love to communicate about that. And I've thought much over the last few weeks as I've been working to finish my most recent book, which will explore what happened in the 2016 election and what we need to know about ongoing threats to our democracy. So it will also give readers an idea of what it's really like to run for president, especially if you're a woman. And there's a lot to that, not just hair and makeup. But ultimately, it's about resilience, how to get back up after a loss. And I think that's something we can all relate to. It is the most personal book I've written. I am looking forward to sharing it with you and readers because I know it doesn't have all the answers to every problem we face as a country, but I think it's important that we begin a conversation about who we are and what we stand for and the values we hold dear. You probably get asked a lot of questions about that. And I want to share 3 reasons today why I believe we need you. We need libraries and librarians now more than ever. First, reading changes lives. whether it's old-fashioned books or e-readers, wherever it is, I can remember the first time I got a library card. I was so excited. As a little girl, I was always reading something from Nancy Drew to Little Women to James Michener. And when I got that library card, it felt like I'd been handed a passport to the world. And over the years, my love of reading has seen me through good times and hard times. After this election, one of the things that helped me most, aside from long walks in the woods and the occasional glass of Chardonnay, was once again going back to the familiar experience of losing myself in books. I finished Elena Ferrante's Neapolitan novels. I devoured mysteries by Louise Penny, Donna Leone, Jacqueline Winspear, Charles Todd. I reread old favorites like Henri Nouwen's The Return of the Prodigal Son, the poetry of Maya Angelou, and Mary Oliver. I was riveted by the Jersey Brothers and a new book of essays called The View from Flyover Country, which turned out to be especially relevant in the midst of our current healthcare debate. And I've enjoyed making my way through the growing stack of books that people have sent me, often with notes that say things like, "This one helped me, I hope it will help you." Now, 20 years ago, I wrote a book of my own called It Takes a Village, and I did it because I thought we needed a debate about what it is children need to grow and prosper, how we can help create villages that help support parenting and families. I believe more fiercely than ever in that message. You see, I don't think anyone can build a business or heal a community or lift a country or really do anything in life worth doing all by ourselves. I really do believe we are stronger together. Now, that may not have carried the day in this past election, but I think it does stand the test of time. We have to come together in our communities, in our villages, if you will. And we have to set priorities about what's really important, not the passing fancy on reality TV, but what's really important to us as human beings, as Americans. And so I'm thrilled that It Takes a Village will be published by Simon & Schuster Books for young readers as an all-new, full-color picture book with illustrations by the phenomenal Marla Frazee. And I have a copy right here. I am obviously excited for you to read it, but I have to confess, I'm most looking forward to reading it with my grandchildren because some of my most treasured memories are of Bill and me reading to Chelsea when she was little, and now we love watching her and her husband Mark read some of those same books to Charlotte and Aiden. You know, Curious George and Goodnight Moon and The Runaway Bunny and so many others. And then I have to do a shameless plug for my daughter's own wonderful children's book, She Persisted. About 13 American women who overcame the odds stacked against them. Now, we know that scientists can literally watch the synapses and neurons firing when parents read, talk, and sing with their children. It helps our youngest learners start to understand words, build vocabularies, develop their brains. But every day, economic pressures on parents often translate to less time reading and talking and singing with the children in their homes. And statistics show that only about 1 in 3 of low-income children are read to on a daily basis in their first 2 years of life. We know what that means. By 4 years of age, children in lower-income families have heard 30 million fewer words than their more affluent counterparts. Think of that. 30 million fewer words. And because they hear fewer words, they often learn fewer words. That means they begin school with smaller vocabularies and then struggle to catch up. Coming to school without words is like coming to school without having had dinner the night before or breakfast in the morning. It makes it harder for kids to develop their creativity and their imagination, to learn, to excel, to live up to their own God-given potential. And it can have lifelong consequences. So reading is not just a nice thing to do, it's how we help give our children the best possible start in life. And if we're serious about raising curious, empathetic, brave citizens, that starts with raising readers. You know, books really do help us understand one another, help us consider perspectives we may not have thought about before, shatter stereotypes, spark important conversations about all kinds of issues. And years of data suggest that reading fiction builds empathy. It helps us put ourselves in others' shoes. One study even found that young people who read the Harry Potter books, which first came out 20 years ago this week, were more compassionate toward immigrants, refugees, and members of the LGBT community. And so it's impossible for me to overstate the impact on children who see themselves in the pages of a book and are introduced to people unlike themselves in the pages of a book, and then are inspired to dream a little bigger. I know I certainly remember scanning my history books for every sentence, and it usually was just one or two, about women in history. Harriet Tubman or Abigail Adams or Amelia Earhart. And that's why I was so thrilled to learn about little 11-year-old Marley Diaz, who noticed there were no characters in her books who looked like her. And she started the campaign known as 1,000 Black Girl Books and launched a national conversation. Marley and organizations like We Need Diverse Books are doing crucial work. But as influential as reading is, putting the right books in the right hands is only one part of your job. And so that brings me to the second reason we need libraries more than ever, because they are places for communities to come together. You see this every day. Libraries are one of the few places in America shared by people of every income, race, background, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation. Everybody is there. And at a time when 70% of teachers assign homework that requires the internet, and you have 5 million kids who don't have access to the internet at home, the library becomes an irreplaceable resource for those children. And so it is stunning to think about everything that goes on in a community library. A few years ago, I visited the Queens Library in Flushing, Queens, New York. And part of the reason I did was because Queens County, which is one of the boroughs of New York City, is the most diverse place in our country. And it was packed with people from all over the world looking for information in dozens of different languages. There were resources for veterans and voters, summer reading programs and coding camps. There were papers and primary source documents that made history come alive. It was thrilling to me to see people using the library as they were. The library is a place for aspiring entrepreneurs to work, to delve into data and resources to help get their businesses off the ground. You can drop by so many local libraries for resume writing workshops and job training sessions. And so now more than ever, libraries are a place where immigrants and refugees can come to learn English, to know their rights, to get advice. And for a young person growing up in a small town, the library can be a lifeline, a place to feel supported and to know they're not alone. When an elementary school in Wisconsin recently canceled an event in support of a transgender...
All right, everybody, we are going to be leaving this Hillary Clinton event, going to take you to a live event happening in just a little bit. This is out in Cincinnati, where Sam Dubas's family will be speaking publicly for the first time since Ray Tensing's second mistrial. If you remember this story, Sam Dubas's family speaking publicly after a judge declared a mistrial Friday for the former University of Cincinnati police officer who killed Sam Dubas. So we'll be learning a little bit more during this press conference. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream.
Okay. How do you feel? I know. I know. And it's warm in this room. Comes in. If not, she's having a very difficult time just today. Well, every day, but especially today.
All right, we are going to monitor this. It seems like there's some sort of audio problems right now. We'll try to see if that is on their end or our end here, but let's see.
To do a press conference today to discuss what we've been discussing since we got the horrible news on Friday that the jury was not able to come to a decision. So now after 2 trials, we thought it would be best for us to reflect on that, have some family discussions, some family meetings, and then share our thoughts. We did share some thoughts right after the trial, but we really wanted to pray about that. Because my mom says God's will is sufficient. So we wanted to pray to make sure that this was the direction that whatever direction we felt the Lord was asking us to go or leading us to go. So we did that. We talked about it. And now we wanted to share with the public and the community who have been so supportive where the family stands and what we're trying to accomplish. So just a few things. I wanted to... I had written a statement, like this whole statement of stuff to say about Sam, and I thought, I don't think that the people in the community know enough about Sam, so I really wanted to read something that I wrote just about 2 months after Sam died, and it was just my thoughts about Sam. So I wanted to, it's 2 pages. I wanted to take a few minutes. It's going to probably take me about 5 minutes to read this because I think people need to know about Sam and what I thought about him. And it's a statement from me. All my siblings actually wrote one, but I'm going to read this, and it's going to be coming from Tarina, but it's really the whole family's experience with Sam. Every aunt, every cousin, my mom, my siblings, and everyone. So I thought I'd read this to you all because I think these juries are not evaluating the evidence. I think they're evaluating Sam and whether or not his life was valuable and whether or not Tizzy's life is valuable. That's just my take on it because I think the evidence is clear. So I wrote this, and so it's going to all be from where I was sitting in, I think the end of August 2015. I'm still sitting right here. My family is still sitting here, so I thought it was relevant. And it starts off, just says, thinking of my brother Sam.
All right, obviously, audio problems here. We'll see if we can get another feed for you there in the future.
It's hard today to do this as it was in 2015. It is hard to sit here and try to put into writing what my brother Sam meant to me. It is still so soon after his murder that I find it extremely difficult to think back on many different recollections so that I can share a meaningful memory without completely tearing up, as I am doing now even as I write this. The finality of Sam's death is still something I am deeply grieving, as it is such a huge loss for me and my entire family. The tragedy and injustice of it all is so overwhelming, still today. The fact that Sam was so optimistic about his future and has spent nearly 7 straight hours, only months before his death, telling me all about his hopes, plans, and renewed commitments for his life, relationships, and health makes having him just ripped from us all the more heartbreaking. Sam was all about family and friendships, and he really was. He would call me often, urging me to plan the next event for the family get-together because he relished the moments of family, friends, food, laughter, and love. How unbelievable that all of that has been stopped cold with a bullet in his head, and it is devastating. When Sam loved you, you knew it. He is a dear soul. I guess I have to say he was, since he is no longer with us. He was a sensitive soul. Sam and I grew up together. I am 1 year older than he. We ate together, we cried together, we celebrated together, we laughed together, we argued together, we relished in one another's accomplishments together, and we loved and looked out for one another. I felt and still feel very protective of my little brother. For more than 9 years, until my mother gave birth to another child, Sam was my only brother, my only sibling, and the two of us formed a special bond that I have always valued and appreciated. Sam was an independent spirit who reached out to help me, my children, and so many others with his wisdom. He always thought he had some special insight. He was so philosophical on a particular topic and would call me at all times of the night to share it. When we were young, I didn't appreciate this side of Sam as much. But as we both grew older, I came to really appreciate the generosity that his protective nature and insightful thinking demonstrated. Though Sam was very protective of most of those he loved, and everyone in the family feels that, I was always very protective of him. I wanted to protect Sam and to look out for him. Yet, even though he was 1 year younger than I found that this was precisely what he wanted to do for me, and he did. I have 43 years of memories of life with my brother. There are 43 years of experiences, laughter, jokes, competitions, board games, card games, music listening, fights, arguments, phone calls, dinners, and family hardships, losses, and events and celebrations that I was blessed to have with him. I could share how he always told me, his big sis, is what he's called me, how proud he was of me all the time. I could share about how even as a kid, Sam would run home full of excitement, to share a new joke or a new song. I could share details about the many days and nights it was just Sam and me, and how much care and interest we both took in learning what the other was up to. And we're trying to annoy one another, because that was our deal, you know. Trying to annoy one another for the fun of it. He would usually win in that competition. I could share how Sam would often serve as the resident comedian in the family and in the room, and how his jokes sometimes caused friction with others. My mom would have to intervene on his behalf. I would as well, to make everyone understand that he was just joking. I could share how I called Sam a mess for his troublemaking, and he would say, "But I'm your mess, big sis," and then proceed to give me the tightest hug you can give another. Although all through our lives, I'd say, "Sam, you are a mess." And this is my last page. And he would respond with, "But I am your mess, big sis." I cannot believe he won't ever say that to me again. I cannot believe he won't ever say that to me. And he won't ever give me that huge, tight hug again. I felt so safe and loved when he was around. I could share how he loved the music from a very young age and would almost force me to sit and listen with him just one more song that he knew would be the hit. I could share how every time he made a new CD, he'd bring it to me or call me to listen and have me sitting in the car with him for hours just listening to the music. I could share how his entrepreneurial spirit took over his life and how excited he always was to begin a new endeavor. I could share how Sam was one of the most trusting and optimistic people I know, and how I often felt a need to remind him to be careful, that he would not be taken advantage of or done wrong by people seeking to take advantage of his big heart. I could share how much interest we both took in one another's children, and how Sam developed over the years to appreciate more and more his children. Sam took an interest in
All right, everybody, we are going to go now to Chicago, where just moments ago, 3 Chicago cops were charged with obstruction in the Laquan McDonald case. Remember, that happened back in 2014 of a shooting death of the 17-year-old Laquan McDonald, shot some 16 times.
Yeah.
With some AC.
All right, everyone, we have lost that feed coming in from Chicago. Looks like they have just dipped bars. I am still getting my computer desktop set up, so stay with us while we work to get this. There we go.
That's we set it feeling.
All right, everyone. Looks like this feed from Chicago is frozen. Hopefully we get a better feed from Chicago as this press conference is highly anticipated. Laquan McDonald trending. This dash cam video, once it was released, very controversial. Many people really upset following the shooting death of this teenager, shot 16 times. We are working to get a better feed for you as this press conference is scheduled to start in just a moment. All right, everyone, we are getting a different source for this feed. Stand by. We should get a better feed of this press conference. There we go.
Note that the grand jury investigation into this matter is continuing. The defendants are expected to appear voluntarily for arraignment, which is scheduled for 9 a.m. on July 10th, 2017 at 26th in California in the Layton Criminal Building. It is also important to note that an indictment is not evidence of guilt. The defendants are presumed innocent and are entitled to a fair trial at which the government has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would like to thank my team for their hard work and diligence and thank the state's attorney for use of this room, but just to avoid any confusion, please note that they are not involved in this matter. And with that, I will take your questions.
Can you talk about specifically how they conspired allegedly to conceal the facts, etc.?
The indictment alleges that they failed to interview specific witnesses, that they lied or provided false or misleading or mischaracterized information on official forms, and that they failed to complete the investigation of the incident in a manner that would reveal the truth.
With so many hung juries and mistrials of cases involving officers, what's your level of confidence that the Chicago cops can be convicted in this case?
I have to take these facts as they are given to me. I have been appointed in this case. I cannot be concerned with other cases. I have been appointed to complete a task. My team and I will be diligent in completing that task. The investigation in this matter continues. We will follow all roads where they lead. We will seek the truth.
You mentioned in the indictment that there are others, known and unknown, that are involved in this conspiracy. Are you able to elaborate on that? Are there any charges that you're still looking into on other officers?
That information at this time is not public. The investigation does continue.
So the three officers who were on the scene that night, and did their alleged criminal acts begin at the scene and then subsequently continued in the days and weeks following?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of your...
Three officers on the scene that night.
Yes, they were.
Will the three officers who are the defendants still be required to testify at the police board hearing of Officer Van Dyke tomorrow?
I have no involvement in the Officer Van Dyke proceedings, so I have no idea.
So are the officers cooperating with your investigation other than those who were... Are any officers cooperating at this point? Are you getting help from other officers?
The investigation continues. I cannot speak to information that is that specific.
So are you able to tell us if they're in custody yet?
If no one is in custody, no. The defendants are expected to appear at arraignment on July 10th.
How would you characterize their behavior in this case?
Okay, she had it first.
So since the grand jury, the special grand jury is still being convened, the door is open for other officers to be indicted later on, correct?
The investigation continues.
So this kind of goes beyond the code of silence, doesn't it? They weren't just silent, they were active.
The indictment speaks to the activities of the three individuals. It speaks to actions they took as well as actions they did not take.
And how to speak to this kind of behavior, as you said, for people who are sworn to serve in combat?
I'm not sure if I get your question, but if you're asking me to speak to other individuals, I'm unable to do that because my task here is these individuals.
What these three officers did, how egregious is that, what they're accused of doing as people who are wearing uniforms?
Egregious enough that the grand jury indicted them on 3 felonies that carry a sentence of 3 to 5 years imprisonment and fines of up to $25,000 on each count.
What should the message be to other officers?
The grand jury in this case viewed the activity that was named in this indictment by probable cause in such a way as to indicate that they would be charged with 3 counts that carry a penalty of 3 to 5 years imprisonment and a fine of $25,000 if convicted.
Do you know the last time any charges like this were brought against Chicago police officers?
I don't know.
And has your investigation taken over a possible federal investigation into obstruction of justice? Is that one done now, and are you the sole prosecuting authority?
I have nothing to do with a federal investigation. This is a state investigation. I was appointed for these purposes, and this is the only jurisdiction that I have.
Does the purview of your jurisdiction include whether or not the mayor and other political officials knew of a videotape beforehand and kept silent about it?
The order appointing me special prosecutor was specific with respect to my jurisdiction, and I am investigating pursuant to that order.
Could you talk about what led you to the indictment in terms of, was it interviews with, potential witnesses and other officers? Can you talk about, the evidence, if you will, and what led you and brought us to this point?
The evidence will be presented at trial if there is a trial, and at that point the evidence will be presented, hopefully beyond a reasonable doubt.
So you can't characterize at all sort of any of the steps?
Not at this time.
Now, of the 3, just Officer Gaffney is still with the police department. The other 2 left the force. Is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure who's still at the police department. It's my understanding that 1 or more of them may still be with the police department. I don't know.
So they've not been taken into custody?
No, they will not be taken into custody. They will appear for arraignment on July 10th at 9 a.m. at the 26th and California at the Criminal Court Building.
So can you explain, that's almost 2 weeks away, or roughly 2 weeks away, so is that just most people would be taken into custody, so, or I would assume, so why are they just out without any, have they been processed at all?
It's very typical for a situation like this to give a courtesy call to the defendants and let them know when the arraignment is, and if the prosecutor anticipates that they are not a risk of flight or a danger to the community, which are the standards, to allow them to appear at the arraignment, which is what we are doing in this situation.
If they're convicted, will they lose their pensions?
I don't know.
There are several officers accused of corroborating these stories. Can we expect charges and indictments against them?
The investigation continues.
Can you talk at all about the investigative steps that led to these charges in a broad sense? What went into this investigation?
Well, as you know, there's a grand jury that is investigating. Typically, a grand jury would issue subpoenas, receive information pursuant to those subpoenas, and then evaluate that information, which is what this grand jury did.
It's a long ways down the road, but if Officer Van Dyke is cleared at trial, and if the shooting was found to be justified, does that undercut the basis for your case that these reports were all fabricated to make it look like it was justified?
Officer Van Dyke's case is a totally separate case from this case. This grand jury investigation is a totally separate grand jury investigation from Officer Van Dyke's case. This case stands alone.
Was anybody given immunity from future prosecution and to give their testimony and led to these indictments?
That's a question that was already asked and answered.
Can you speak at all as to why these three in particular have been indicted, as opposed to many of the other officers who are still being investigated?
The grand jury reviewed information and evidence, issued subpoenas, deliberated, and the grand jury has issued an indictment of these three individuals, and their investigation continues.
Do you feel like you were limited at all in your investigation, sort of politically, by having to only look at the officers and not commanding structures, oversight structures, politicians, etc.?
When appointed, any individual who is appointed seeks to do the best job they can pursuant to the appointment orders. I have not been limited in any way, shape, or form with respect to my appointment orders, and my team has done everything that we believe is fair and just in this case with respect to the investigation.
Can you explain why, I noticed in several occasions you kept referring to the unofficial code of silence. Is there a reason for using unofficial there? I mean, it suggests that it's very limited phenomenon.
I don't know that, I'm suggesting anything with respect to that. If you have the official code, share it with me. I'll issue you a subpoena.
The indictment mentions several unnamed individuals identified by letters. Most of these would appear to be command rank officers who signed off on reports. They're noted as having signed off on reports. Any reason why those officers, many of whom are known to have viewed the video of this incident, haven't been charged?
The investigation continues.
All right, last question, please.
Will you be trying the case?
If it goes to trial, yes.
Who are the three individuals that they did not interview or did not pass along or purposely ignored? Are they people who witnessed? I mean, who are these?
Should this matter go to trial, then that information will be revealed.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So that wraps up the press conference. This is pretty big news. Laquan McDonald's trending nationwide as 3 cops are charged in the alleged cover-up of McDonald's shooting death. Now, you may remember when that dash cam video was released that showed McDonald being shot 16 times. So he was 17 years old at the time of the shooting. In case you missed any part of that press conference, we will have it in full on our YouTube page. That's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We are now going to take you back to Cincinnati, where that press conference from the family of Sandoval continues here on News Now.
Apologize or acknowledge that what he did was wrong, then he should. But since his lawyer just said that there was nothing reckless and he purposely shot someone in the head, I don't think there's any apologies coming. That's another point I wanted to make. Tenzing, they want to know everything Sam wore, everything Sam had in the car, everything that was ever in his body. But Tenzing, it was not fair for us, the jury, to know that Tenzing was wearing a shirt that represents keeping black slaves while he shoots a black man in the head, and then comes up with the most ridiculous lie about how he was dragged, and 2 other officers support that lie. So let's just, if Sam had killed Tenzing, and he had on some Black Panther shirt or I hate white people, that shirt would have been in evidence. That jury would have seen it every day, all day. But they're going to say, well, that shirt meant nothing to me. Tizzy said that shirt meant nothing to me. That shirt meant more to him than Sam's life, clearly. And the judge should have allowed that shirt in. He was wearing it. It's not like they're going into his house and looking through his drawers. He wakes up in the morning and puts on Confederate flag T-shirts while he's pulling over more black people than anybody else on the force, while he's shooting a black man in the head, and then says, you know, he was dragging me. That Confederate flag T-shirt was relevant. It was at least more relevant than marijuana, which Tizzy said he didn't even suspect was in the car. So, I'm sorry for hijacking that. No.
Like the Walter Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say
Well, wait, because you might want to say something.
Guilty, like Walter Scott's killer, the police officer, to violating civil rights. And then the state agreed not to charge that police officer, not to take him to trial again. Would a civil rights conviction, a guilty plea by Ray Tenzing, would that be enough? Would that give you peace? Because as you said, you may never get a jury to...
We're going to get a jury. We're going to get it on the third trial. I have to believe that. That's why we're trying to pursue it. But what you're asking, Deb, is would we go... Okay, but you have to put the scenario right. If they charge Tenzing and retry him in the state of Ohio, and at the same time the federal government charges him with violating civil rights, and during that time they put him in jail for life at the federal government level, or 20 to life or something, then I'm not going to care as much about him walking free and going to get a job as a police officer, which is right now what we're dealing with. But I want Tenzing to be convicted. I want Tenzing convicted at both levels. It's not an either or for me. I want Tenzing convicted in the state of Ohio for killing my brother, and then I want him convicted by the federal government for violating his civil rights. It's not either or. It's both. It's both. Because that's what's supposed to be afforded regular citizens of America. It's not like they say, well, if they don't charge him for this, then we'll charge him. They both have a standing here. He violated Sam's civil rights. He should be charged for that, regardless of what the state did. And the state should have charged regardless of what the federal government did. When you kill a person in color of law, when you're a law enforcement officer, it should automatically ring the bell, which they said it does at the Department of Justice, for them to consider violating civil rights. But they need to be down here. I need for the Department of Justice to come here and arrest Tenzing, charge him with something, because maybe we can get a federal jury to see how he violated Sam's civil rights. But I think that the jury is in this county. It's too many thousands and thousands of people contacting us for me not to think we can get a jury in this county. But in this state, at the very least, if they have a change of venue. But I'm not going to be okay if Prosecutor Dieters does not retry this case. So if your question is it, if they do it, will we do? I still want him to retry it. I still want Tenzing to sit in the courtroom. I still want a jury to say, yes, you did, what you did was wrong. And right now, no one's told him that. He's a liar. He lied on the police report. Everybody knows he lied on the police report. Everybody knows those other two officers lied on the police report. He has not been, nothing has happened to him. Nothing has happened to him. If we want to see Sam, we have to go to the, well, we don't see Sam. That's over. And nothing has happened to Tenzing. So while people want to say Tenzing's family, his family may be lovely, but his family is not on trial. Tenzing is. And I want Tenzing to go to jail for the rest of his life. The other thing is, the reason why it matters that we get both cases is because even if he's convicted of murder in Ohio, that's only 15 to life. He's going to be out at 15. So he needs to walk from that jail straight over to the federal prison where for violating Sam's civil rights. And if anybody thinks that's too harsh, just imagine it being your brother. And he didn't take off his seatbelt. And when he didn't take off his seatbelt, the man is already pulling for the gun. And then after that, you have 2 years of that man calling your brother, mother, sister, uncle, aunt a liar, a criminal, a drug dealer, and saying that he was committing felonious assault on you. We don't have one morsel, not one morsel of remorse from Tenzing. He's accusing Sam of felonious assault this last week.
Your family has to dig deep, find some kind of strength and energy to look ahead, because you've got a long road. But you've made that.
This is the rest of our life.
You're determined.
Yeah, it's the rest of our
so
life.
much pain. All of my children, my grandchildren. I mean, it's a lot of pain in my family. His cousins, you know, my sisters, everybody. Sam, we have a huge family. And he was, and can you imagine?
He was a
just
part of
all of,
everybody's life.
correct. Everybody loved him. We came up like I was in my mom's house when I had them, and they all came up together. And it's like he's got a huge family, and he was well loved, and everybody just the pain. When the jury, when we left the courtroom the other day, and I went in the room with my children and my nieces, it was so much pain in that room. I couldn't stay in there. This pain is unbearable. And for somebody to cause you so much pain, I lean on the Lord. I lean on the Lord, and I see, and I try to give my children that strength to carry on, And some of them, typically, sometimes I be scared. I be scared for them all because I know it's hard. It's hard for me, so I know it's hard for my children.
And it's not like we don't think, it's not like we're saying people don't die and you have to grieve and move on. We're saying that the person that killed Sam, first of all, Sam didn't die. So he didn't just up and die. He was killed by a police officer who he legally had to stop for. I have to get that through because he would have never been interacting with Tenzing. So he legally had to stop for someone, and then he couldn't be protected in that in exchange. Tenzing owed Sam protection. When people want to say, well, Tenzing owed Sam that. His job is to protect and serve. Even if I'm breaking the law, if I were stealing something and someone were called because I'm stealing something, and the police walk in and shoot me dead, that's not an appropriate punishment for what I was doing. I'm trying to get that across. It's not like we're saying Sam wasn't doing anything wrong. We're saying that his punishment was outrageous. People can see that when we're talking about Otto, but they don't see it when we're talking about Sam. And what is that about? Injustice is injustice everywhere. It can't be injustice when North Korea does it to an American, but not be injustice when a law enforcement officer in the United States of America does it to an American citizen. This is injustice. But Sam cannot continue to be the criminal. I think we could move forward in life with peace. Going back to what Deb asked, if we could get some sort of justice. Now, if we fight every fight and we never get any, then that'll just be a piece of pain that'll never heal. But I would like to see Tenzing go to jail, and I'm going to fight. My sister is going to fight. She's quiet as can be. She talks. She lets it all out when it's just us. And she may say something here, but none of us are comfortable with this. We're not comfortable with a man being able to accuse Sam. If your daughter was raped and people were accusing her of being at fault for the rape, would you ever be okay with that? You'd never be okay with that. If the rapist was able to go in the courtroom and say, I raped her, but she had slept with 50 men yesterday. I knew it, and I just thought I could just be the 51st. You wouldn't say that was appropriate if she said no to the 51st. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter what Sam did wrong before he met Tenzing. It only matters that Tenzing was wrong when he shot him in the head. If we have to stop judging the victims and saying, well, he had weed in the car. We can excuse that bullet. He had 13 kids. We can excuse that bullet. Tenzing was justified in shooting him in the head. No, not one human being, even the people who want to say Tenzing was wrong, not one has said they saw Tenzing being dragged. This is the problem. They know that shooting was not because he was dragged. They're just excusing it because they want to say it was because Sam was living a lifestyle they somehow don't agree with. I haven't had one person say, I do see it.
not a logical, reasonable, rational, sane person, say, I mean, I did have someone who say niggers should be shot on a blog, and I did have someone who say, well, that's just one less monkey in America, but those people I don't consider valid. So when it comes to valid people who have reasoned minds, who aren't racist bigots, I haven't had any of them say, I see Tenzing being shot. They've even said, I don't think Tenzing should go to jail. I mean, being dragged. But they haven't said it's because he was dragging Sam. They say it's because Sam wasn't complying. And then I say, well, is it okay if your family doesn't comply for a police officer to shoot him in the head and that's good? Does that stand for your family? Nowhere in the United States Constitution or in any of Ohio's laws does it say that you can shoot people for not complying. That can't be okay, and that is exactly why these juries are hanging. I know it, you all know it, everybody knows it. They're not hanging because Sam was Tenzing was the threat. Every day he said, I had to stop the threat. I wanted to jump up in the courtroom. It took God to keep me sitting down. I had to stop the threat. I had to stop the threat. The threat. The threat. What, being a black man in America, what was the threat? I had to stop the threat. He said that so many times. I hope he chokes on those words one day. I had to stop the threat. So that's why there is no, the reason why my mom says there's all this pain and anger is because we just had another murder in our family. Someone was murdered, innocent person was murdered. And guess what my cousin, the mom said? You know what, Trina? That person will go to jail. There's no video, and they will go to jail for that murder. She said, but Sam, my dear beloved cousin, who is like a brother, this is what she said, he will never get justice if Tenzing gets to walk around free. She said, as horrible as it is, the people who did that will go to jail. She believes that with her core. I do too, because it wasn't a police officer. As soon as you put on a badge and a gun, all bets are off. I don't want to stop for officers. I've never had a problem with officers in my whole life. I'm sitting in the courtroom and felt like it was a hostile environment. I never felt that in Judge Shanahan's courtroom. In Judge Gibbs' courtroom, I felt like we were sitting in a hostile environment. I felt like those deputies were there for us. I felt like if any one of them pulled out their gun and shot me in the head, they would have said, well, she reached for her purse. I thought it was something. I felt that. I'm not saying that to you. I'm telling you that this was what I felt every day. They were allowing Tenzing's family to go in without being searched. We all are searched every single day we walk in the courtroom. My brother was on trial. We were on trial. We're still on trial.
Can you clarify something for me? Is the Justice Department currently looking at this, or what is the status?
Can we move the microphones over, please?
It sounded like they...
Did you want to answer that?
No, you go ahead and say.
I don't know if the Justice Department is, I don't know what the Justice Department is doing, which is why we're going to be submitting some material to them and making a formal request. I was informed that the Justice Department was monitoring this ever since it happened, but we don't have any charges yet.
Do you have somebody helping you with that?
Yes. Yes. Well, we have a few people helping us with this.
Anybody from our community?
We are asking for that help. We actually started that today. So we're asking for the city leaders and communities, the city leaders and community leaders to help us communicate to Prosecutor Dieters that we want to retrial, and to the Department of Justice that we want them to file charges against Tenzing for violating Sam's civil rights. We are asking for everyone that we can get that we think has some influence or ability to voice that this would be the right thing to do, to step up and do that.
What would your next move be if Prosecutor Joe Dieters comes back and says, I'm not going to try for a third time?
To ask him to reconsider that.
He said today from his office, spokesperson Joe Dieters won't be announcing anything until at least the week of July 10th. Is that he's taking a lot of time to make this decision and make an announcement? Does that put you guys on edge? How do you feel about all of this waiting?
I don't feel bad about it. My mother said, she said to us, the passion that the prosecutor office has, she said it's like Sam was their son, because they know wrong when they see it. So I think that they're going to treat this case like they believe in it, and I think that would compel them to retry it. I have to believe in that because Prosecutor Dieters and all of his team has told us they thought those charges were
All
right.
of them people are righteous people.
Mhm.
They believe in doing what's right to do.
It's not for us. They didn't even know our family. Prosecutor Dieters, when we met him in July 2015, said, you all can sit here and watch this video, which I already knew exactly what happened. It was like I had already watched the video because I knew Sam had never done anything to that officer. We watched the video, and then one of Prosecutor Dieters' team members said they were going to arrest Tenzing. And ever since that day, I have not doubted their judgment, their commitment, their dedication to seeking justice. Now, I do understand that prosecutors have to evaluate and weigh a lot of factors. And he could very well come back and say, we believe in this, but we just don't believe we can get a conviction. And I would probably have a real heart-to-heart conversation with him. I would also go to some case law on other cases that have been tried 3 times. And I would help him understand that this is the case to take 3 times, that he has to take this one. But I think he already wants a conviction. You got to understand, the reason why Prosecutor Dieters called it a chicken crab stop and said Tenzing should have never been an officer, even though people are getting on him for saying that, because it was a chicken crab stop. My brother Aubrey calls me all the time to say, because he passes the university all the time, Tarina, I just saw 10 cars today with no front license plate. I saw 20 cars with no front license plate. Today he called and said, I saw all these cars with no front license plate. He said, and none of those people are going to get bullets in the head if they are white. That's how he feels. And the reason we feel that is not because we're racist or prejudiced, because we are not. It's because Tenzing isn't there anymore, first of all, and he put over more black people than any other officer. And Judge Gibbs did not allow that, nor the Confederate flag T-shirt, to be allowed into evidence for the jury. So I think that they're going to give it their all. If ultimately he concludes that, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Excuse me. Now, if you're a policeman and you haven't done nothing wrong, what should you have behind? Why should your attorney be asking that this not be evidence?
If they're comfortable, right, that it's all relevant, I mean that it's all harmless.
I haven't did nothing wrong. I done did my job. Why are you hiding stuff? You know, they shouldn't have nothing to hide, and it shouldn't be allowed for them to hide anything. You know, that's all of this is unfairness. Unfairness to my dead son. You know, that's all I can see. Everything that's been done in that courtroom was unfair. My son was the criminal. He was the one that was on trial. And Tenzing was never on trial.
And his family was never walked, you know, the deputies were in there for us. And I say that because I lived it every day in that trial. And I felt like, I hope no one feels what we felt in Judge Gibbs' room. That was an added pain. I feel like if a dead black man gets treated like this by this judge, what does a live defendant, what's his chances? If he ever gets Judge Gibbs, he needs to run. I feel like that. If there's ever Judge Gibbs, he needs to run. Because my brother, she yelled at the prosecutor, rolled her eyes at the prosecutors, and she said, I hate these charges, referring to the charges against Tenzing when there was a media hearing. I know this is going to be controversial, but I don't care. Judge Gibbs was not the right judge for this case. I wondered if she was wearing a Confederate flag T-shirt under her robe. I wondered that. So I have no problems with saying that judge treated my brother like a criminal in the courtroom, and he was dead. The man that put a bullet in his head, she yelled at the prosecutor. She yelled at them in front of the jury. Now, if that didn't influence the jury, I don't want to hear about people talking about what's the makeup of the verdict. The judge set it up to make sure there was never going to be guilty, never in her courtroom. The prosecution was brilliant.
Yes, he was.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And that judge made sure that was never going to be guilty. And we already knew. We said if he's found guilty, she will give him the least charge there is. I've been wanting to tell the world about that judge. I didn't know I would talk about her so much today because she has bothered me that you can't get justice. I mean, we're fighting a police officer. That's a bad enough system to go up against. And now we have the judge telling us, your brother, your son, your cousin, your father. We want the jury to know about irrelevant garbage, but we don't want to tell them that the man that shot him in the head, if Sam were the defendant, do you really think? If Sam were the defendant, she wouldn't let that T-shirt in if it was something about hating white people? If Sam were the defendant, would the jury have known that Sam pulled over more white people and pulled guns on them than any other officer? Of course they would have. If Sam were the defendant, would the judge say she hates the charges against him? And if Sam were the defendant, would she say, yell at the prosecution and treat them with such disregard? She treated that prosecution like I've never seen a judge. Judge Shanahan, I commend her. I wish she would have never recused herself. I never felt like she was for us, but I never felt she was against us. That's the thing. I'm not looking for anybody to have sympathy for this family or sympathy for Sam. We're looking for justice. And Judge Giz worked overtime to prevent justice. And she was the second lawyer for Tenzing in that courtroom.
Well,
y'all do with that what
Goodis
you
told us that when we
Yeah.
came in there. She said, I'm making sure that everything be fair.
For Tenzing. And then she said over and over, we need a fair and impartial jury. And we left the courtroom every day and said, well, can we get a fair and impartial judge? I mean, she wanted a fair and impartial jury, but we can't have a fair and impartial judge? They got too much power, too, if they're allowed to sit in there and do what she did. Because she was overtly for Tenzing. It wasn't a little bit of subtlety here. It was outright, I'm for Tenzing. I hate the prosecution. I'm sure she doesn't hate them as a person, but she hates them because they were defending Sam. They were fighting for justice, and she was against it, and she made that clear from day one. So, do you have anything to say?
You pretty much said it all.
So I think do you have any other questions? So we're fighting. Our next steps, ask Dieters to retry. That's what we're doing. We're going to be praying for that. Ask the Department of Justice to move forward with charges on civil rights violation. Continue to work with the community on peaceful marches and protests. We have to say how much we love and appreciate. I think you said it, Mom, but we really do. We love and appreciate every human being who has ever offered any support for this family in any way whatsoever. The people out here on the streets don't even know us personally, most of them. They are just out there in the pouring rain, whatever. They're out there. We appreciate them, and we appreciate both juries. On both juries, there were people who saw only the evidence. I don't think they based it on whether I like Sam or don't like Sam. They based it on evidence. And the ones who decided that Tenzing that they wanted to acquit him, I don't think they're looking at the evidence. And I want them to look at the evidence. If it wasn't this clear, we wouldn't be this outraged about it. Thank you.
Wow, okay, so that was a pretty lengthy press conference. We showed you most of it. Looks like they have already cut away from the podium there, but Sam DuBose's family very concerned about the fact that the officer was not found guilty. There was a mistrial once again. His sister emphasizing that her brother's punishment did not fit the crime, even bringing up Otto Warmbier and the situation in North Korea. Another example of a punishment that did not fit the crime. His sister saying, we care about Otto, but what about justice here in this country? A very interesting press conference indeed. We now have this live bump shot outside the White House. It looks like a makeshift press conference is set up. We do know that senators were expected to meet with the president at the White House regarding the health care bill. It's possible that this stakeout cam is set up as we expect senators to speak following their meeting with President Trump. All right, everyone, while we wait for some activity outside the White House, I'm going to go ahead and play this event from earlier today. I showed you some of it earlier. I want to go ahead and play the rest. Vice President Pence speaking at the U.S.-India Business Council. I'm going to play that in the corner of your screen now.
Call them home. I know the U.S.-India Business Council will continue to play a leading role in promoting pro-growth policies and engaging new commercial partnerships. And our administration is committed to this goal as well. As the President announced yesterday, his daughter Ivanka Trump will lead the American delegation to the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in India this fall. And I was very humbled when Prime Minister Modi extended a personal invitation to me to represent the United States, and we're already making plans to take him up on his invitation. In fact, I told him when I was governor of Indiana, one of my ambitions was to be the first governor from Indiana to visit India. I didn't get it done then, but Prime Minister and I had a nice chuckle because he told me that the words India, Anna mean coming to India. You know, the President and I are very confident that with the help of this great council, with the commitment that the President and Prime Minister Modi renewed yesterday, we're going to usher in a new era of jobs, opportunity, and prosperity for both our countries and for all our people. But as we all reflect that security is the foundation of our prosperity, and under the leadership of President Trump, the United States will also expand our partnership with India to protect our nations, our citizens, and the values that we cherish. Yesterday, President Trump reaffirmed the United States' commitment to our, in his words, incredibly important security partnership with India. We're proud that India is a major defense partner for the United States, and as the President said yesterday, our militaries are working every day and will continue to enhance cooperation and working together. We'll make great strides in defeating the common threats that we face. The United States and India seek the same objectives in the Indo-Pacific region: prosperity, security, peace. We both want to uphold a rules-based system of national sovereignty and international law. We both want lawful commerce to flow unimpeded on the seas and in the air. These practices and principles are foundational to prosperity and security across the Indo-Pacific, and the United States is grateful to see India step into its role as a regional security provider and partner. But our two nations' mutual interests stretch far beyond the region. As India has grown, so has its role on the world stage. And in recognition of this fact, let me assure you, President Trump and our administration fully support India's permanent membership on a reformed United Nations Security Council. In this time of widening challenges and unknowable threats, the United States welcomes India's strong bilateral relationships with our common friends and partners across the world, such as Japan and Australia, countries across the Middle East and Southeast Asia, because we increasingly, all of us, face the same issues and face the same challenges. Of course, the greatest threat facing the peace and prosperity of Indo-Pacific region is the brutal regime in North Korea. President Trump and I are grateful for India's leadership in fully implementing United Nations sanctions and for its commitment to use its growing global leverage to increase diplomatic and economic pressure on North Korea. We must not waver in our resolve. North Korea's reckless actions are a threat to us all, so all of us must continue to step forward to work in close cooperation with one another and all of our allies and partners in the region to ensure that we bring the appropriate amount of economic and diplomatic pressure until North Korea permanently abandons its nuclear and ballistic missile programs once and for all. Let me also thank India for its continued commitment to stability and security in Afghanistan. A peaceful Afghanistan is good for India, it's good for America, and a peaceful Afghanistan is good for the region and the wider world. And finally, the United States and India are committed to strengthening our partnership in the fight against the greatest evil of our time, the threat of global terrorism. Like the United States, India is all too familiar with the grave danger posed by radical Islamic terrorists. These barbarians have struck on Indian soil too many times over the decades, including the horrific attacks in Mumbai nearly a decade ago, and claiming the lives of more than 160 innocents, including 6 Americans. The United States and India already collaborate to a significant extent, but in the face of terror networks that are ever more sophisticated, ever more dispersed, we will continue to take renewed action to facilitate two-way information and intelligence sharing to confront this threat. Only by working together can we protect our people from the terrorist threat. President Trump and Prime Minister Modi have already agreed to strengthen our partnership for the protection of both of our nations and our people. And together, I'm convinced, in our time, we will drive the cancer of global terrorism from the face of the earth. This is a very exciting time for the relationship between the United States and India. I could see it in the faces of the 2 leaders yesterday and in the warm exchanges that took place between our delegations. As President Trump said just last night, the future of our partnership has never looked brighter. And I believe it. Long after the cameras left the Blue Room, we had an engaging time together, warm fellowship among friends. As Prime Minister Modi would say across the table as we talked about issues of mutual interest, he said, "We speak to one another as friends, and we always will." Every day, the people of India, the people of the United States are drawing closer together. At this very moment, some 4 million Americans trace their heritage back to India already as the children and grandchildren of immigrants or as first-generation immigrants themselves. Truth be told, their impact on America has made a profound difference in the life of our nation, and we celebrate that. Let's hear a round of applause for all our Indian Americans. And for generations, you Indian Americans have raised your families, built businesses, studied and taught in our colleges and universities, made your own mark, large and small, and been an inexorably vital part of the beautiful tapestry of American life, and we celebrate it. As I stand before you today, I can't help but feel a small measure of pride on behalf of the President to think of the first Indian American to serve on the cabinet of a President of the United States, the Ambassador to the United Nations for our nation, Ambassador Nikki Haley. The people of the United States and the people of India already share friendship. More than that, we share a future. And I believe our 2 nations have the power, we have the vision, the shared ideals to guide this still new century to greater prosperity and greater freedom together. I truly believe it's our responsibility to help guide countries around the world by our example on the path to prosperity, to guide it on a path to security. And I believe it is the responsibility of the United States and India to do this together, to guide the 21st century on a path to democracy and freedom. We hold the future in our hands, but I have faith that with your help and the continued energy of all the great men and women who've been a part of this council for some 40 years, with the leadership of President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, and with God's help, that the best days for America and India are yet to come. Thank you for the honor of addressing you today. God bless you all, and God bless the nation of India and the United States of America.
May I now invite to the stage.
All right, everyone, so that was a speech from this morning, VP Pence speaking at that U.S.-India Business Council Summit. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live feed from inside the Capitol building. We are waiting for members of Congress to speak out on the health care bill. Stay tuned. We are awaiting an update. And while we wait for individuals to speak out, I want to go ahead and play this video in the corner of your screen. Earlier today, Democrats spoke out on this health care bill. Schumer, one of those who spoke.
Folks. Okay. Well, what happened in the last few hours is a metaphor for what is going on here about health care. Democrats held pictures of working families who would be hurt by Trump care. Republicans were in their lunch with Steve Wynn, a multi-billionaire who would have benefited with a huge tax cut. We're talking about average American working people. They're talking about multi-billionaires. That's why they're in such trouble. That is why they're in such trouble, because their bill is aimed at helping the very wealthy, whereas we are trying to help American families. We know the fight is not over. That is for sure. We're not resting on any laurels, nor do we feel any sense yet of accomplishment, other than we are making progress because the American people are listening to our arguments. Over the next couple of weeks, we know that Leader McConnell will try to use a slush fund to buy off Republicans, cut backroom deals to try and get this thing done. So we're going to watch this bill and all the machinations, behind closed doors as they might be, like a hawk. But the truth is, as CBO made clear yesterday, the Republicans cannot excise the rotten core at the center of their health care bill. No matter what tweaks they may add in the next week and a half, no matter how the bill changes around the edges, it is fundamentally flawed at the center. The American people don't want Medicaid slashed. They don't want help. They don't want the help they need to fight opioid addiction, to help their parents in nursing homes, to help those with pre-existing conditions, and just to help the average person who needs good health care. The American people don't want all that changed and eliminated. The Republican bill is rotten at the core. The American people are not for big tax breaks to the wealthiest of Americans, nor are they for dramatically cutting their health care. That's why the bill has about 17% popularity in America, and even Trump voters don't like it. That is not going to change with any little tweak that wins over this senator or that. No matter what last-minute amendments are offered, the bill will force Americans to spend more of their paychecks on health care, to receive fewer benefits, so that the wealthiest Americans pay less in taxes. Until Republicans abandon that rotten core, they're not going to succeed in winning the American people over, and it makes it much less likely that they'll succeed in getting a bill done a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. The ultimate reason this bill failed is because the American people just didn't like it. It's not what America stands for. Now you say, well, will you work with your Republican colleagues? We want to. And we have two suggestions. First, abandon tax breaks for the wealthy, abandon cuts to Medicaid, abandon repeal. And we can sit down and talk about improving health care. We think the ACA has done good. We're the first to say it needs further improvement. We want to sit down and talk to you about it. But we're not going to be in a position where we say, okay, only 15 million people will be uncovered. We'll support that bill. Billionaires will only get a $40,000 tax break instead of a $57,000 tax break. That's not the kind of compromise we're talking about. They really need some structural revision. And we have a second suggestion for our Republican colleagues to work with us. Abandon the closed-door, secret process they have used. Go to regular order. Have committee hearings. Allow amendments. and go back to the idea that you need 60 votes, a bipartisan majority, to pass a bill, and we can start over again and work together and try to get some improvements in our health care system. But if our Republican colleagues stick to this base bill, which so hurts working families, which so benefits multimillionaires and them almost alone, we're going to fight the bill tooth and nail, and we have a darn good chance of defeating it a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. Senator Durbin.
You know, for the last several months with the new Republican majority in the Senate and the House, we have really seen a national debate on health care. I think it was long overdue. The net result of it, today more Americans support the Affordable Care Act than at the beginning of the debate. As people reflected on what we set out to achieve with the Affordable Care Act, they realized how fundamentally positive it was for them and their families. To get rid of the problems of pre-existing conditions, to make sure that everybody had access to quality insurance, to provide Medicaid for those people who had low-income jobs and no benefits, who for the first time in their lives now had medical insurance coverage, to provide a subsidy, a helping hand to middle-income families to pay for their insurance premiums. All of these things were kind of taken for granted. Now I think people appreciate that those fundamental values and principles really are important for the future of our healthcare system. The Republicans just didn't get it from the start. They thought if they said we're against Obamacare, that's all they had to say. But the American people demand more when it comes to leadership, not just to oppose something, but to have a better idea. And the Republicans failed to come up with that better idea. They asked me my reaction today to this news from Senator McConnell. It's not jubilation, it's frankly relief. Relief for the 22 million Americans who will not lose their health insurance because of the Republican plan, including 1 million in my home state of Illinois. Relief for senior citizens who face dramatic increases in the premiums they were going to have to pay for health insurance. Relief for my rural hospitals in downstate Illinois, the heart of red section of our state that went strongly for Donald Trump. These were the hospitals that were in danger, according to the Illinois Hospital Association, of cutting back their services and their employees, and maybe some of them even closing. I feel some relief, but I don't think that this party is over. I think we're going to have to address this issue and should from this point forward. And it isn't based, as Senator Schumer said, on the bill that's been introduced. This Republican repeal bill is not some fine wine that gets better with age. It turns sour. And the reason it turns sour is because people come to understand what's included in this Republican package. They are not going to buy on to this idea that in order to give a tax break to the wealthiest people in America, we're going to cut the guts out of the health insurance and health system across this country. They want to make sure, and that's why we have the support, as we look around, of the medical advocacy groups, of groups like Heart and Lung and Cancer, and groups like the Congressional Budget Office, which that analysis did more to strike a dagger to the heart of this Republican repeal than anything else. I listened to some of my Republican colleagues who came before this microphone a few minutes ago preaching flexibility. Flexibility is not the same thing as funding. That's why Republican governors in Nevada, in Ohio, even in Illinois came out against the Republican repeal plan. They know better. You can't use flexibility to make up the difference for basic health care for thousands of people you represent in your state. I want to just reiterate what Chuck said in closing here. We are ready to sit down and work with the Republicans to make the health care system stronger. Take this tax cut for the rich off the table. Take these cuts from Medicaid off the table. Make a commitment to make sure that Americans are going to have more access to health insurance and more affordable health insurance. And I want to pull up a chair to that table. Thank you.
Senator Murray.
Well, it is no surprise that Senate Republicans needed another week or two to try to jam their Trump care bill through, given everything it would mean for families' health, for their financial security, and their own lives. We don't know what kind of backroom deals the Senate Republican leaders are going to be talking about cutting over the next 2 weeks, or which Republicans will decide they care more about towing the party line than protecting patients and families in their state. But here is what we do know. Senator McConnell is not going to give up. He wants to get to yes, and so does President Trump, even though their bill will mean that families' health care costs will go up, it will gut Medicaid, it will undermine protections for people with pre-existing conditions, and throw tens of millions of people
off coverage. Why? Because they are laser focused on giving the very wealthy and big corporations a massive tax break. So here's my message today to every patient and family, every mom, dad, caregiver, doctor, nurse, teacher, anyone who believes that Trump care would be devastating for their community. Do not let up the pressure. We saw what happened in the House. We need to keep fighting, and we're going to. And Democrats will be right there fighting along with all of you.
Senator Stabenow.
I'm very proud to stand here with a group of people and in a caucus that understands that this is personal for people. It's not political. Mitch McConnell and his caucus view this as a political exercise. They started it the day after we were sworn in, doing it in a way immediately that barred any bipartisan efforts to work together. They said they'd have it done by January 27th, and it's long after January 27th, and they're still looking to put together the votes. So first, I want to thank, and I know my colleagues do as well, every single person who's gotten engaged and told their story, who has marched, who has spoken up, who has been part of prayer vigils, who have sat in offices to tell their story. This is real. When they speak about states having flexibility, well, it's the flexibility as to who they're going to cut. Grandma in a nursing home, someone with cancer, a child who can't go to the doctor. When they say they want to cut these awful rules and regulations, well, those guarantee that when you buy insurance, you actually get covered for something. Prior to health reform, you could buy a very cheap policy, and if you got sick, you found out it covered nothing, not even one day in the hospital. So we are committed to making sure that people have access to affordable health care. If we're happy to negotiate, we want to sit down and make the system better. The private exchanges need some work. Prescription drug prices are too high. Out-of-pocket costs in some areas are too high. But Medicaid works. It's saving money. It's saving lives. And we're not going to trade cutting seniors and children and families on Medicaid for another tax cut for the wealthiest Americans. That's the bottom line for us.
Questions?
You say that Obamacare and the exchanges could use some work. If Republicans do eventually take repeal off the table, what kind of reforms would you be willing to make to shore up the individuals?
Well, we've sent them a letter which listed 5 or 6. One thing, get the cost of drugs lower. That's one of the biggest costs to average citizens, to average people. Put that in there. Second, toughen things up with the regulation of insurance companies. Sometimes they raise prices way beyond what they have to, is an important thing. Third, many of us think the public option is a good idea. And some of our colleagues have certainly what we ought to do first and foremost is stop them from sabotaging the bill by making permanent cost sharing. And we're going to move to do that quickly. If our Republican colleagues want to see the system stabilized, they can't keep sabotaging it. The insurance industry itself says make permanent cost sharing and you would stabilize the markets and reduce premiums. Those are some of the ideas we have. We're willing to listen to their ideas, but it's not going to be a negotiation of how big a tax cut should we give to the rich, how much should we cut Medicaid. They've done an amazing thing. They've changed Medicaid into a very popular program. Their dramatic attempt to cut it has actually now made it far more popular with the American people, where 60–70% support Medicaid. It's one of the few good things that's come out of their proposal.
What will Democrats do during the recess and the days after to keep the pressure on?
Well, we're going to be working with, first, we are so grateful of so many of the groups that normally didn't take such pointed positions to help us. Groups like AARP, groups like the American Cancer Society, groups like the AMA. These are not very political, and they usually are reluctant to take strong positions. But this bill was so bad for their constituency that they fought it. We're going to tell them you have to keep it up. Complacency is not something that we can countenance. We have to continue letting people know how bad this is, and despite the fact that they have an amazing message machine, and so many people in America still, through some of their messaging devices, think Russia didn't try to influence our elections. On this issue, it has sunk through. When only 17 or 16% of Americans support Trump care, they are really getting the message. We're going to keep doing that.
Senator, Mitch McConnell just said you are not interested in working with him on health care. Are you interested in working with President Trump on health care?
We'll work with anyone on health care. The message to the president is we're willing to work with you in a bipartisan way, but not if the bill's core is tax cuts for the very wealthy and cuts in Medicaid that hurt average working families. To make it better? Absolutely. To simply cut nursing home care, opioid treatment, fighting cancer disease so you can give a tax cut to the rich? That's not what we're all about, and we won't be able to negotiate if they keep that as the core of their health care bill. No. We do not believe that the wealthy people in America need a tax break. We do not believe that people making over $1 million need more help than a family that has a child with cancer or a 50-year-old couple that has a mom in a nursing home. We don't believe that. I don't know why our Republican colleagues do, because it's so far away from what America believes.
Beyond the outsiders, will you be asking or urging the members of the caucus to do specific things on the recess to kind of bolster the opposition?
Yeah, we hope to have the same kind of, this weekend, over, I think, every one of us had rallies and activities in our states, and we're going to be doing that constantly from the time we go home to the time we come back.
I think that's why they haven't been able to find 50 votes yet because of that.
I think the activity of the of the groups out there has been terrific, and I am so gratified that my caucus, from Joe Manchin to Bernie Sanders, was active in their states and throughout the country in showing how bad this proposal was, and I think it made a difference.
There's a super PAC associated with President Trump.
A what?
Super PAC associated with President Trump. Meanwhile, attacking Senator Heller in his home state, which is the state that's in play, politics question. What does it say to you that that's happening?
It just says the Republicans on this issue, from day one, Democrats have been united and on offense.
All right, everyone, we're going to go live now to this press conference from House Democrats. Nancy Pelosi speaking on the health care bill.
Oh, where's Linda? We got to get another woman in here. It's your son. Your baby's getting to be a big boy over there. Come here, Linda. Linda, come up there.
She's all day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, the American people have spoken. Hopefully, the Republicans in the Senate and the House will continue to listen. Today is a significant day. As a Republican leader in the Senate pulled his bill, says he's going to go back to the drawing board, I understand. So this fight is not over. But it is interesting to see the success of the American people. They know that what the Republicans were putting forth was a bill that would increase their cost, give them fewer benefits, have an unfair age tax, undermine Medicare, and have 22, 23, or 24, depending on which version of their bills, people losing their health insurance. In addition to that, it would do serious damage to essential health benefits. Most important among the changes that the Republicans were proposing was the devastating impact of their cuts in Medicaid. Our colleagues will address some of these concerns, but it's important to note that they've done all of this assault on the good health of the American people, is there so that they can have a tax break for the wealthiest people in corporate America. It's just not there. We'll continue to make the fight. And we thank all of our friends in the social media and the outside mobilization for honoring what Abraham Lincoln always told us: public sentiment is everything. With that, I'm pleased to yield the distinguished Democratic Whip of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Thank you, Leader. As the leader said, the American people spoke, and many members of the Senate listened. And what they heard from the American people was that this bill was not a bill that they thought would help themselves or their families or their country and their neighbors. And now we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to make an excellent bill even better, and that is the Affordable Care Act. And I would urge my friends on the Republican side of the aisle, in the Senate and in the House, to come together. Let's reason together. Let's fix and improve that which is in the Affordable Care Act and make it a bill that serves everybody. It serves an overwhelming number of people. 20 million more Americans have insurance today because of the Affordable Care Act. They're not precluded from getting insurance because they have pre-existing conditions. If they're young and don't have a job and don't have their own insurance, they can stay on their parents' policy. And the American people were confronted with a bill that did violence to that. 24 million off insurance. Pre-existing conditions and essential health benefits put at risk. We have an opportunity by the Republicans making a determination they were going to step back. As they step back, we are prepared to engage them in positive, constructive, not destructive, not negative policy, but positive policy for the American people. And I'm so pleased that I've had the opportunity to work with this group to effect a bill that does that, but that every one of us believe can be made better, as every piece of legislation can be made better over time. And so now I want to yield to Jim Clyburn, the Assistant Leader from South Carolina, to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whip, Madam Leader, other distinguished leaders of our caucus, ranking members. South Carolina is one of the faster growing states in our union. Last redistricting, we increased our membership here in the Congress. That means two things. Number one, it is a state that people are retiring to, and that means that people are growing older that come to South Carolina. That means that when you look at Medicaid, where 64% of the people who live in nursing homes are the beneficiaries of Medicaid. Medicaid is much broader than people tend to deal with in their discussions. And when you do violence to Medicaid, you are doing violence to senior citizens living in nursing homes. A second thing, community health centers. In the Affordable Care Act, we expanded community health centers about $209.5 billion. That gets us to around 45% of what we really need to build a safety net that needs to be built in our medical delivery system, health delivery system. And so I would hope that September 30th, being the cliff date for community health centers, we will reach the cliff on September 30th. I thank the Leader McConnell, for taking another look at this, and I would hope that we will come back with something that will fix the cliff for community health centers and greatly expand them. And with that, I'm pleased to yield to the chair of our caucus, Mr. Crowley of New York.
Thank you, Jim. One thing we know by this Congress is when we think they're done, they're actually not. And so this fight goes on. We know that they're not done yet on the assault on the Affordable Care Act. Whether it's 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 months, they may very well continue this assault. Yes, there is an opportunity for Republicans to work with Democrats now, and we do hope and pray that they will take us up on that offer. But if the past is prologue, we know that that's not the case with this Congress. So we will continue to fight on behalf of the American people. Yes, the American people have spoken, but have the Republicans in the Senate and the House actually learned anything? The president said that the House bill was a mean bill. The Senate bill is no less mean to the American people. It is a continued assault upon the Affordable Care Act. When people in this country have to face financial ruin because they get sick, it's an assault not only on the Affordable Care Act, but on the American people. They're speaking. Are they listening? And with that, I yield the time over to my colleague, the Vice Chair of the caucus, Linda Sanchez.
Good afternoon. The Senate delayed vote on Trump Care is but a brief reprieve for America's working families, but that does not mean that the fight is over. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that what happens over the next couple of weeks will have a dramatic impact on many families across the country, and that's why we have to keep the pressure on Senate Republicans. Americans have to keep a close eye over the 4th of July break and make their voices heard. Mitch McConnell is doing everything he can in backroom dealing to try to salvage this bill, and he will do anything that it takes to try to drag it across the finish line. So if you are afraid of becoming one of the 22 million Americans who will lose your health insurance because of Trump Care, make sure that you make your voice heard. Make sure that you know not just that to the senators, but to your member of Congress, make sure they know what's at stake for you and your family. My father is living with Alzheimer's in a nursing home, and there are thousands of people in California and millions across the country who rely on Medicaid to stay in assisted living facilities. But if Trump Care passes, the real-life nightmare that families with loved ones living in the same facility as my dad will have to face is unimaginable. That is the true human cost of Trump Care. It's not measured in dollars and cents, it's measured in lives, and that's what's at stake here. So we will continue to push back against this terrible, mean-spirited bill, and I'm proud to stand with my colleagues and continue that fight. And with that, I'd like to yield to the ranking member on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Frank Pallone.
Thank you.
Before Frank speaks, let me just pay tribute to our ranking members. They have been so great throughout this fight for many years, and their judgment on what is in this Senate bill is so clear. But what's more important is what's in the Affordable Care Act and what the Republicans would like to take away from the American people. So I thank Ranking Member Pallone, Ranking Member Neal, Ranking Member Scott, and the Budget Chair Ranking Member Mr. Yarmouth, who can't be with us now, but was with us earlier today at a children's hospital where we talked about what this means to children with disabilities and the rest. I wish you could have all been there. Mr. Pallone, thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank our leader, and both the leader and Linda Sanchez really stress what I want to stress, and that is that, the only reason this delay is occurring is because so many Americans contacted their senators, wrote to their senators, petitioned, emailed their senators, and there clearly was a pushback that I think caused the delay. But again, the assault could very well continue on the Republican part, and so we can't take anything for granted, and we have to continue to explain why this Senate repeal bill is so bad. And I just want to stress the Medicaid aspect because, the president said the House bill was mean. In my opinion, the Senate bill is even meaner when it comes to Medicaid. First of all, it does obviously eliminate the expanded Medicaid, and that's why you probably have anywhere from 10 to 15 million Americans who have the expanded Medicaid who will lose their health insurance, as the CBO says, when that fully kicks in and there is no expanded Medicaid. But even beyond that, it goes after traditional Medicaid as a whole, because of the caps. So less money is going to be available to the states because of these caps and also the inflation factor that they use. And so what does that mean? It means that the states are not going to have the money, which is a match, in order to provide help for their Medicaid recipients, even under traditional Medicaid. And we always talk about how you get judged by what you do in terms of people in the dawn of life and those at the end of life. And so when you talk about kids or you talk about seniors, Linda already mentioned that those who are in nursing homes or assisted living who are dependent on Medicaid, the association, the American Healthcare Association, that's the trade group for nursing homes, said that every nursing home would lose $600,000 per year. Every nursing home under this proposal. And as far as kids, the same thing. We were at Children's Hospital in New Brunswick a couple of weeks ago, heavily dependent, all the children's hospitals and care on Medicaid. So this is something that is extremely mean to both seniors, to both children, and to Medicaid recipients in general in terms of what it will actually do to rip apart Medicaid. And now I'd like to yield to my colleague who's the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Representative Neal.
Thanks, Frank. So let me congratulate the American people for putting the magnifying glass on what this really was about. This was a cleverly disguised health care reform bill that was about cutting taxes. That's the reality of what was in front of us. $760 billion cut to Medicaid to pay for a tax cut for people at the top. So we're going to cut the Medicaid budget where 64 cents on the dollar goes to nursing home care for middle-class people. We're going to subtract 2 years from the Medicare Trust Fund, and we're going to eliminate 22 million people from receiving preventive care, nursing home care, and health care so that we can, again, pay for a tax cut. Because remember, you have to change the baseline to get to the tax cut that they want to undertake. So when the American people saw this for what it really was, their health care is going to be curtailed. So people at the top who, by the way, have great health care, they're going to pay for a tax cut for those people. So they shed light on this. They put the magnifying glass on it, as I indicated. And with that, I want to introduce our friend Bobby Scott from Education and Workforce.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader Pelosi and other colleagues. I want to thank the doctors, hospitals, health advocates, all in the public for following the debate and having their voices heard. The debate was an interesting debate because rarely did you hear anyone try to talk about the provisions of their bill. You heard complaints about the Affordable Care Act, but you heard nothing about how the bill was either better or worse than the Affordable Care Act, when the public, the doctors, the hospitals, and advocates noticed that on just about every count, their proposal was worse. 22 million fewer people insured. Others would pay more and get less. Insurance policies would cover a smaller percentage of the actual bills. There were no essential benefits. The caps would return where they could cut you off after they spent a certain amount. You pay more, get less, 22 million fewer people insured, and the public noticed and their voices were heard. Our colleague from New York and others have pointed out that this may not be the end. The House bill was withdrawn, and then a few days later came back and was passed. And so we have to remain vigilant. But we commit to work to, if they want to improve the Affordable Care Act, we're willing to work together to improve the Affordable Care Act, to make improvements. But so long as they are trying to go backwards, we're not going to help them go backwards. We're not going to take a bill where 22 million people lose their insurance and compromise. Can't we all get along? Let's make it 11 million people that lose their insurance. No, we're not going to go backwards. But we will work together constructively to improve the Affordable Care Act, and I want to thank our leader for her commitment along those lines. Ms. Pelosi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm honored to be here with my colleagues who've worked so hard on this subject, as has our entire caucus. We're very proud of the unity in our caucus on the subject of the saving the Affordable Care Act, making it better, and pushing back on this Republican. Today, when we were at the National Children's National Hospital, and we heard the stories of the families with their children right there, you wondered, could these Republican senators come and look in the eyes of these families, these children and their parents, and say, giving a tax break for the rich is much more important to us than saving the lives of your children. Could they look at themselves in the mirror and say, I really did a good thing today? I gave $700 billion to tax cuts for the high end at the expense of working families in our country and their children. These children are America's children, some of them with complex, severe disabilities and the rest. They would be very seriously hurt. As the distinguished whip and the distinguished leader both said, what they're doing is doing violence to the American people with their bill. Yes, sir. I will probably have like 2 questions because we have work to do.
Could you just touch on what your strategy will be over the next 10 days or so as you and the other lawmakers go onto the recess? How will you take advantage of this momentum that Democrats currently have? Are you going to be organizing with outside groups to hold town hall meetings?
Same.
What exactly is your strategy?
Well, we've had a successful communication with the American people as to what this legislation is about. As Denny said, they were shining a bright, it's gone now, spotlight on what the Republicans are doing. The American people were doing that themselves. But again, in terms of town meetings, in terms of visiting offices, in terms of social media, in terms of calls to the offices, they very definitely had an impact. And clearly, as has been said by Mr. Crowley and others, this is not over. Do not be misled. And Mr. Scott said it as well. The House bill died by 2-vote majority or something, and it came back to haunt us with an even worse bill that went further to the right. Again, our fight is for the American people. People, if you're a senior, you have so much to lose in this bill. If you're a veteran, between 1 and 2 million veterans are on Medicaid and will suffer from this. If you're a child with disabilities or just a child with some physical challenges that are not as complex as others, you will pay a price for this. If you're a woman, any person that you can name suffers greatly from what the Republicans are doing. We want to make sure they know that. It's impossible to exaggerate the harm this bill will cause.
To that end, obviously you guys took a similar tactic, with, turning up the heat after they pulled the bill in the House of Representatives, and then, as you say, and Congressman Scott and others said this, it came back. Doesn't that imply that there was a mistake in the tactic? If you're doing the same tactic again, because wouldn't the Senate be able to maybe pass this bill down the line?
With all due respect to you, Chad, and you know I do respect you, there is no logic in what you're saying. The fact is that they went farther to the right and, quite frankly, poisoned the well for the Senate because people knew what to look for in the Senate. Once they increased costs and lowered benefits, had an age tax, took 22 to 24 million people off of the rolls and undermined Medicare, and then moved further to the right, that told people who they really were, that they didn't care about prenatal, perinatal care, any of that, maternity care, if you're in the hospital, if you use prescription drugs, whatever it happens to be, that's going to be discretionary from now on, not mandated, as was essentially required in the Affordable Care Act. So I think that what we did then was a very important roadmap to how to view the Senate bill. And again, if they move further to the right, it will not only just say what they're willing to do.
All right, we're going to cut out of this because McConnell is speaking outside the White House, just met with President Trump.
Until a couple of weeks after this week. But we made good progress. The President got an opportunity to hear from the various members who have concerns about market reforms and the Medicaid, the future of Medicaid and Medicaid expansion. So I think the meeting was very helpful. The one thing I would say is that I think everybody around the table is interested in getting to yes, interested in getting an outcome, because we know the status quo is simply unacceptable, unsustainable, and no action is just not an option.
Senator McConnell, is there any sense, critics say the longer this takes, the harder it's going to be to pass some kind of a health care bill?
I don't think so.
The President thinks that? What's your take?
Well, certainly we've spent a lot of time on this over the last 7 years, and our members are increasingly familiar with the various moving parts. It's a very complicated subject. I had hoped as you know, that we could have gotten to the floor this week, but we're not quite there. But I think we've got a really good chance of getting there. It'll just take us a little bit longer.
Leader McConnell, is they should hold town halls over recess? Your fellow Republicans.
Well, some members have town halls and some don't. We'll see what happens.
Senator, is the president getting involved in the details of negotiating? Is he getting into the details of the bill that might, bring some of those wavering senators on board? And what is his message overall to the Republicans?
Well, I think the main thing is, as I've said, the status quo is simply unsustainable. It'll be dealt with in one of two ways. Either Republicans will agree and change the status quo, or the markets will continue to collapse, and we'll have to sit down with Senator Schumer. And my suspicion is that any negotiation with the Democrats would include none of the reforms that we would like to make, both on the market side and the Medicaid side. So for all of those reasons, we need to come up with a solution. The American people elected us to do that, and we're working hard to get there. Thanks a lot.
Are you willing to make, sir, to bring them to Senator Cornyn? All about the bill being mean, sir?
Why does the president say it's mean? Do you think it's mean?
Stu, come to the cameras.
Stu, drag it back.
Doug, come to the camera.
Yeah. They'll be out in just a minute. They'll be out in 1 minute.
All right, so you briefly heard from Senator McConnell there, following the news that the vote on Trump care would be pushed. A handful of senators meeting with President Trump at the White House this afternoon. And just before this, we showed you a press conference featuring House Democrats reacting to the health care bill. We're going to continue with some more coverage of this health care bill. This press conference from earlier today, the Democrats speaking out.
Republicans have been divided and on defense. That's because, again, the core of their bill is so out of touch with what the average American, even the average Republican, wants. And don't forget one thing, this idea of negotiations, Democrats negotiate with us. What was the first act that this Senate did? On January 4th, the day after we were sworn in, they passed reconciliation and said, we don't need Democrats to take a hike. First day back, before anything even started. That was their game plan. It's not working. Thank you, everybody.
Is there any intention of
Looks like they're sending us tape playback now of the video that we just watched live. And earlier today, a handful of senators gathered to hold a press conference about the opioid crisis in America. We're going to go ahead and play that for you now since we are on the topic of health care.
Dying at the same rate as they are dying in Massachusetts, 100,000 people would have died last year. The answer is prevention. The answer is treatment. Those programs will be slashed by the Republican health care bill. Medicaid is a lifeline away from patients suffering from the illnesses of addiction, and this bill flatlines the Medicaid program. And if this bill becomes law, there is no reviving Medicaid. Once it's cut by this legislation, it is dead. It's unfortunate that Republicans who have touted our progress on opioid issues aren't standing up to the policies in Trump care that would negate their hard work, but by supporting this, they are betraying the families and communities which have suffered from the relentless grip of substance use disorders. The passage of this bill will make GOP stands for gutting overdose protections. We know a vote for Trump Care is a vote to perpetuate overdose deaths. Passing this bill will just be aiding and abetting one of public health's most wanted and most notorious serial killers. In fact, it will take the money that is cut for opioid treatment and protections and then package all the money that's saved as tax breaks that will go to the wealthiest people in our country, including the pharmaceutical company executives who profited over the creation of this problem back in the 1990s and into the beginning of this century. So let me now turn and recognize Senator, the great senator from the state of New Jersey, Bob Menendez.
Thank you, Senator Mark. I'm not as tall as you, so I have to bring this down. Let me say that I'm proud to be here with my colleagues. I wish we were here for a different purpose. But standing up for the core principle that in America, everyone deserves access to quality, affordable health care, I think is a value that we share as Americans. And as someone who sat on the Senate Finance Committee when we were making the Affordable Care Act become a reality, we knew that it wasn't a perfect bill. We know that there are things that we can do to improve it. But every time we have tried to improve it, open up the patient to heal it, our colleagues have sought to slay it. And that's the fundamental problem that we have here, that we cannot get Republicans to join us in an effort to improve health care, but not to slay the very essence of what means so significant coverage to so many people. It's no exaggeration, therefore, to say that Republicans have put this country on a crash course that will endanger American lives and will threaten the financial security of millions upon millions of families. If President Trump thought the House bill was mean, well, this Senate bill is downright nasty. Page by page, their plan asks Americans to pay more for less. It kicks $22 million off of health care insurance. It ends the Medicaid expansion that extended coverage to over 500,000 New Jerseyans alone. And it is especially cruel to the millions of families across America struggling with the scourge of addiction. According to the CDC, over 1,454 New Jerseyans died of opioid overdoses in 2015, the most recent data we have. I know that number is even greater because I've heard from these families as I have traveled across the state. Nationwide, nearly 2 million people remain addicted to prescription opioids, and another 591,000 addicted to heroin. And I cannot for the life of me understand how Republican colleagues can reconcile. I listened to them on the Senate floor, and I was applauding them, passionately talking about the scourge of opioid addiction in our country. But you can't speak with passion and sometimes with tears about that and then vote for this. You can't do that. It rings really hollow. And so ending Medicaid expansion and Medicaid as we know it, beyond Medicaid expansion that is saving so many lives, is just really, for many people, going to be a death sentence. Every day I hear from New Jerseyans who credit Medicaid expansion with turning their lives around. Just this past Friday, I met with a constituent named Alton Robinson from Rockaway in Morris County, New Jersey. He told me that after nearly 2 decades of struggling with addiction, it was Medicaid expansion that saved his life. It allowed him to get the substance abuse treatment and the physical and mental health care he needed to beat his addiction. Today, Alton is clean. His life is on track. And an incredible part of that is that he is spending his working days helping other New Jerseyans get on the path to recovery. Since last August alone, he's helped 264 people help to beat their addiction, the vast majority of them relying on Medicaid for paying for their care. But under the Republican health plan, New Jersey will lose at least $30 billion in Medicaid funding over the next decade. And the $2 billion they set aside, as Senator Markey said, to fight the national opioid crisis next year is an insult to every community battling this epidemic. Not only the amount, but that's a one-time, one-year amount. The opioid crisis is unfortunately going to be with us far beyond 1 year. And what would my Republican colleagues say to the parents who reached out to me in recent weeks, fearing for their children's lives? What would they say to Irene, the mother in Oakhurst, New Jersey, who wrote me last week to say, quote, "My daughter is a recovering drug addict on the Medicaid program which pays for mental health care and services. She's part of the opioid epidemic that has taken the lives of so many young people like her. She's been drug-free for almost a year. Taking money from this program would be disastrous not only for her, but for so many people who cannot afford any other health care." Now, apparently the Republican answer to recovering addicts like Alton and to caring parents like Irene is, you're on your own. President Trump said he wanted a health care bill with heart, but this Senate Republican effort and the hope to try to pass this bill has no heart. It's about as heartless as you can get. They sold out our health care system to a bunch of millionaires and health insurance executives, and all of us will pay the price. We'll see that price in our communities. We'll see that price in torn families. We'll see that price in the growing movement towards heroin, cheaper than the opioid prescription drugs, and the consequences just in that one dimension is more than we should allow to happen under any set of circumstances. Should Republicans pass this bill, millions of Americans will be denied access to life-saving treatment. In other words, more people will die. And as far as we're concerned, not on our watch. With that, let me introduce the senior senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar.
So Minnesota lost a favorite son to opioid addiction. That's Prince. But what's under that story are all of the many people whose lives were lost that weren't famous. The mom in Duluth, the star swimmer from the farmlands. In America today, 50 people die every day from opioid overdoses. 50 people, that's 2 classrooms of people every single day. And I was so proud to work with my Republican colleagues. 4 of us came together and worked on that bill, the CARA bill, that set the framework for our nation, that we were finally going to do something about opioid abuse. And we got that passed, and we got it done, and then we punctuated it with the funding that was passed at the end of the year in the Cures Act. I was there when President Obama and with President Biden at his side signed those bills into law. Another proud moment. But our friends on the other side of the aisle have to understand that they can't just use these bills in commercials. They can't just use these bills in campaign ads and in brochures. They have to put their money where their mouth is. And this time, they have moved backwards. This bill moved us backwards. Why? Yes, it puts some money into opioid treatment, but as my colleagues has pointed out, that is nothing in comparison to what you see with the Medicaid cuts. In my state, 32% of people that get treatment for opioid addiction get it through Medicaid. So when they make these mean, to use the president's words, and by the way, the president is incredibly blunt, right? He has a way with words, and he didn't need a focus group or a poll to get the right word here. Mean. That's what this bill is. But with these mean cuts, basically it sets us backward. And for those 32% of people that get the treatment, they're the ones that won't get the treatment. I'm standing next to here with Senator Manchin, who has a very good bill that I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of, the Lifeboat Bill, which helps to fund opioid treatment. And it funds it by putting a percentage fee on the production of opioid, the percentage of opioid, the product, the milligrams that are in opioid pills. That's one way to fund it. But they don't have any creative ideas here in this bill to help us. Instead, it is simply a tax cut. It is a transfer of wealth from our seniors, from those that need health care, from our addicts, to the wealthiest Americans. So I ask our colleagues to step back, to abandon this bill, and to basically step back and work with us on improvements. There are tons of ideas, like Joe's, to help fund addiction treatment. I have a bunch of bills to bring down costs of prescription drugs, including Medicare Part D negotiations and bringing in less expensive generics. There are things that we can do here, but that's not what's in this bill.
Well, to all my colleagues, I want to thank them so much. It's a shame that we're standing here just with Democrats. We should have Democrats and Republicans standing here because this is a disease, an addiction that basically crosses all aisles. It doesn't have any home. It's not conservative, it's not liberal, it's not Democrat or Republican. It's a silent killer. I'm here with two West Virginians who are going to put real faces and situations to an epidemic that we have. We'll have Dr. John Aldis is with us, and he'll be speaking a little bit later. And then we have a brave young lady here, Shelby, who's going to tell her struggles and basically how she's overcoming and fighting through this and to be another productive citizen for the state of West Virginia. I have said this, in my state, it's we're the number one. We're ground zero. We have more people that have been affected through legal drugs, opiate addiction, than any other form that we've ever had hit our state. I look around the room and see some of us that might be of the same vintage. We didn't grow up with this. It was not out there. The legal pharmaceutical manufacturers were not producing this product. This came of age in the 80s. And when it came of age, it became a business model. I understand there was some good intentions and some need of really some severe cases we have with cancer and end-of-life comfort. This thing became a business, and it has been exploited to the extent that we've never seen before. This would be a pandemic in any other sense of the word, and we have put all of our forces to trying to fight pandemics and epidemics. So the lifeboat bill that Amy talked about, everyone kept telling me, we just don't have any money. Don't have any money. We can't fund it. We can't fight it. We don't know what to do. I have a cousin who's the federal judge. He said, Joe, I sentence people every day. Every day I sentence people. I've never had anybody turn me down when I wanted to put a person in jail. They found a jail cell. He says, I've recommended now that there's people that should be getting treatment and back into the workforce because they have an illness. He says, if I get turned down once, I get turned down 10 times a day. Sorry, no treatment centers. And then if I go and talk, and I think we just talked about the CARE bill. It was a great bill. It had a really good optics to it. It had no money, no teeth to it. Couldn't do anything. So I said, okay, we have a cigarette tax. We have an alcohol tax. We're trying to fight these types of abuses, if you will. Can't we have 1 penny per milligram, 1 penny per milligram to the manufacturers of the pharmaceutical industry, 1 penny per milligram for every opiate you produce and sell in America? Now, we excluded all those people that have severe near life or end of life needs for this, but just opiates only. That would produce $1.5 to $2 billion a year. I can't get one of my fellow colleagues on the Republican side to sign up. They think it's a new tax. I said, I'll stand beside you and campaign with you. I'll go out and campaign. There's not a Republican who will vote against you to try to save their child or someone in their family. This is not politics. It should not be political. It's a shame that we've gotten down to what we've gotten down to here. Just in West Virginia, I'll give you just a few examples. 129,000. Mind you, we have a state that's about a little over 1.8 million people. 129,000 West Virginians had abused or were dependent on illicit drugs or alcohol in 2013. Just a few years ago, 25% of West Virginians who went to the hospital for substance use or their mental health did not have health insurance. After the expanded Medicaid, which we expanded in the state of West Virginia, we're down, this was in 2014, only 5%. What am I going to tell the other 20? What do I say? I'm so sorry it's going to stop. They referred to the bill, and I agree with President Trump. He said the House bill didn't have a heart. Well, Mr. President, if the House bill didn't have a heart, the Senate bill doesn't have a soul. It truly doesn't, when you think about it. I mean, there's got to be some compassion and empathy somewhere. We expanded health care to 20 million people. We know we can do better by giving them instructions how they can use it in a healthier lifestyle and get themselves back in the productive life cycle, if you would. I'll finish with this. Shelby's going to put a person who's gone through this herself, for her to be this brave to stand, because it's been silent up until now. But Shelby's of West Virginia is coming forward and telling their story and how they're trying to, and what she'll tell you, take the Medicaid away, and where is she? Take the Medicaid. And she'll tell you where she's going to end up. And we're not going to let that happen. So that's why we brought real people here and put real faces. I'm fallen in my state of West Virginia below 50% of the working adults working. We have a reputation in West Virginia to have the hardest working people you've ever met. They'll give you more of a day's work for a day's pay than any place in the world, and I believe that, and I've seen it. I just don't have enough. I've lost too many. How do I get them back? There better be some compassion. There better be some way to get them back into the cycle of life that can help us all. So with that, I want to say thank you for you all caring, but thank to my colleagues for keeping this alive. We're not making this political. I'm not chastising my Republican colleagues. I'm just asking them to get a soul, to get a heart and soul in this piece of legislation. That's all we're asking for. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Senator Richard Blumenthal from Connecticut. Richard?
Thanks to Joe Manchin for his tireless work on this issue, and my other colleagues, particularly Senator Markey, for bringing us together today. I want to introduce you to Sean. Sean is standing here with me several months ago, a couple of months ago, at an event we organized in our state capitol in Hartford to call attention to exactly this problem, the need for treatment and the effects of the House bill at that time in depriving people of treatment. Sean was in recovery at the time of this picture. I first met him at the McCall Center where he went for treatment, and he was doing very well until he had to undergo a hernia operation and interrupt the medication that he was taking, shots of vitriol, for his recovery. After he took that medication, Sean relapsed. He overdosed. He died. Sean could not come to the emergency field hearing that I conducted on Monday, a week ago yesterday, because he was buried just about a week before. But in his stead, Maria Skinner, who heads the McCall Center, came and talked about Sean. She talked about Frank. She talked about the other people who similarly went through recovery. Sean is dead, but Sean is still with us today. Sean is in your family. He is in the place you work. He's in your community. Although you may deny it, a lot of people are in denial, Sean is someone you know, and probably someone close to you, because we are all touched by this problem. We are all part of it. And it is an epidemic that is ravaging every community. No part of the country, no community, none of us is immune from it. So this issue should be one that brings us together. When people say to me, can't you guys get something done? Can't you work together? This is the issue that offers the potential in healthcare for a truly common cause. And yet, it now divides us. What is more sad for our nation? What is really more tragic? Joe mentioned that prisons are always available. I know that as a prosecutor. I was a federal prosecutor. There's always a prison cell for someone who's sent.
All right, everyone. So this was a press conference from earlier today. Democrats speaking out on how this health care bill would hurt those suffering from the opioid crisis. Here is a live look outside the White House. Will we hear from any other senators? We know that there were a handful of senators that met with President Trump this afternoon regarding the health care bill. Stay tuned. Mary Kate will have that and more here on News Now.
All right, you guys, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate. I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here. We are expecting an event from the White House soon, but it does look like we just lost that shot. So I do want to pull up for you guys this event here locally in Phoenix where they're having a debate, or a discussion rather, about the changing street names here. There are some street names that people really want to change here locally in Phoenix, and this is a very interesting debate, and I think you guys will enjoy this discussion. So let's hear what Greg, Mayor Stanton is saying right now about this.
Partnered with the library to pilot a coding program last summer at Maryvale Community Center and the Palo Verde Library, where 127 students participated in the 8-week program. The students came from the Parks and Recreation Summer Program, and the coding classes were held in the library. The pilot also proved to be a big success, with the students completing a total of 163 coding tasks. These free classes introduced youth to coding, which will be an essential tool for the success in school and growing the technology workforce here in Phoenix. Support for coding programs was given to the library in the 2016-17 program budget, with an additional $50,000 to hire staff and purchase the necessary equipment to expand weekly coding programming to 3 more library locations: Palo Verde in Maryvale, the Yucca Library near 15th Avenue and Bethany Home, and Harmon Library in South Phoenix. And in November, the Parks, Arts, Education, and Equality Subcommittee affirmed their support for the Library and Parks Department's Code Phoenix collaboration, and Councilman Valenzuela requested that consideration be given to expanding free access to coding programs citywide.
Thank you, Rita. In March of this year, Code Phoenix received a grant from the Phoenix IDA and matching funds from the Arizona Community Foundation in the amount of $500,000 over the next 3 years. We are so grateful and thankful for this incredible support, and also that these organizations recognize that the potential of Code Phoenix has for the youth in our community to provide these free programs. The launch of Code Phoenix began 2 weeks ago at Tarver Learning Center and the Cholla Library. To date, the summer program has had 337 participants in the last 2 weeks. In the fall, the program will be expanded to Sunny Slope Youth Center, Mountain View Community Center, Vernell Coleman Youth Center, and Cesar Chavez, Desert Sage, Ironwood Libraries. In addition, we'll put it in the mobile recreation curriculum that we have from last year's budget season. Year 2 and 3, we're going to expand to 29 locations citywide by the year 2019. That'll be 17 libraries and 12 community centers. We anticipate we'll have in those 3 years 1,500 unique participants. We'll have ongoing evaluations and metrics to make sure we're meeting the needs of the community and ensure that the program is meeting success. At this time, I would like to turn it over to our partners, Elisa and Juan, to talk about Code Phoenix. Elisa?
Thank you so much. My name is Elisa De La Vara, and I'm with the Arizona Community Foundation, but today I'm here as a partner with the Phoenix IDA and the City of Phoenix in this wonderful program. As a foundation, we get approached daily about projects that make sense, that have high impact, medium impact, low impact, and we really take these projects that are presented to us very, very seriously, and we try to assess the value that these programs bring to the community, to underserved communities in particular. So we were very thrilled with the opportunity to be a part of this program because it fits all of the areas that we are very interested in serving. We've learned in the short course that it's been in operation that the impact that they've made in terms of serving children in the locations that they're at now has been tremendous, and that's only a sign of other things to come. So we are thrilled with our participation and with our partnership in particular with the City of Phoenix in terms of launching this program. I have to say as well that your Parks Department and Councilman Valenzuela were very excellent presenters in terms of winning over our executive team in terms of looking at this program through a lens that really brings to our attention, at least, the impact that this is going to have in the lives of young kids in underserved communities and their interest in the sciences. And so we're really happy to be here and happy to be a part of this 3-year program. 3-year year funding is not something we do very easily. It's a commitment we take very, very seriously, but it made sense in this case, and we're happy to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Juan?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I also want to echo what Mrs. Elevara mentioned here today. We're very honored to be part of this program. When this city and Parks and Library approaches about this concept along with Councilman Valenzuela, this really became a no-brainer for us. This is really a workforce development project as we see it. We're starting to prepare our youth for the future, and I think this exposure that they get this young age will continue to perk their interest. We're working with other members, for example, with the Phoenix Union School District, Community College, to continue and build a continuum so that once they start this program, then they feed into the different school systems and continue to build on the interests that they've learned with that. So on behalf of the Board of Directors, thank you for allowing us this opportunity. And in reality, we receive the funding that we can by the support that Mayor, you and the council have supported the idea over the last year. So thank you again for this opportunity, and on behalf of the Board of Directors, we're very excited about this opportunity and continue to stay with it for as long as we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. We have one member of the public wishing to provide testimony, Stephen Viramontes. You should provide testimony on this item, and then I'll hand it over to Councilman Valenzuela.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the community, staff, thank you. For me, coding is a real issue. Like we talk about like white papers and go through all policy statements if and about what things can happen and how this benefits our community. I live this every single day. I'm a coder, educated here at Arizona State University, Harvard, and MIT, and I'm an entrepreneur. The lack of talent worldwide, nationwide, this state, in this community is extremely deficient for the rapid growth for us to be able to create a sustainable economy and as we further develop into the next generation. Whether the state policies change here locally about what can be funded, that's for the state level to decide. However, we have an opportunity here as citizens to be able to figure out what is going to happen here in our cities. And I fully support this not only as a fellow coder, as an entrepreneur, and also someone that does tech education for a living. I fully support this. Mark Zuckerberg is famous for saying that 15 years from now, all our students will be learning coding just like they are mathematics and science. And the only question we'll ask ourselves is why we didn't do it sooner. And I fully believe that. And whether it's a policy decision, whether it's based on funding, I want you guys to view this, and I'm not here to change anyone's minds. That's not the whole point. But as far as looking at this from a financial perspective, we need to start looking at this as an ROI and looking at it as a ROC, your return on community. And I'd like to focus on that and like yield the balance of my time to the body. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony.
Mayor, may I ask Stephen
your leadership. Councilman DeCiccio, do you have a question, please?
Yeah, one, I want to thank you for all the work that you do. You do an amazing amount of work, volunteer work too, and within our community, Stephen.
Thank you.
One of this is interesting because this all came up, and I knew we were going to be talking about it today. I went and had lunch with my kids, my two 12-year-old girls, and I asked them, I said, so tell me about your classes. They're taking coding, and they're taking some engineering class. Not engineering, but, you know, it's what a 12-year-old would do. It's not that high-level engineering stuff, but it's, you know, getting them started. And one of the things that I was interested in, and maybe I'd just like to get your perspective on it, you know, I was having lunch with them, and I said, so tell me about your class. What's going on with the class, and who's in there, and those kinds of things. And they said, the first thing they were like, we're the only girls in here. Is there some way to, I know it just, maybe there's some way to get the little girls in that up, you know, into that too.
It's not just women, it's also minorities. And being a minority myself, I totally understand the situation. It's one of the things I'm passionate about. For us, and I'm not here representing my organization, but I can tell you as an educator that teaches coding in a boot camp style, nationally 42% of all boot camp graduates that go through 3 to 6 month coding boot camps are women. In fact, our first inaugural class for Deb Mountain that's starting August 21st here, the majority of our enrolled students, not applications, enrolled students right now are in fact women. And so we're seeing a trend uptick, right? Kind of go in this direction, at least in this community. And if that's the way this community goes and we want to champion those efforts, That's something that we can definitely do. Everyone's trying to figure out, Sal, sorry, Councilman DeCiccio.
Yeah, no, call me Sal.
Everyone is trying to figure out, like, how do you make coding cool, right? Because coding, when you start getting into it, it's not cool. Shit's hard.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't understand it.
Yeah,
I mean, they're 12 years old and they're already teaching me stuff I haven't got a clue about.
Sorry for the language, but I'm trying to paint a very vivid picture here. However, we all grew up watching MTV, watching Sports Center, being the next rock stars and professional athletes. The rock stars and professional athletes of this next generation are coders, period. They're the ones that are building unicorn companies. And the cool thing about what I like about the opportunity for Phoenix, guess what comes after a unicorn? A phoenix. Right? We have that opportunity to do that here. So, and it all starts with coding.
Thank you very much. This is not an action item, but it was Councilman Valenzuela that really worked hard to get the level of funding, that very generous funding that was provided by Arizona Community Foundation, Phoenix IDA. I'll now turn it over to him for comments on this program.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank especially the people at the table, Juan Salgado, Elise De La Vara, Rita Hamilton, Ingrid Erickson, and so many others that are going to impact so many lives with this program. Something else that Zuckerberg said, in fact, lots of people say it, and I believe it to be true. Talent is evenly distributed at birth. Opportunity is not. And so this is about making coding and all that comes with coding, problem solving, computing, accessible, equitable, and free to every kid in Phoenix. A couple of things that I want to read off. Currently, 90% of parents want their grade school children to learn computer science, but only 25% of elementary schools in Arizona teach computer science in a regular curriculum, according to code.org. According to the Arizona STEM Network, and it was actually in one of the slides, 16 out of 325 schools in the Phoenix area are classified as STEM schools. In Arizona, of the 484 computer science graduates in 2014, only 15% were female. USA Today reported that women make up 17% of technical employees at Google. Notably, only 2% of Google tech jobs were held by Hispanics and 1% by African Americans. Similar numbers have been reported in TechCrunch for Facebook. Now, again, talent is evenly distributed at birth. Really believe that? Opportunity is not. So this is about getting that opportunity into these neighborhoods, into these communities, to where every kid has an opportunity to learn these skills, to not just move themselves and their family forward, their entire community, our entire city forward. Going back to that pilot program we did in Maryville, of those 127 young people who took advantage of that program, nearly 50% were women, were young girls. And I visited early and often, and you'd be surprised how many languages, the original languages, these kids would speak at home. So this is an important program for our city. Every job today is a tech job in some way, shape, or form, and this is a way that we're going to move our economy forward. So I'm incredibly excited about it. I want to thank our city staff for being so committed, and I got to tell you, we wouldn't be here today without funding, without champions who really believe in this. And Juan Salgado on the Phoenix IDA, and Lisa De La Vara and Steve Selesnow from the Arizona Community Foundation, thank you so much for believing in this program, for believing in our youth, and for believing in our city. I'm really excited to get started here.
Thank you very much, Councilman Valenzuela, and for your leadership to make this happen. A very, very important project. Other members of the council, comments on this program? Councilman Nowakowski, please.
First of all, I just want to thank Councilman Valenzuela for all your hard work in making this happen. Also, I want to thank the parks and the library for working together as that Team Phoenix approach, making sure we use all of our resources to its fullest. But, you know, especially the Burton Bar Library that happens to be in District 7, all the different innovative ways that you're educating kids, from the Hive to College Depot to this new program, Coding Phoenix, you know. So I think it's really important, but also I have 5 children under the age of 15, and let me tell you, they outdo their dad and mom all the time. I think we're going to have some kind of coding for parents in the near future, because our kids are so, they get it. I mean, with the technology that's out there, running 12 radio stations and having all these new employees, and the coding really helps out in the way they think outside the box to communicate. And it's just incredible, the games that they create, their own video games now. And I go, how did you do that? Oh, it's easy, Dad. I go, wow. So it's something that I think that older people also, like myself, probably need to take a course and kind of keep up with the younger generation. So once again, thank you, Councilman, and thank you to all of our staff, and especially the supporters, because without the funds to support these types of programs, our community, especially within the South Phoenix community and Maryville, we wouldn't have the opportunity. Our kids go home sometimes with a home without a computer, without any type of ways to advance in this Coding Phoenix. So I really want to thank you for opening up the doors and providing the technology that a lot of our families don't have, but at least we have them now at our community centers and at our libraries. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Other members of the council, any comments on this issue? All right, we really appreciate the program. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait to hear about the final report about how successful it was. Thank you, Councilman Valenzuela. Next on our agenda is item number 2. Item number 2 is an action item, or posted for possible action. It's a gated alley program pilot. Mr. City Manager, who's going to lead the way on this one?
Mayor, members of the council, Deputy City Manager Karen Peters will talk about this. This is an idea that grew from Councilman Stark and Councilman Valenzuela, given some issues in their areas, particularly Royal Palms and Sunny Slope. So Karen Peters, who's Deputy City Manager, along with Mario Paniagua, will lead our team, which includes Sandra Hoffman from Planning and Jesse Duarte, thank you, momentary brain lapse, from our Public Works Department, Sanitation Division, because this actually affects the work that's done by our sanitation workers. So, Ms. Peters.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to introduce this item today. As the manager indicated, this was brought to staff this past fall by Councilman Valenzuela and Councilmember Stark, but I know that every single one of your offices gets calls about these issues in our alleys in the community. We've got traffic, illegal dumping, other illegal activity complaints, and so I know you're all very familiar with this. Councilwoman Gallego, I know you've had quite a few residents come to you with these concerns. Everyone has. So we're really pleased to have the opportunity to talk today about what we've done. This is yet another example of departments collaborating and bringing something creative to the council. So with that, Sandra Hoffman from our Planning and Development Department will lead us through it.
Thank you. As was mentioned, the elected officials and the staff have heard a lot from neighborhoods regarding their concerns. Some of the concerns included the illegal dumping that's been happening, as well as unrestricted access, unauthorized persons, and illegal activities happening in these alleys. What the residents have requested and what we've heard and listened to is that they would like to have the alleys gated and be able to retain the access to their backyards. We also need to be thoughtful because there are other utilities that exist within these alleys, so we need to ensure that the utilities have access as well as emergency vehicles can access that, such as fire. And one of the other elements that's very crucial is to relocate the trash collection from the alley area to the curbside. As was mentioned in the fall of 2016, the council requested that staff look at ways to address the issues that have been identified and to create a very large, actually, interdepartmental alley access study group, which again broke through all the barriers and silos. We included 8 different sections and/or departments, including City Manager's Office, Public Works, Planning and Development, Street Transportation, Neighborhood Services, Human Services, the Fire Department, and the Police Department in the discussion. And it helped us to understand a lot of the different perspectives involving all the different stakeholders within the city system. And we also did some research regarding what other jurisdictions across the nation have had some kind of an alley closure program. And so we did a lot of research, and it was interesting to find that one of the best examples we find was actually the city of Mesa. And the city of Mesa has actually about 80 linear miles of alley within their city. And we found out yesterday from their public information officer, they have successfully gated all of their alleys. Now, they had already moved their solid waste services from there, and they don't charge the residents anything for gating the alley. And basically in fiscal year 2016 to 2017, they spent $182,000, though, to finish gating the alleys. Overall, in the last 3 years, they spent $500,000 in their budget to achieve what they wanted to achieve. The city of Phoenix, in comparison, while Mesa has 80 linear miles of alleys, we have approximately 878 miles of alleys within the city of Phoenix. So an overview of the gated alley program involves an applicant. It could be a neighborhood leader, or it could be a representative from a registered neighborhood association that would fill out an application and a petition that they would submit to the Planning and Development Department. And what the Planning Development Department will do is sort of the central source of communication and coordination. When that application comes in, and it can come in either somebody walking in and handing it to us over the counter, or they could email it to staff. So they could do it at the comfort of their own home, getting that to us at any time. We would then take that application, and Planning and Development would then circulate it among all the different stakeholder departments so that they would be informed of this request, including Public Works Department, Street Transportation, Fire, and Police Departments, as well as outside entities such as the utility companies. The Public Works Department, as Mr. Duarte will explain later, goes into a little more detail regarding how they process things, but Planning and Development will be sort of the central point for it to come in, to process the application, and to go to the final process where we would actually inspect the gate. And with that, I will turn that over to Mr. Duarte.
Mayor, council members, I'm going to go over the program details. The lead resident from the qualifying alley makes the request. What's a qualifying alley? A qualifying alley is any alley that has trash and bulk trash collection in the alley itself. What the lead resident needs to do then is get with Planning Development and pick up an application. Once the lead resident picks up the application, the lead resident then needs to get a majority of the property owners adjacent to the alley to sign a petition. The petition needs to be part of the packet. Once that is completed, then the lead resident needs to turn in the packet to Planning and Development. Once approved by the city, Public Works will then start its relocation process. The relocation process will take about 2 weeks. What we do for Public Works is that we do what's called a walk and talk. We'll go out to the neighbors, the property owners, and let them know what's going on and when the relocation is going to happen. Then we also make them aware that the relocation will be also for their bulk collection will go to the curb, and also that they still need to maintain their alleys. And then on the day of the actual relocation, when we remove the large containers from the alley and give them the smaller containers at the curb, we will go out again and make sure that they're aware of what's going on through the whole process. Once that's complete, then Planning and Development will issue the permits for the residents to have the gates installed. The lead resident will hire a contractor to install the gates. A week prior, before the gates are installed, Public Works will send a crew out there to clean up the alley to make sure it's all clean before the gates are put in. Once that's done, Planning Development will inspect the gates and installation, and then they'll work with the lead resident to manage the locks and the keys. So let's talk about the pilot program cost. The city obligation is about $400, and that's for permits, and that's per alley. The residential obligation is the gate purchase and installation, and if you see the cost, the chain link is about $2,800 and the wrought iron is about $5,000. But I just want to let you know those are for 2 gates for both ends of the alley. And then they have to maintain the gates themselves and also the alley maintenance as well. Royal Palms is our first pilot area, and that's going to be east of 15th Avenue, south of Dunlap. We've identified 6 alleys The alleys noted in black on the map are participating in the pilot program. There are just about 1 linear mile of alleys, and it's about 100 households that will be affected in this program. One of the things I want to mention, it's a benefit for us in Public Works and solid waste. It's actually a lot safer for our drivers, solid waste drivers, to collect at the curb than it is in the alley. They have to drive through so many obstacles when they're in the alley, so it's a lot safer for them. And then our phase 2 is Sunny Slope. We haven't yet started that yet, but we are going to work with the council district and the residents there to identify alleys that fit the program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mario.
So Mayor, members of the council, as Karen Peters mentioned, this is another great example of multiple departments coming together, working with the community to help resolve a problem. The pilot program gives us an opportunity to review the effectiveness of the program as we venture into this new program. Staff is recommending that we do a 1-year pilot of the gated alley program. And during that time, staff will evaluate specific information on illegal dumping cases, calls for police service, transient activity, homeless encampments, graffiti, the ability of residents to maintain the closed alleys, and potential efficiencies due to moving the trash collection from the alley to the curbside. And within 6 months, staff will come back to the Sustainability, Housing Efficiency, and Neighborhood Subcommittee to give an update on how the program is moving forward. That concludes staff's presentation.
All right, that's our professional staff recommendation on this proposed pilot project. I want to thank Councilwoman Stark and Valenzuela for bringing this creative idea forward to a unique solution to a difficult problem. We have one resident wanting to speak on the item, Corey McPhee. Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Luke Boyens. Corey's on a different item. My mistake. Luke Bevins. I apologize. Luke.
Mr. Mayor, Council, name's Luke Bevins. Live in the Royal Palm community. I'm one of the houses that's up for the pilot program. This all got started about a year ago where a neighbor who lives 3 houses down from me, who I've known since high school, had a guy come through the alley, hop the fence, expose himself to a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old girl playing in the backyard, and attempted to take them. So since then, we've been working with District 5 and Councilwoman Stark and Stephanie and Rose. Have been phenomenal. And all the staff down here have been great to work with to eliminate the access there. At the time, I had 4 cameras at my property. We caught the guy going through the alley, but because the distance from my house to the alley, we weren't able to get a clear picture of him. I've since upgraded it to 12 cameras with 2 cameras just dedicated to the alley. And I check those daily. And at least 4 to 5 times a week, we have either bikes going down there, people walking, trucks. You know, it is a highway for anyone to get in the backyard or commit crime or drugs or illegal dumping. So the gates would it would completely eliminate the vehicle traffic, my opinion, mostly eliminate the bikes and the majority of the foot traffic, which will reduce crime. These guys are able to go down there and be unseen, hide in the dark. We're also going to be appointing alley captains who will ensure that the alleys are maintained to a level where it doesn't become an overgrown camp out for the transients. It's one of the complaints that we got from our neighbors, is that it's just going to become overgrown and neglected, which I point them to the city code where the resident is responsible for maintaining the alley. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bevins, for that testimony. Not wishing to speak, but in favor is also Maisha Robbins. Thank you for coming down as well. I'll now turn to Councilwoman Stark and see if you have any comments and maybe a motion, get some on the floor, and then we'll have additional comments from members of the council. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 1-year pilot program, including the update at 6 months. And I do want to thank all of the staff and thank the neighborhood for their patience, because this really did involve a lot of different departments. And I want to remind everyone that this is a pilot program, and I want to stress it's also a voluntary program. And so the neighborhood of Royal Palm is committed to do this, and with it, they're going to move their trash from the alley to front curb service, so I really thank you for that. I'm excited about this. I don't have an alley where I live, but I know it's been very problematic for parts of our city, and so I think this is a great pilot program. I do have, in the future, I do have some concerns with the cost, because as we go to other parts of the city, some of the neighborhoods may not be able to afford the gates, and so hopefully we can look for sources of revenue, perhaps block watch money. And I want to see Commander Lopez out there. I want to thank him for being here. He is the commander for the precinct that Royal Palm is in, and he has been very helpful as well. And so here we go. I hope it works. Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilman Stark.
Second.
Second by Councilman Valenzuela. Any comments, Councilman?
Now I want to thank, I first want to thank the residents in the community who came out incredibly organized and came out to City Hall multiple times to talk about these types of, well, the fact is there has to be a solution here. And this isn't an issue. The alleyways, it's a difficult conversation. There are a lot of people who are very protective of their alleyway and want their alleyway, and there are a lot of people who want their alleyway to be closed down. It is a case-by-case type of situation. I don't think you can use a broad brush for something like this. But in this particular neighborhood, this neighborhood came out, from what I gathered, the consensus wants this pilot. And I want to thank our city team, our city staff, who, spent a lot of time on this. We're problem solvers through this process, so thank you so much for the time that you're putting in here. And I want to thank my colleague, Councilwoman Stark. It's kind of nice walking through this pilot, this program, with arguably one of the most knowledgeable city planners, regardless of official title. Yeah, only arguably, right, Jim. So it is nice to go through this process with with my colleague, my partner in this particular neighborhood, and so this is a pilot program. This is local government being responsive to the needs of the community, and this is step one, and we'll see where we go. But there's some real issues. Obviously, it was outlined by our speaker. And so we have to be responsive, and let's go through this process. So I'm absolutely supportive.
Thank you so much. Additional comments by members of this council? Councilwoman, please, Vice Mayor.
I have, I guess, some questions, because it's being called a pilot. And throughout my district, in District 4, this has been happening. And they have gone through a process here at the city, and it got accepted. I'm trying to figure out what department signed off on it, but so I'm a little confused, I guess. I don't know if it's going through a different department now or what, but our community action officer, the first responders, meaning fire, have a key to the gate. All of the neighbors signed off on petitions. And so I guess I'm just a little taken back, only because it has been happening within District 4. And I'm not sure if they're going through a different department or where they're moving through. And it's in the central corridor.
All right, please, Ms. Hoffman.
Mayor and council members, and Councilwoman Pastor. There have been instances where alleys have been gated, and what we're trying to do is create a comprehensive approach that includes all the stakeholders. So while you mentioned various stakeholders that were involved in the gates that may have occurred in Central Phoenix, this will assure that we've covered all bases. For instance, the alley is right-of-way, therefore we're processing it through a special revocable permit process, which Again, we're trying to ensure that we cover everything we need to do legally and yet allow the neighbors to do what they would like to do. So while there has been instances in the past, I don't think they may have followed every step they may have needed to follow, but yet they achieved what they needed to achieve in their concerns. But we want to create a system, and as this pilot will allow us to do, to be able to find a way to make it streamlined and easier for, again, if the council agrees and if it's a success, to move it beyond the areas that we have designated as Royal Palm and Sunny Slope for the first 2 phases. So I'm not sure if that answers your questions. There had been some things in the past that we're aware of.
Well, I just want to respond to that because SRP, APS, water, all the entities had been part of this discussion. So I think this is the same thing. I just want to know, technically, if we've been doing it, do we need it as a pilot, or can we move it out to the city?
Mayor, can I maybe answer?
Councilwoman Stark, if you have a good answer, now's the time, please.
I think there is a process in the city. We do have revocable permits and we do have abandonments. And so that has always been available for neighborhoods to either vacate their alleys and the property returns to them, or they go through some kind of revocable permit. I think the real issue has been the trash pickup. And because it really is probably more cost effective and a lot safer to pick at the curb as opposed to the alley, we wanted to look at a more comprehensive program. So we do have those processes available, but they were paid for by the neighborhood. And
right.
In the case of abandonments, they actually buy the property back from the city. This, we're going to keep it as public right-of-way with the ability, again, for fire, police, and the utility district to get back into the alley, as well as the neighbors. So it's trying to take years of trying to hit or miss with the program and make it more comprehensive. So you're right, it's been out there, but I think we're trying to make it in a flow better.
Mayor? Bless you.
Councilman, thank you. Go ahead.
About 7 years ago, Public Works went out there to all of our districts, and we had meetings regarding the same issue. And I remember that there was some legal matters that they were talking about abandoning the alleys and that people could actually purchase the access properties and all that. There was some concerns in my district, I know in Laura's district at that time, that a lot of people were using them as driveways. They have their garages in the back of their alleys. There was, in South Phoenix, we were having a lot of construction material being tossed in the alleys, and people wanted to actually figure out a way to gate them, and that the cost was just too expensive. So we've worked this about 7 years ago. For some reason, it was put on hold. I'm not sure what happened, but I know that there was a couple areas that were actually used as pilot programs. As I can recall, right around Christown Mall on 15th Avenue, just south of Montebello, I think there was an alley there that was actually closed off like this. So that was just a little bit of history for Laura. The other thing is, my concern would be liability on our part if we make sure we go through the law department and make sure if something happens, emergency or so, and people can't get out, are we liable for that or not? The other thing is, if there's one neighbor that doesn't want to put up the gate, are they, how do we deal with that? I think that was one of the big issues 7 years ago. And the other thing is $5,000 and $2,800. If we're looking at a pilot program for the whole city of Phoenix, I can tell you that there's some areas in my district, there's no way they would actually be able to cover this. So I think we need to actually come up with some ideas of how to gate those communities, especially in the areas in my district that they wouldn't be able to afford this at all. Those are some of the concerns I have.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other members of the council? Councilman Waring, please.
Thank you. And a little bit of a similar, I don't expect an answer right now. So I have an alley. My neighbors have alleys. We also have washes. And so when the city a few years ago stopped cleaning washes that were, privately owned, This was news to the neighbors who hadn't cleaned for years. If you abut it, I guess you basically own half of the wash. Sandra, you're shaking your head, so you're familiar with this issue, and it's come up all around the city. So the question when I've gone out to these washes is, well, if that's my property, can I fence it in and add to my backyard, basically? And the answer was yes, I believe. So as long as you're not impeding the flow of the water. Now, it's been a few months since I've had this discussion, but I think that was what was discussed when I went out to some of these sites with staff. So again, you don't have to have an answer now, but let's say I wanted to have a fence and block. I haven't had a problem with my alley, but if I did, or if I just wanted to do it, could I just build my own gate in there, as long as it was permitted and everything else?
Mayor,
you don't have to answer on the fly if you don't know. So
no, I think all the city would be looking in regards to that question, Councilman Waring, is it have to meet the permit requirements, and so you can do some of your own work as long as you get a permit. There's a process to do your own work on site. If you're not doing that work yourself, you have to hire a licensed contractor to do that work. But we could certainly work with someone in terms of constructing their own gate and that kind of a situation. I wanted to quickly address the question raised by Councilwoman Pastor. It has been done from time to time. There are other circumstances where it looks like an alley, but it actually was not dedicated as an alley. It's a public utility easement. And so those are some instances where it's been closed in the past. It wasn't dedicated as a legal alley, so it didn't have the right-of-way issues associated with it. It was just a public utility easement that we treated like an alley and looked like an alley for purposes to close off, but it didn't have that same legal connotations behind it. And specifically what we were asked to do in this instance is develop a way to make it easier for this to happen across the city in the future. And that was part of why we looked at this modified process, not kind of the one-offs that were specifically done to address issues over time.
Well, I would like to commend my colleagues for moving this forward. I am just, I think, 2 steps ahead of you in the sense of I would like this to happen sooner than later due to the fact that there are some of my West Side, Maryville areas that want to move their trash to the front and don't want the illegal dumping in the alleys where then they can't even use the alleys for trash. So I commend my colleagues. I hope the pilot goes quickly and we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments by members of the council? Councilwoman.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the folks involved in this effort. There's a lot of unique issues, neighborhood by neighborhood throughout the city. Councilman Nowakowski mentioned we have some access issues in different parts of the city, and in other parts of the city we've had great partnerships with many different departments. In my district, the fire department has been a very important partner in some of our alleys. We've had for a little while a problem with several fires in the alleys, and working with the police department, we've been able to address that at least in the short term. So the police department continues to be active throughout the city and is an important partner, not at the table, but as we move forward. I think some of the investments this council is making on addressing homelessness will also be very important to some of the issues in alleys, particularly in certain parts of the city. So it is not just this pilot, but the pilot is one of the many important things we're doing to address resident concerns with alleys. Thank you all for your work on it.
Thank you so much. Any additional comments? Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. If you said the majority of the neighbors have to agree, what constitutes majority?
Mayor, Councilman Williams, that'd be 50 plus 1.
50 plus 1, okay. Thank you.
All right, other questions, comments? All right, we take a vote now. I guess we'll roll call.
Councilman DeCiccio.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gallego.
Yes.
Councilman Nowakowski.
Yes.
Councilwoman Stark.
Yes.
Councilman Valenzuela.
Yes.
Councilman Waring. Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pastor. Mayor Stanton.
Yes, that item passes unanimously. Thanks again to Councilwoman Stark and Valenzuela for bringing the concept forward. It sounds like there's a lot of interest in districts around the city. Next item on the agenda is item number 3. Item number 3 is an item that I asked to be put on today's agenda. And item number 3 is a proposal for an alternative way to rename city streets. Mr. City Manager, who's going to lead the discussion on this one?
Mayor, Deputy City Manager Mario Paniagua has been working with Planning and Development Services, Alan Stevenson and Mo Glancy, and Street Transportation, Ray Dovalina. So Mario will take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We're here to discuss the city's street renaming policy. The existing policy was developed in 2006 and tweaked in 2012 to address situations where property owners of a street are interested in changing the name of their street. It doesn't happen often, but the existing process can be useful for what it was designed to do. What the current process did not contemplate were situations where there exists an overarching and broader compelling interest to change the name of a street that the City Council deems offensive or derogatory. For example, the city has heard from representatives of the Native American community, including Native American Connections, the Intertribal Association of Arizona, and the Phoenix Indian Center, that the name of Squaw Peak Drive is offensive and derogatory. And so because, I lost my slide, because of the broader and overarching public interest that we are talking about, the discussion and potential actions for this item today center around how the city can address these concerns by adding to the existing policy a way for the council to consider changing the name of a street, even when the residents of that street are not favorable to the name change. Today, the current process is not set up to do that. The first action on the proposed is on the proposed addition to the city's street renaming policy, and staff will go over that proposal here in just a second. Secondly, an option will be presented to help mitigate the concerns raised specifically about Squaw Peak Drive by replacing the large backlit street signs with directional signs that direct the public to Piestewa Peak within the nearby mountain preserve. And so Ray Dovalina will explain more about that option in just a few minutes. As staff will get into shortly, the purpose of the additional policy language would be to allow the council to determine whether a street name is offensive or derogatory and needs to be changed. That determination by the council is proposed to be based on the city's existing civil rights anti-discrimination statement in the city code, section 18-1, which lists the categories, including race, color, religion, national origin, and others, as shown on the slide. So Mo Glancy is here to cover more about how the city's existing policy works, and then Alan Stevenson will address the proposed addition to the policy as a way to address these types of situations. Mo?
Thank you, Mario. Mayor, members of the council, the current policy allows residents to request a street name change for the street that they are on. This requires a $600 application fee to the Planning and Development Department, along with a map of the affected street and proof that 100% of the property owners on that street have been notified of the proposed change. All owners must sign a petition supporting the requested change for shorter streets with 12 or fewer properties. For longer streets with more than 12 properties, 75% of the owners must support this change. Additional notification is required for larger streets. Arterial streets name changes require notification of all properties within a half a mile, and collector streets require this notification for all properties within an eighth of a mile. In addition, zoning type notification signs must be posted, and the village planning committee must be notified. Planning and development staff also review the proposed name for conformance with technical standards established by the Maricopa Association of Governments. These ensure that the same name isn't already in use on another alignment, that the name length isn't too long, and to verify things like that the pronunciation of the name won't cause confusion. Staff also requests comments from other city departments, including police, fire, street transportation, as well as the U.S. Postal Service. If there are no objections, the change is then submitted for City Council approval. If approved by Council, staff then notifies all residents, all relevant departments, the U.S. Postal Service, local utilities like APS, SRP, and Southwest Gas, mapping services like Google, and the county assessor. In addition, the ordinance is recorded with the county recorder for a public record. The applicant then pays to have all of the signs replaced, and they also pay to have any existing permit records revised with the new street name. With that, Alan Stevenson will cover the proposed addition to the policy.
Mayor, members of council, it's important to note that what we're proposing does not change that policy. That still stays in place, everything that Mo just went through, but what it does is add a process that if the council deems a name offensive pursuant to the slides that Mr. Paniagua just presented, there's an alternate process that could begin with that as well. And so what would happen in that instance is the mayor or 3 council members could provide a written initiation to request that the city consider changing those names that are offensive or derogatory, and then also propose a new name. The very first thing that the staff would do if presented with a petition or a letter by the mayor or 3 council members is schedule it for the next formal agenda. And so as part of that, then it would be to the full council to decide, are we going to move forward on that or not? If the full council votes on and decides not to move forward, staff won't do anything else with it. That issue will be dead. If the council votes to authorize staff to go forward, then the process we'll talk about will take place. And so if there is a vote to move forward on something, the first thing that staff would do is send out notice to the property owners that abut a proposed street name change area. And so this would be all the property owners that have their address on that street, so that we could send them notice within 21 days of that council authorization to proceed to get input from them. That input staff would take into consideration as part of our staff analysis and staff report. In addition, it would be attachments that we would put to the eventual staff report that would come to the full mayor and council for them to consider the input from those property owners that are affected. In addition, as staff worked through during that analysis period, we'll talk a little bit more about what will go in there in just a second. But the next part that we will do in terms of this big picture overview is we want to make sure that we notify the property owners twice. So this is their second notice that we would send to them 14 days prior to the city council determination of changing the name or not. So we have 2 times in there to send notice to those property owners who abut that street. The first one is give us your input. The second one is here's the hearing date where the council will consider the name change so that they can come and show up and may have any comments they would like to at that point. We will try and work to schedule that within 90 days of that authorization to proceed from council, so we can work through this stuff in a timely fashion and get back to the full council within 90 days. And then if there was a authorization to proceed, staff would notify residents and take those additional steps that Mr. Glancy mentioned in terms of notifying the post office and all the other entities that we do as part of our normal address change process. With that, on this next slide, I want to talk a little bit about the staff analysis and report and what we do in that particular instance. So obviously each street is unique in terms of what it has. Staff would include an analysis of that, such as how many residential homes, their businesses on that street, all those types of things would be analyzed as part of that. We'd compare the MAG standards review, the information that Mr. Glancy talked about, such as not having duplicate names, making sure that it's in the proper alignment so that we continue with the standard MAG naming process, which is really put in place to help some of our first responders be able to quickly locate places in the event of an emergency. We would also analyze any city costs for signs. So these are the normal street signs that are out there in a neighborhood, but also any backlit street signs that may be impacted as well. We would include that information. We'd also include an analysis of effective date on when the ordinance will become effective. You know, ordinances generally become effective 30 days after council takes action. The council does have the ability to stipulate out 90 days or other time periods of when it would become effective. This would be done to give property owners additional time in order to ensure compliance and let them be able to manage the name change process in an orderly fashion. In terms of the potential cost, the other item that staff would then look at is potential costs for property owners who are impacted by a potential name change. And so we'd include that information as part of the staff report so the full council could consider that. From a resident perspective, staff has done some initial research into that. One of our staff members has looked at how they could change their address if they lived on a street like this that was happening. What could they do? They found a number of online databases and websites where they'd be able to access information to change their name, such as in their address for banks. All those types of things are out there today because we do have a highly mobile population. You can change a lot of that address information via the computer in a fairly easy manner. Driver's license vehicle registrations, for example, that's one web page that you go to. It changes both of your address through those. You're not required to pay for a new driver's license. You are required to update that information online, and then as long as it's correct online, you can continue to use your old driver's license. If you do wish to have a new driver's license, printed, that's $12 to pay for a new license. Staff also is working on information to facilitate address updates, such as here's the website, here's the process you have to go to for common places to change the address to facilitate some of that information. If it goes forward. We do know in businesses, if there's businesses that have their addresses that are impacted by this, it's similar to the above. They do have some additional signage and marketing material costs that may be there in terms of their business address, as well as any of their marketing materials that may be tied back to their address. That's an additional cost. We'd include some analysis and information on that for the full council to consider those impacts as it comes back around on each individual case. In closing on the proposed process, staff is putting this in as an addition to, not a replacement for the existing policy, and it does include a couple notices to property owners and ensuring that there is a public discussion and debate about whether or not that name change should happen and some analysis that staff can bring forward. With that, I'm going to Oh, I'm sorry, yes. So one other thing on this last part, there has been some questions about any legal documents that would need to be updated, and as part of any legal documents, we have visited with the law department. They tell us that it wouldn't affect their legal standing if the address, such as a will or something like that, still listed the old address. It would not have any impact on the legal standing of that will. In addition, if a name change is approved by council, that's done via ordinance. We would send a copy of that ordinance to all the property owners. That's their legal piece of paper that shows their address was changed, should they have any need in the future to use that. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Dovalina, who's going to talk about some of the directional signage.
Thanks, Alan. Mayor and Council, the second part of this presentation is a consideration to replace the existing backlit street signs with directional signs to Payastoa Peak at the intersection of Lincoln Drive and Squaw Peak. As Mario stated, there's been a couple of Native American groups that have provided some concerns of the existing signs. So this consideration would be to look at the existing backlit signs. So regardless of the first request, as you've heard, the additions to the street naming policy, the backlit sign could be changed to a directional sign. The official name of the street does not change. Also, the street name signs at residential streets along the corridor would remain the same. And and then this would not preclude anything moving forward with any changes in street names. So this is an example of an option that we could consider for the backlit street name, or backlit sign that we're considering. With that, I'll pass it back to Mario.
Thank you, Ray. So Mayor and Council, there are two posted actions before you today. One is to modify the city street renaming policy to include the additional steps outlined in this presentation and in the council report. And secondly, a separate action would be to replace the existing backlit street signs with directional signs to Payastoa Peak. Again, this would not change the name of that street, but the street name could be considered for a change in the future. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We have a few cards here from members of the public who would like to provide testimony on this new proposal. After we hear from the public, then I'll turn down members of the council, see if there's a motion in a second, and then we can have comments, questions, and discussion, ultimately a vote on this item. The first speaker is Reverend Reginald Walton. Reverend, are you here? Good to see you. Followed by Corey McPhee. Up to 2 minutes of testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stand to support this move. It is time for all offensive and derogatory street names in this city to come down, and this tool, which would be at the disposal of the council, would allow it to be moved. It's time. It's time to stop the offensive rhetoric. It's time to stop celebrating parts of our history that have hurt people and actually cause terror to this day. And so we're asking that you would consider this vote to move forward in this vein. Thank you very kindly.
Mayor, may I ask Reverend Walton?
Thank you very much. Councilman Seat, you had a question for Reverend Walton.
Just as a question, too, because there were a lot of individuals in our history, in the country's history. Now, my parents came from another country, so I want to put that on the record, too. But people like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, who considered slaves basically a 3/5 vote. He didn't consider them a full person. Would you consider those people derogatory as well, Madison in particular?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. DeCiccio, do you want my real answer? The answer is yes. Although there are things that they did for the betterment of this country, if I was standing in front of them, they would consider me less than human. And so that is disrespectful, that is derogatory, and it has no place in the great city of Phoenix in 2017.
And a lot of those individuals did. Jackson, Madison, I've got a list here, Monroe, Washington. They all considered African Americans at the time less than, those that were white.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. DeCiccio, without mincing words, maybe it's time we look at the way in which we honor some of those that were considered the founders of this country. It is not without precedence to take a look at situations and people, and it is my hope that we would take a look at case-by-case basis. And two names in particular come to mind. Squaw Peak, which is a derogatory term for a Native American woman, and Robert E. Lee, who was the general of the Confederate forces. And the Confederacy, for those who do not know, each state left the Union in order to preserve slavery. To honor someone who basically became a terrorist has no place in 2017.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Our next speaker will be Corey McPhee. Mr. McPhee, are you here? Mr. McPhee was opposed to the proposal that we heard earlier. How about Roy Tatum representing the NAACP, followed by Richard Cruz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, to the committee. I stand in favor of this suggestion and proposal. I believe it is time to be sensitive to the concerns of communities of color, to communities, marginalized communities, communities that did not have a voice, particularly probably at the time when these streets were named. So I stand in honor of my ancestors. I stand for those that did not have a voice to express themselves, with all due respect. And so I appreciate the council taking up consideration to change the policy to make it easier for those to come to the council to say, I know that this street has been named, you know, whatever, Squaw Peak or after Robert E. Lee or whatever the street name may be, but I want you to know that it hurts me. I want you to know that it offends me. I want you to know what the name, I'm from Virginia originally, so I know the history of Robert E. Lee. And when I hear the Confederate, I mean, he's a hero for many in Virginia, in Richmond in particular. However, I also know Nat Turner. I also know Frederick Douglass. I also know of the names of Harriet Tubman. And so I almost believe that if we proposed a Nat Turner Street Boulevard, you know, I almost believe that this council room would be packed in opposition. Why? Because some people would say he was a freedom fighter. Some people said that he was a murderer. Well, we take the same position with those fighting for the Confederacy, those offending the Native Americans. So I applaud you, Mayor Stanton, for taking this proposal and taking the request seriously to address the various issues affecting our community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tatum. I appreciate it very much. How about Richard Cruz next, followed by Representative Reginald Boulding.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I stand here as a father, above all things. I have 3 boys under the age of 6, and I feel that their history lesson shouldn't come from street names. And when I say that, I mean that we shouldn't be driving down the street and they say, well, what does Squaw Peak mean, Daddy? And I have to explain that, and you know, and my children, they're small, but they're thinkers, and like, well, isn't it a good thing to name a street after somebody, right? And so I think about this, and what comes to mind, and I understand separation of church and state, but I think the Bible has a lot of wisdom in it. So regardless of how you subscribe, I think that this is this hits. And 1 Corinthians chapter 13, it says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. I thought as a child and I understood as a child, but when I became a man, I put away my childish things. And so as we know better, we have to begin to do better. We can't just say that, well, they were the founding fathers of our country, and because of that, that gives them a pass. It doesn't. And the longer that we stand in spaces that just because it's what we've always done, well, what we've always done will get us what we've always gotten. And I do believe that the city of Phoenix is a city that's about being progressive. Not progressive politics, about being progressive, which means that we have to move forward. And if all we do is honor the ugly sides of our past, then all we're doing is going back further and further and asking and failing to ask ourselves why. Why are we not willing to truly take a moment of investigation and introspection to say, this is wrong, and there's nothing wrong with correcting what is wrong. The only thing that's wrong about, the only thing that would be wrong is to not do it. So I thank you, and I stand in favor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cruz. Councilman Cicio, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question if I could. How would you handle Madison, for example? I mean, he's the one that considered African Americans less than human, basically, with his 3/4% what he considered them to be for taxation purposes. I mean, so how do you deal with that then? And then where do you stop that?
Okay, so I stop at justice. And so if justice is what love looks like in public, then I think we need to have real conversations about what his perspective was. And so I'll divert that by simply saying that we, as a city, have invested in Indian Steel Park, right? And there were some horrific things that happened at Indian Steel Park, right? That's a site of cultural genocide. Now, we can pretend like that didn't happen and there was just a space where the federal government educated folks from the reservation, or we can say that this is a space where horrific things happened. However, like the city of Phoenix, the Phoenix rising from the ashes, we've taken this space from something that was negative and turned it into a positive for education. So either A, we can say, oh, well, he was just a man of his time, or we can say he was a man of his time and that was wrong. Quite often, though, in spaces like Squaw Peak, we're not interested in having that conversation. And so I would ask you, are you interested in having that conversation in a way that presents something that may be uncomfortable? Because injustice is comfortable for some, but uncomfortable for many. And which means that in order to create justice, we have to be willing as a space to truly dive into spaces that may be uncomfortable for us, because you're not here to serve the few, you're here to serve the many.
All right, thank you very much for that testimony, Vice Mayor.
So you led in uncomfortable discussions. And for me, I feel like those residents need to be led in that discussion. And to understand the history, to understand why that is derogatory to our Native brothers and sisters. And I feel like that space needs to be opened up for true understanding as to what they signed a petition for. Because I don't believe they truly understand what Squaw Peak means. And so I feel that that dialogue needs to also happen in order for our community to change and understand and heal. That dialogue needs to happen.
I fully agree with that. I fully do agree with that, that we can't just pass policy without understanding that there's understanding that needs to go along with that policy. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Cruz. Appreciate it very much. State Representative Reginald Boulding is next to provide his testimony. I would ask the question, maybe you can address it. You were part of a number of leaders that asked the state of Arizona to eliminate Confederate monuments throughout the state of Arizona. I think although these changing any particular street name is not on the agenda today, it would just be the policy that might allow for it, other than the existing policy. Clearly underlying this is a couple of street names that were brought up. And so maybe you can address the issue about why the leadership, you and others, called for ending of celebration of Confederate monuments, but not elimination of Jefferson and Madison, et cetera. Please, Representative.
So first I want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor and City of Phoenix Council, for even placing item 3 on the agenda. The fact that we are in the city of Phoenix having this conversation about street names, whether or not they are offensive, and allowing the city to really take, the city council and mayor to take leadership is very applauding. We know that there has been major conversation nationally in the state and also in our city with regards to markers, monuments, statues, and street names that have honored the painful and dark history that we've seen in this country. Now, and I know that within the state of Arizona, it's a conversation that we've had beginning to, it was highlighted 2 years ago, but it's been a conversation that's happened for a number of years. Currently, there are 6 markers within the state of Arizona in which taxpayers are being asked to pay for. Taxpayers like myself are being asked to use our taxpayer-funded dollars to pay for the upkeep and maintenance of Confederate monuments and markers that many believed were offensive, that I believe is offensive. Individuals who didn't believe that I should have the ability to walk into the State House, have a monument that's out in front of the State House, and I find that troubling. And to have the conversation is one in which we need to have. I think it's important to know at the state level, we're not saying that these monuments and markers need to be destroyed. We're saying that they need to be placed where we remember history, such as a museum, where we don't believe that the city or the state should have any obligation in paying for using our taxpayer dollars to pay for those. With regards to the city of Phoenix, I do believe the city of Phoenix has been a role model to other cities across this country on many occasions for several years. And today is an opportunity for the city to continue to be that role model and show other cities across this country that we have the ability and we can have the ability with courage to take a stand to really address issues that are offensive in this time and age. One thing that is important to note, that the process and the policy change still allows for public input. It still allows for residents to have their voices heard who may live on those streets. But what it also does is it allows the council to have another tool in their tool belt to really take action, and I think it's important. And on a final note, I do want to say that while individuals and residents, we live on streets that we call home, every street in the city of Phoenix belongs to the residents of the city, not just individuals who may live on those streets. So it's important that we take that in mind. It's important that we recognize that. And again, I would like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council for even placing this item on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Representative Bowling. Appreciate your testimony. Councilman DeCiccio,
I do have to
question,
keep asking these questions, though, too, because I got it from the others, too, that they found the Madison, Washington, Jackson, Jefferson offensive as well. The question I have for you is, do you find those offensive as well? And then are you willing to actually go in those neighborhoods and walk and talk to those individuals and educate them on those people, that those past presidents, that they may be a problem too? And are you how far are you willing to go?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, with all due respect, today we're currently talking about the Confederacy. We're talking about monuments, and we're talking about street names in particular, right. With the Confederacy and also with Squaw Peak. I think that question is for another time, but as of today, item 3, I didn't see any mention of those. So if that's something that yourself and 2 other councilmen or women, I'm sorry, ladies, men would like to put on the agenda, I'd love to come down here and address it at that time.
Thank you very much. Camille Westenberg is the next speaker, followed by Jeremy Helfgott on behalf of Phoenix Human Relations Commission.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and others here in the audience. I am a retired professor emeritus from Phoenix College who has taught English and African American literature and rap literature. We are looking at 2 types of ills in society. One is name calling. 51, the peak. I will not use the derogatory word because I am not a name caller. Is detrimental, hurtful, inhumane to the indigenous people of America and to me, because there is a term that is often used in reference to African Americans or people of the African diaspora that is extremely hurtful. At some point in time, because we are at a point of turmoil in this country, at some point in time, we're all going to have to look up, take the high road, and do the essence of what needs to be done for what is right. Now, I will address your question as it relates to people. That's the other level. You're talking about human beings who have lived their life on this earth, who have professed some tendencies that have looked at other human beings and have not seen them, recognized, or acted toward them as human beings because of their appearance, their traditions, their culture, their religion, their music, their dance, their food. And we also have the tradition of naming Streets after presidents, that's another continuum. So we're going to have to look at the name-calling component of it, and then the living individuals who have lived that lifestyle. And then, in the state of Arizona, we're going to need to look at the educational system and see whether ethnic studies can be taught in the classroom, K through college, and telling the story truthfully. Young people need to know the truth. I am not an advocate of censorship. When you think in terms of the arts, whether it is drama, a play, a book, I think the dress, whether it's Confederate flag or whatever, if it's on the stage, it needs to be there to reflect the history the way it was. But when you walk out into the real world, it changes. It changes. And so we are going to have to look at what has been proposed here and recognize it as a very small step in addressing the types of changes to make this world a better place for ourselves and for our children. There's an African symbol called the Sankofa, and it means it's a bird walking forward but looking back. We have to look back at all of the ugliness and every culture has some ugliness in it. Do know. Every culture, every people. It isn't that across the line you can look at an African-American person and say everyone is good, or an Anglo-Saxon and say everyone is good. But sitting here, it has been placed on your shoulders. As citizens, it has been placed on your shoulders. As a retired educator, it has been placed on my shoulder to do the right thing. I say to you, be a part of the cure.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Westenberg, for outstanding testimony. I'm a little bit bummed that I never had the opportunity to be in your class after the. All right, Jeremy Helfcott is next, representing the Phoenix Human Relations Commission, followed by Colette Watson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Jeremy Helfcott, as mentioned, here on behalf of the Phoenix Commission on Human Relations. The Human Relations Commission of the city has been looking at this street naming issue for about 8 months now, and I believe you all received in the packet for today's meeting a copy of a letter to our chair that began this conversation, as well as you should have received earlier today a letter directly from our chair, Brendan Mahoney, on behalf of the commission that itself underlines the points I'm here to make on the Commission's behalf today. While the Commission did not feel that it was the appropriate body to lead the charge to make the specific name changes that were requested in that first letter, in looking at this issue, we felt very strongly and reached a very quick consensus that the city needs to have some kind of mechanism to allow its leadership, namely the 9 of you who serve on this body, to make decisions reflective of our city as a whole. And the concern is that at present, where there are concerns of city street names, which are in their own way monuments that reflect on the character and the thinking of our city as a whole, to leave the ability to make changes to those in the hands of just a small number of residents who represent only a very small geographic part of the city. We're talking about policy that drills down to the level of if there are fewer than 12 residents needing 100% consensus. At that point, we're putting the reflection of a population of 1.6 million people strictly at the initiative of a small group of a dozen. You are the elected leaders of this city. You are responsible for the image of this city, for how it's reflected both within and without. And we believe very strongly that you should have the ability and empowerment to, at the very least, raise these issues and lead these discussions. And I know Vice Mayor Pastor, Councilman DeCiccio, you've talked about engaging in that dialogue. At this point, that dialogue really has to come from the citizens themselves up. You're not afforded the ability to convene that conversation. The change in ordinance that's being contemplated today would empower you to have those discussions in a meaningful way and at a level that goes citywide. I want to say this city has had continued success because we are inclusive. People move here to live because we're inclusive. People move here to work because we're inclusive. People start businesses here because we're inclusive. And people choose to expand their businesses here because we are inclusive. Changing the name of a street that is offensive to some does not exclude anyone. And obviously there will be a public practice to ensure that that name won't be offensive to any particular group of our residents. But having a name that is exclusive to some is a black eye on the city and has the potential to reflect negatively on all of us. So on the Commission's behalf and on my own personal behalf, I would urge each of you to support this ordinance with a yes vote today, bearing in mind that in and of itself, the change to the process doesn't make any actual changes. It simply opens the door to have the conversation. And with that, I thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I do, Mayor. Thank you very much. Councilman, please.
Yeah, and I do, and I appreciate your approach on this too. And I really do on that, because, you know, I, for one, think Squaw Peak itself, the name is offensive. I found it offensive from day one. I thought what Napolitano did was the right thing with the peak. The problem that I've got is that the process was never followed because the city's never engaged those individuals in those neighborhoods, whether it's the Robert E. Lee Street. And if I were African American, I'd probably find that a problem to live on that street too. I mean, I'd just admit that right off the bat. But the question I've got is that nobody, I mean, we're looking at an entirely new process when the city didn't even go out there, or individuals didn't even go out there and start talking to those individuals that live on that street and talk to them about it and find a way to make it work. The problem I've got with the policy we've got right now, it just seems so top down, like, you know, if you don't like it, we're going to cram it down your throat kind of a thing, instead of engaging in a conversation with those individuals that live in those streets. I think that's so simple to do. Whether it's 12 people, 15 people, I don't know how many live on Robert E. Lee. I think it's probably quite a bit because it's an apartment complex. But starting a conversation with them first. I don't see the need to go through an entire process change when we haven't even looked at how to engage it in the front end of this. I mean, to me, that sounds like the most simple thing to do. Changing a street sign, I get it, because that's the city of Phoenix. But when you're talking about impacting people's lives, just go talk to them. That's just not happened. We talked to one of the individuals that was kind of leading the 12 or 15 individuals that were part of my district in that area. And she basically said, no one's really come and talked to us at all. They just put their backs up. All they had to do is read about it in the news media or hear about it on the radio or on the that was their way of getting communicated with. It just didn't seem appropriate when it's so simple to go out and talk to people instead of just cramming things down people's throats for no reason. These are nice people. They're good people. They work hard. I think what's happened is that they've been demonized because now they've got their backs up. And it's just not appropriate for a city the size of this to be able to cram things down people's throats without talking to them first.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Mayor, may I respond?
Yeah, I'd like you to.
Well,
I'm curious, yeah.
If you'd like to respond, please do so. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, I believe that this measure today is the right move in that direction. We as a commission felt that it wasn't our role either to go knocking door to door. Our role is to foster dialogue on the broader level. And I think when asking the question of why haven't folks been engaged, part of that is there hasn't really been an empowerment at the leadership level, namely this council, to go out and proactively engage in these conversations. It can only come from the bottom up. So I believe this ordinance change today is what's going to empower that dialogue to happen. I certainly hope that none of those residents are feeling demonized. I certainly haven't demonized anyone. I know as a body, the Human Relations Commission wouldn't do so. But I think it does raise a concern on the part of the city as a whole that doesn't bear any judgment on any particular case, this action today. We're not making any changes with this proposed ordinance. We're merely opening the door to a new avenue of dialogue that can be driven by 3 members of this council as the elected leaders of our full population as a city.
But this council can do that today without even, I mean, they can literally just instruct staff and say that, you know, we got an 8-hour rule, go out there and talk to those individuals and find out. The elected officials that want to make the changes could go do that. Citizens could actually help engage in that. I think that when people are, you know, they're brought to a level where they're talking to them rather than talking down to them and making them feel bad about things, you'll get a better response from that. I would lay odds that at least 50% or not more of the individuals would probably look for a change. But the city can today without going through a whole process change, because there's really nothing in here that is, you know, more along the lines of like it has to fit these certain categories. Just because someone feels it's derogatory, someone believes it is, like I believe Squaw Peak is derogatory. That doesn't mean everyone does, you know what I mean? There aren't standardizations put in place with this new policy. I think it's just so much easier. It just seems like a political show today to do something when in fact it's so easy just to instruct staff to go out there and go talk to the 12 to 15 neighbors or the 40 or 50 neighbors that may live on Robert E. Lee. Just go talk to them, sit down with them, explain to them, educate them, talk to them why it's a problem, find if there's a way to make it work. It just seems that way.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, I just want to note that clearly in the policy, those things are defined based on the definitions that exist in Chapter 18, Section 1 of the City Code, which is our Human Relations Ordinance. And I'd also add that there are upsides that haven't even been considered here. For example, we went through a ceremonial name change with Martin Luther King Boulevard. If this council had been empowered with this ordinance, that wouldn't be ceremonial. We could have approached the city and made that an official change without the need of that door-to-door upswell. I think if you look at the amount of citizen input in this process, it gives plenty of opportunity for that dialogue to occur, and it doesn't constrain other means. It doesn't stop staff from going door-to-door if that's called for by this council. It merely enhances your power to represent the city as a whole.
Well, MLK, I
very much,
support it.
Jeremy. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Councilman, if you have any additional...
Yeah, just one last thing. I supported the MLK change, but it was ceremonial at first, but I believe it becomes permanent, doesn't it, over time?
Ceremonial right now. So
until you get 75%.
Opening, yeah.
Until we get 75% of the businesses in.
And I believe you're already on path for doing that, correct?
We're educating people.
Yeah.
I hope we are on the path to change Broadway Road to Martin Luther King. Ceremonial, well, if it's ceremonial, we need to just have it happen. If we're going to be a welcoming city and a diverse city, then in name changing, we should change the name of those roads. And that's my 2 cents.
Amen.
All right, thank you very much. As everyone on this council knows, I think it's important to point out now, today's proposal would just set a pathway other than the existing policy to change street names. If and when this passes, and in the fall after our break, there is a proposed name change to a specific street, it would come before this council and we'd have a hearing about whether to initiate the process. That would begin a public process seeking input, not just from those that happen to live on the street, but the community as a whole about whether that street name ought to be changed. I believe it was a 90-day period that was proposed for that public output process. And then finally, there would be a second vote of the city council, and it would take a majority vote of the city council to make those changes. Councilman DeCiccio indicated that He does believe that Squaw Peak Drive is offensive, and also mentioned that he thought that Robert E. Lee is offensive as well during his commentary. If those particular street names are proposed to be changed, there would be a two-step process in which a majority vote of this council have to happen beforehand. Inevitably, there would be a series of public meetings to hear people's input on that subject matter. However, it would not, at the end of the day, of this policy proposal, it should be noted, it would not require then that 75% of the residents have to vote in the affirmative. Their input would be heard, but at the end of the day, if a name is determined to be demeaning, in this case, as the Tiffany has talked about, to our Native American brothers and sisters or to our African American residents of Phoenix, if it needs to be determined, and that decision is made by us. And yes, there is subjectivity to it, just like there is subjectivity when we make any decision before this city council. You know, we don't make things by, we're not robots up here, we're human beings that make that determination after listening to the public. We would use that same public input process for this as we do for any other public policy before this city council. The next speaker is Colette Watson, Ms. Watson, and then followed by Ernest Martinez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I also want to thank you, Mayor, for speaking to the public input that has taken place in this matter. And I just want to remind everyone also that there's public input taking place right now, and that the individuals who are coming up and speaking before you in favor of this measure, which I do stand in favor of, we are residents of this community. We are folks who are looking to you for leadership on this matter, and I hope that our perspectives are as well being heard and weighed heavily. So I just want to really talk about for a quick moment what's really at stake here. You know, we're talking about moral issues at the moment. It's not just about a street, it's not just about money, it's not just about signs, it's about the morality of these names. It's about having moral courage. And I think that it doesn't take moral courage to focus on, you know, other street names to kind of obfuscate and distract the debate. It doesn't take moral courage to talk about 75 versus 50% majorities and things of that nature. What takes moral courage is taking a step back and thinking about the origins of a street name like a Robert E. Lee. That street was named Robert E. Lee in 1961. And in 1962, the Confederate flag went up on top of the State House just down the street from the house I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. Now, why was that? That was at the height of the Civil Rights Movement, which was a time when people were just fighting for very, very basic freedoms. The ability to have jobs, the ability to use restrooms and water fountains and vote. But there were people in our society who did not want those freedoms to be extended to all and raised these symbols, Robert E. Lee, the Confederate flag, and other symbols of that institution, the Confederacy, in response to that fight. And so now we have an opportunity to right that wrong. And I just think that, you know, no one's flying a flag that says Jefferson or Madison in the commission of terroristic acts, like an Emanuel Church massacre or a Ku Klux Klan rally. You know, it's very, very easy to get into the minutia of, well, this person, that person. But what takes real moral courage, what takes real leadership, which is what I depend on from my city council, regardless of maybe what may be some of the subjective or misguided sort of opinions or things in our community. What I depend on is leadership from my city council that is morally courageous, that is historically honest, and regardless of your own race, I think we can all be offended by, you know, names like the name Peak or the Confederacy and the preservation of slavery. I don't have to be Native American to be deeply offended by that term. And I noticed that our councilman was very, very careful to say that he would be offended by the Robert E. Lee Street if he were African American. But I submit that I hope, even not as an African American, that you are offended by that name, because of the fact that the Confederacy was created to preserve slavery, the bondage of human beings in our country. It's 2017. We've arrived at a time when hopefully we will have the moral courage and leadership to evolve beyond these types of tributes in our community and on our public lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Watson?
Bear with us here, guys. It does look like we have momentarily lost that feed of this debate on street names here in Phoenix. This is the Phoenix City Council having this discussion over street names here. It does look like we might have lost the feed there. Give me just a few moments while I try to fix this issue. Appreciate you watching. All right, everybody. Well, it does look like we have lost that feed, but let's take you to another live event here in the show. It looks like we do have a fire here locally in Phoenix, pulling up this live shot for you here. Streaming live here on Fox News Now, working on getting more information for you. We appreciate you watching on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Just pulling up some more information that we're getting into the newsroom here of this fire coming out of Prescott, Arizona. As of Monday afternoon, 20 fires were actively burning in Arizona. Resources assigned to this Goodwin fire here included 6 hotshot crews and 10 other crews, as well as 29 fire engines, 4 helicopters, and 2 air attack planes. And 525 personnel working on this blaze right now in Prescott, Arizona. We're keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. It's about 109 degrees here today. We appreciate you watching. Bear with us, guys. It looks like we have momentarily lost the feed there. Working on getting more information as we continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me just pull up for you guys a few more. Let me get this information up. Okay, it does look like we got our feedback. Appreciate your patience. Let's pull up the chopper feed again. Again, this is the Goodwin fire, and it continues to burn in the very rugged terrain to the south and west of the junction with Senator Highway and County Road 177. Fire crews began the day working to keep the fire south of County Road 177. That's the Mayor Goodwin Road, which is kind of an indication of why they're calling it the Goodwin Fire here today. Again, this is in Prescott, Arizona. We're keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Bear with us here, guys. It does look like the shot has frozen as we're continuing this coverage of the Goodwin fire in Prescott, Arizona. Looks like we are getting that camera moving again, streaming from the news chopper here. We have a lot of information on the wildfire website as well. These extreme conditions and the temperatures aren't making this any easier for fire crews to put out this blaze today, and you have to give it up to these guys who are wearing all of those, the heavy equipment and the uniforms to put out a fire like this in 109-degree temperatures. As of Monday afternoon, 20 fires were actively burning in Arizona, and resources assigned to the Goodwin fire that you're seeing here included 6 hotshot crews, 10 Type 2 crews, 29 engines, 4 helicopters, 2 air attack planes, and 525 personnel, all working on this fire today. So we'll keep you guys updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Also, we do have another live event, this in California. We're going to stay on this feed, but just want to give you guys a quick look. This is in California. This is a wildfire also happening. So taking you back, though, to this situation here locally in Arizona. But again, this is not the only wildfire happening today. We'll be sure to keep you updated on both breaking news events here live on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Again, by 3 o'clock on Monday, the Goodwin fire was burning 14 miles south of Prescott, and it had consumed over 1,000 acres of land here with 0% containment. And it's still burning into the next day. And we're streaming this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Live pictures from the news chopper. We appreciate your patience as sometimes the feed does glitch and freeze a little bit as we're streaming live here on Fox News Now as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. We'll keep you updated. Does look like we have lost that feed again, everybody. We appreciate your patience as we are working on getting it back. Sometimes when we're streaming from the news chopper, we just never know if the feed's going to go out. But it does look like we just got it back again. Appreciate your patience as we stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. The Goodwin fire out of Prescott, Arizona today started burning yesterday and still into today. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, it keeps going in and out, so I don't want to have you guys just staring at a dark screen, but we are working on fixing this feed for you guys as we continue this coverage. Again, it's 109 degrees here today in Phoenix, so you have to feel for these fire crew members who are out there, working on this fire and all of that heavy equipment. I mean, you see these firefighters and the outfits they have to wear and all of the hard work they have to do. They've been working for hours here, even from yesterday as well on this blaze. So hopefully it will be put out soon, but right now it still looks pretty hefty at this point, although we just lost our feed again, so I am trying to get that back for you guys. I appreciate your patience. Also, we do have this wildfire in California as well, so we'll be sure to take you there a little bit later in the show. So it's not the only wildfire happening today. I mean, there's record temperatures in California as well, so this is all happening at once. We'll keep you updated on both of those events, but right now, still waiting to get that feed back from our news chopper. Hopefully, we'll be able to get another shot for you guys. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox YouTube stream, as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. Looks like we have got that shot back. Thanks for watching.
Welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Coming up at 6:30, there is going to be a public meeting tonight at the Bradshaw Mountain High School in Prescott Valley. Once again, that is happening at 6:30 in the gym, and it will be about the Goodwin update for people that live in the area. We're so happy that you could be with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody joining us right now on Facebook Live when there is breaking news alerts. Of course, we are streaming it for you. And more than 500 firefighters are bracing for persistent windy conditions as they continue to battle this northern Arizona fire. The Goodwin fire has burned so far more than 4,000 acres and has forced deputies to evacuate approximately 150 people from 50 homes in the remote community of Pine Flat. Arizona fire officials say 5% of the Goodwin fire scorching areas south of Prescott was contained by this morning. Spokeswoman Tiffany Davalia says the fire is burning across thick vegetation in ponderosa pine in rugged terrain throughout Prescott National Forest. She says dense, rugged terrain and near critical fire weather have all created hazardous conditions for the firefighters combating this blaze. Evacuations issued with a mandatory evacuation has been ordered for everything west of Main Street in Mayer. Evacuations are also in effect for the Breezy Pines subdivision, as well as for the area north of the Goodwin Mayer Road, County Road 177, and west of Highway 69. The Red Cross set up a shelter for evacuees at the local high school there in Mayer, and a public meeting is being held tonight, 6:30, at the Bradshaw Mountain High School in Prescott. And right now, the cause of the fire is under investigation. And just a reminder for everyone that may be traveling as well, State Route is closed between I-17 and State Route 169 to all traffic. Use State Route 169 and State Route 89 in that area for the Goodwin fire. And pre-evacuations have been ordered for Walker, Potato Patch, Mountain Pine Acres, and Mount Union. Mandatory evacuations have already been issued for all of Mayer. Evacuations are also in effect for the Breezy Pines subdivision as well as for the area north of the Goodwin Mayer Road, County Road 177, and west of Highway 69. This does not include areas east of Highway 69. The evacuation for the community of Pine Flat is still in place. All right, folks, and sometimes that shot will go in and out with us. Let's see if we could reestablish a connection with Sky Fox. Just a reminder, everyone, that State Route 69 is closed between I-17 and State Route 169 due to this fire. Please use State Route 169 and State Route 89 as alternate routes. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Sometimes our shot goes a little bit in and out there. Skyfox up in the air in Prescott, working to reestablish that connection for you. Once again, folks, you are part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and well, I think this is always a big reminder of what our firefighters do in the summer here in Arizona. You can see they're laying that retardant down, trying their very best to try to get a line on this fire where they can start knocking it down. But right now, they're working their very best, and when we see visuals of this, just a good reminder of the hard work and dedication that they do for everyone in Arizona. Also, folks, the closure of State Route 69, northbound and southbound, about 11 miles north of I-17. That road is closed due to the smoke from the Goodwin fire at mile marker 274. All right, this was our very own Ty Brennan there just about an hour ago on Facebook Live. Take a look.
We're here in Dewey Humboldt, right off of the 169. I want to show you this. I'm gonna get out of the car. It's not that hot here. One good sign. It's not that hot. Okay, take a look at this, you guys. This is it. This is the Goodwin fire that's burning right now, about 4,400 acres. Multiple places have been evacuated, including portions of Mayor. But this fire is really just grown in size, so I wouldn't be surprised if we learned in a few minutes that this fire is even bigger than the 4,400 acres that they estimated just a while ago. They do have a community meeting that's going to be held in Prescott Valley tonight at 6:30. It was originally supposed to be held in Mayor, but because of the evacuations in that area, they have now moved it to Prescott Valley. This fire is incredible. I haven't seen a fire like this since I covered wildfires when I worked in Colorado, and we saw some of the worst in Colorado history of this. Unfortunately, it's very eerily. So you can see the sky is dark, and those the winds. You can hear the winds probably here. This is not easy for these firefighters that are dealing with this. It's warm. It is wind up to conditions that no firefighter ever wants to see. So we're going to grab a little bit of B-roll out here, and then we're heading in. We're going to head into the area where some of those folks evacuated. Hopefully talk to them about their experience so far. We were heading up on the I-17. As soon as you get to Sunset Point, you can see this giant plume of smoke. And as we got closer, we got up to 69, which is that Curtis Junction area. And that is closed. They've closed it down, so you can't get into Mayor. You can't get through to get to the other side, which is where we are now, on the other side of the fire. So this is really insane. I see some folks over here that are stopping to take photos of this. Right now, Deborah, we are on the 169. This is Dewey Humboldt over there. Prescott Valley is right over this way. So that's where that evacuation center is. I don't know if you can see. There's a plane coming through right there. Can you see it?
And for those of you maybe just joining us here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, more than 500 firefighters are bracing for persistent windy conditions as they continue to battle this northern Arizona fire. The Goodwin fire has burned 4,400 acres and has forced deputies to evacuate approximately 150 people from 50 homes in the remote community of Pine Flat. Arizona fire officials say 5% of the Goodwin fire scorching areas south of Prescott were contained by Tuesday morning, this morning. Spokeswoman Tiffany Davalia says the fire is burning across thick vegetation and Ponderosa pine in rugged terrain throughout the Prescott National Forest. And we'll see if we could reestablish that connection here for us, courtesy of Scott Fox up in the air in Prescott. Just a reminder, we are here for you during this coverage on the News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And we do have a number on the updated evacuations. It now includes the entire town of Mayer, and that 2000 census said the population was just about over 1,400 people. Now, the mandatory evacuation have already been issued for all of Mayer. Evacuations are also in effect for the Breezy Pines subdivision, as well as for the area of the Goodwin Mayer Road, County Road 177 and west of Highway 69 from Mayer to Poland Junction. This does not include areas east of Highway 69. The evacuation for the community of Pine Flat is still in place. For additional information, please call the Yavapai County Emergency Operations Center at 928-442-5103. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. More than 500 firefighters are bracing for persistent windy conditions as they continue to battle a northern Arizona fire. The Goodwin fire has burned more than 4,000 acres and has forced deputies to evacuate now close to 1,000 people from homes in the remote community of Pine Flat. Arizona fire officials say 5% of the Goodwin fire scorching areas south of Prescott were contained by this morning.
fire conditions. Take a look at the Goodwin fire. It's burning just south of Prescott, and that's where we're seeing very dry conditions. About 7% for the humidity, winds 19 miles an hour and gusts in the 20s. Because of the conditions we're seeing out there today, we do have a red flag warning in effect. It'll last until 8 o'clock this evening. Gusts up to 35 miles an hour, and this is for the rim and north of it. We'll talk more about the fire danger coming up in our 6 o'clock newscast. Day across Arizona, and that's not good in terms of fire conditions. Take a look at the Goodwin fire. It's burning just south of Prescott, and that's where we're seeing very dry conditions. About 7% for the humidity, winds 19 miles an hour and gusts in the 20s. Because of the conditions we're seeing out there today, we do have a red flag warning in effect. It'll last until 8 o'clock this evening. Gusts up to 35 miles an hour, and this is for the rim and north of it. We'll talk more about the fire danger coming up in our 6 o'clock newscast.
Just a reminder, everybody, that a community meeting will be happening at 6:30. We will be streaming that for you right here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream.
Check, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. We good or not, you guys? Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hopefully it's not too loud. I think you put it just right here facing up, should be fine. Should be right there, right?
Bless you.
Thank you.
Give us about another 10 minutes. There's some more residents that are coming in. They went to the other location, and they're trying to make their way up here. Hey folks, we'll all take our seats now if we can, and I'm going to ask you to help me out and do a little bit of a sound check. We are here to get you the information that you need, and I want to make sure that you can hear us. So we have option A, which is this microphone and the speaker off to my left.
All right. Now we have option B. All right, folks, I know it's a serious topic tonight, but we had to change our meeting location, obviously, at this spur of the moment. So what you're witnessing is us trying to just do the best job we can for you in a very short period of time to try to make this happen. So the staff, thank you, Joe. We just want to try to get the sound as best as we can for you. So again, I'm going to do this little back and forth, and we'll see how it works out.
So how did, I think I can answer my own question.
All right, we're going to answer our own question that way. And I think we have a little bit of backbeat noise. All right. So, first, welcome. Thank you all for coming. We know that this was a little bit of short notice and a quick change. We're sorry if we inconvenienced anyone with the change of venue. But the fire has dictated that for us. And just wanted to say thank you to Fort Minor. Fort is the principal of Bradshaw Mountain High School here, and in very short notice, we was able to provide this facility for us. Unfortunately, a basketball game had to be canceled, but the school felt that it was much more important that we were able to provide this for the community. A little bit of basic business before we get started. If we could all just remember to take our cell phones and turn those on vibrate or turn back volume on our cell phones so there aren't any disruptions as we go along. I wouldn't be a firefighter, but I need to remind you where the exits are, the emergency exits. We have two on either side of the gymnasium, so you'll see those lighted emergency exits. The bathrooms, for anyone who needs to use the bathrooms, are outside this main door. What will we expect tonight? So the first thing that we're going to do is provide you with an update on the fire. We're going to be using some Google Earth technology and some basic flyover technology that's in the screen behind you. And we'll be able to, in virtual form, fly around the top of the fire and show you and describe to you where the fire has extended to, what the efforts are out in the field. Then we have a panel of speakers. This is a multi-jurisdictional, multi-agency response to a very large shooting and a very large fire. So it takes an awful lot of people, each one doing their own role and their own part in order to try to service you, the community, the best that we can. So we have a panel here of folks that are going to have comments to you, and we'll be able to speak about what they're doing on this. Then what I'll do is I'll open it up to questions and So I'll need a little bit of your patience with me with the question and answer. Please try to ask questions that are kind of global in nature that affect everyone. If you're concerned about a specific piece of property or a specific piece of land, there'll be more than enough time for you to speak with our operations folks and really drill down to the nitty-gritty of what your personal question is. But we're going to try to ask some general, overall, global questions. I will recognize you in the crowd, ask me your question, and I will repeat it so everyone else can hear it. And then I'll turn to the panel to my right, and someone from the panel to my right will address that question. We'll get you again. The reason why we are here, everyone in this panel is dedicated to get you the information that you need and that you want. So we will stay here after the meeting, and you can come up and ask us individual questions also. All right. So the first person that we will have up to speak is John Pearson. John is the incident commander for the Southwest Area Incident Management team who was brought in to help assist the local resources with managing this fire. John.
Thank you very much. This shows a lot of dedication to the communities that are associated with the Capitol County, Prescott Valley, Mayor, Region Farms, all of those communities that we've been engaged with over the last 2.5 days. A little bit about how we got here. On late Saturday night, I got a heads up at my home that there was, a need to support this incident over here in Arizona. And Sunday morning, that call became official, and we mobilized the Southwest area team to the incident. I can't say enough about how receptive the Arizona State Forest Service, the cooperators that welcomed us in here and gave us a tremendous amount of information and the hard work they have done over the last 24 hours. They did a great job. The fire crews that were initially attacked, fantastic place for us to be and setting us up for some success. So I would like you all to recognize your community leaders in the Forest Service and everyone. You know your landscape better than I do, and members on this team. Fortunately, we have team members that are well within, that live within this general area in Arizona and have a pretty good knowledge of that land. We're dealing with a mountain range that's had 45 plus years of growth across that landscape. As a firefighter, it prevents us from doing a lot of things in regards to suppression activities of putting the fire out. That's been a huge challenge for us in regards to that. The temperatures of relative humidities, just resource availability based on other activities going on within Arizona and Mexico will also be one challenge. I think the key here is challenges have been accepted, but we've had some consequences that certainly you all are aware of those. Going into, I'd say success, we do have a pretty good handle on the southwest corner of the fire over by Pine Flat. Crews have done an outstanding job. Last night we had an opportunity to use the good road from Pine Flat back to Mare, and the night resources did an outstanding job of that, even under horrible conditions in regards to the weather, the temperature, the relative humidities and such. Well, this morning at 9:30, the fire jumped that road, and we couldn't catch that. So that puts us where we're at today in regards to the fire spread, wind-driven, topography-driven to the northeast, up into the area, and actually
Pearson's Type 1 Incident Management Team. I have been in charge out there in the field for the last few days since the team took it over. I'm going to kind of back up a couple days and give you guys an overview of what we were dealing with the last couple days, and then basically what happened today and what we're dealing with today. So for the last couple days, when the team took it over, let me back up a little bit more. I think it's important you guys know that the local Forest Service, Prescott National Forest, when they first initially attacked this fire, they called for some help. Some of that help they called for was some of the team members that are on this team. And the neat thing about this community and Arizona in general is that when we showed up, we knew all of them. We've worked with them before. We tied in with them. We started making good progress what we could that day. The following day, we transitioned to the Type 1 team from the Type 3 organization, which is just a little bit smaller organization, to John Pearson's Type 1 team. So I think it's important that we recognize that the interagency cooperation with the Prescott National Forest and the local resources are very strong, probably the strongest in the state, if not the nation, to be honest with you. I mean, all over this country dealt with a lot of that, and there's a strong interagency cooperation organization with all the local resources. So we tied with them, we got put people in place to help them out. The following morning, we took over the fire. The fire started in that Pine Flats area. What we had was west winds on that fire. So the fire was pushing due east from that Pine Flats. So the Senator Highway and the Bear Goodwin area was pushing straight to the east. What that did is it strung a lot of fire from Pine Flats area all the way to the east with a wide open fire line and exactly burning brush that hasn't burned in the last 40 to 50 years. Very delicate, very tall, very thick. Very dangerous for firefighters. It moves rapidly. It's very hot, heats up quick, and holds that heat. We were engaged in point protection and protecting the structures in the area of Pine Flats. At the same time, coming up with a plan to try to keep that fire south of the Bear Goodwin Road and try to kind of herd it into the fire start from the SA Hill fire and the Gladiator fire. That was our main objective, to try to keep it south of that and herd that in there. We were doing that with folks on the ground, prepping roads and being prepared for that. We were doing that with fixed wing aircraft dropping retard and rotor wing aircraft, helicopters dropping water on it to try to keep it in check. With those west winds the last 2 days, like I said, it's going that fire out to the east. Today, early in the morning, we got a hard and fast 30 mile per hour, maybe even greater than 30 mile per hour wind out of the south. What that did is that pushed it straight over the Bear Goodwin Road. Our control feature was no longer viable and pushed it straight over the road. With that country is full of the same vegetation that hasn't burned in 40 to 50 years. It was a rapid rate of spread, fires moved quickly. We immediately got fixed wing aircraft. We got planes up there with retardant. We got rotor wing helicopters up there with retardant. This time we actually set up what we call a mobile retardant base, and we set that up for them to dip out of and actually take in their buckets and in their tanks to take retardant to the line. So we were able to actually a little bit better than water get retardant on that. We were able to keep it in check for a little while. The winds were still strong. It continued to push that fire. That fire currently is pushed in towards Mayor. I think most of you know we've evacuated Mayor. We've evacuated Bowling Junction, Breezy Pines, and Chaparral Hills area. Got all the people out of there. We made a hard push with that wind behind it. We're still using fixed wing aircraft retardant, and we're still using helicopters to try to keep that in check. The fire is too intense, too tall of flame lengths for us to get in there, so what we're doing is we're doing what we call point protection. We're going in around those structures, those values at risk, and we're trying to protect them and skirt that fire around them. Probably, if I don't know, 2, 3, probably more than that, 3 or 4 hours ago, the fire did spot across Highway 69. So it's on the other side of Highway 69 now. I can't see in there. We can't get, it's too smoky in there to see how big that is. But if I had to take a guess, it's probably in the area of 300 to 500 acres across the highway now. So we are still actively engaged out there. We'll be actively engaged out there all night long. We'll have resources out there. There's a plan put together right now for the night resources to be working in the Mayor area and on the Highway 69 corridor up to Poland Junction. Like I said, these fuels are very volatile. They're very explosive. We're doing everything we can. We are in a true firefight out there with the understanding that we want to make sure we're protecting our firefighters. We're not putting them in a place where they can be killed or hurt, and that we're also protecting the public. That's why all evacuations, we wanted to make sure you folks were in a safe place and we removed you from those dangerous places. Tonight we will be working on getting some type of control feature around Mayor to make sure we can try to keep fire out of that. We've had dozers working back in there. We've had helicopters working back in there. We've also had the fixed wing aircraft with the retardant airplanes with the retardant dropping in there to make sure that fire stays out of Mayor. So once again, I want to make it very clear we are in a true firefight. We're doing everything in our power. We've got a lot of resources here that have a lot of good experience, and we'll continue to have this firefight 24 hours a day. We'll be working hard all through those 24 hours to make sure that we can somehow figure out how to corral this fire and get it put out. Thank you. I'll be around later for questions. Okay, real quick, this is what we call a bonus image. What these squares are is where the heat is. Red is the hot square, yellow are the kind of cool squares. Obviously you can see where the city of the Mayor is. It's a little tough for me to see this. Let me back up over there. There you go. So just so I can kind of orient everybody to the map, I think everybody can probably see it. This is the county Mayor, Poland Junction, communities over here. This is the Poland Road, goes up to Precinct Mines, and up to the 5 points. I'm sure most people are familiar with the 5 points. So I just kind of lay it out. So today we're going to run across the Mayor Goodwin. We ran towards Highway 69, which you guys can see on the bottom there. This is Grapevine Canyon. It's running right through here. I believe it's tough for me to see that map that close. You can see fires working its way down into Grapevine Canyon. And if you guys are locals, you're probably very familiar with that. That's a heavy, decadent brush, manzanita, very big, heavy fuel loading in there, which goes up on the top of the Big Bug Mesa, which I'm sure most of you are aware of. So that's where we're at right now. We're still trying to deal with that. When I left out there, they were still dropping air tankers, like I said earlier, to try to slow that thing down and buy some time to get in and start taking care of some lines that we can prep and start looking at some other areas where we can stop this fire. One thing I do want to pass on you folks, where the fire started, the heel is what we call it, where the origin was. We're still in a pretty good firefight back there. Just make sure we button up that spot. If we don't button that up, fire can sweep around the sides of that. So we have a lot of crews engaged in buttoning up that heel or that backside of that fire tonight too. They'll be out there working night and day shifts out there and patrolling and monitoring Pine Flats area. But once again, I'm sorry, I went on that pretty quick. If there's any questions afterwards, I'll be around to answer those questions. And again, we'll have opportunities to ask questions as soon as all the rest of our panel and speakers are finished. So the next person we'd like to have up is the chairman of the Yavapai County Board of Supervisors, Tom Thurman.
I'm not going to bore you with what their job is because the fire changes so quickly we don't even know where it is going in 30 minutes versus where it's been. It's really, really tough. The winds are erratic and things change constantly. So we're doing our best to keep up with that. They're doing a fantastic job. As far as my part of this is we have different agencies that are involved. We have the Emergency Operating Center, which we have through our Emergency Management Department. We also have, I have a report from Northern Arizona Council of Governments, which is an agency that is telling me that for any reason, if you can't get to work, or you lose your place and you can't work for any reason, either the highways or the fire, you can start getting unemployment immediately, the first day. You don't have to wait. So there's that funding stream right there. We also have the large animals is now set up out at the Coors Event Center. I think most of you know where that is, out at the fairgrounds on 89A going towards Jerome. So if you have some large animals over there, they'll be open 24/7. Our phone bank will close late at night, but it will stay open most of the day. The Emergency Operating Center is also working with DEMA, which is the Department of Emergency Management Arizona. And as of 3:40 today, I signed a declaration of an emergency. So now we have federal funding that can come in and state funding come to help us. If there's any other questions, I'll go ahead and entertain them later. However, we're doing everything that we can to keep people safe. We don't need any tragedies. The hospital has been alerted, and of course Red Cross is here. And if you need a place to stay, they'll help you find a place. If you need some clothes, they'll help you find that also. And there is an area over there for small animals too. So just hold tight, and we'll continue to give updates as we believe we see an update is viable. Thank you.
Next person we'll have up is the Sheriff for Yavapai County, Scott Madison.
Well, I would assume that most of you are here because you've been evacuated. And the Sheriff's Office has been evacuating folks and is continuing to evacuate people as this fire progresses. It seems to be going in all kinds of directions. As soon as the wind stops, it stops long enough to blow in another direction. It's just going all over the place. So we currently have about 100 staff each day, 24/7, to assist with evacuations and road closures. We maintain those road closures with the assistance of a lot of other law enforcement, the Department of Public Safety, Prescott Valley, Forest Service law enforcement, as well as others are helping us. Some of the biggest questions I get is, when can we go home? When are the roads going to open? We don't know that. Public safety is our biggest issue and our biggest concern right now, and we just don't know how long this is going to take place with the fire. So having said that, I'll be here for any questions, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now we'll have Acting Forest Supervisor for the Prescott National Forest, Jesse Berner.
Good afternoon. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I know that the emotions are running high, and we just want to say thank you, and that we want to make sure that we're here for you to answer any questions or concerns that you may have. I'm going to let Pete go into more of the specifics of the actual fire activity, but I want to just take a minute to let you know that we do recognize that this is a huge impact on you emotionally, financially, socially, and we're doing everything we can to lessen those impacts. We also recognize that the rodeo is one of your largest events here in these communities, and we're doing what we can to lessen that impact on the visitors coming in. And we also, I'd like to mention that we do realize that we have a couple of anniversaries. One yesterday was with the Dude Fire, and then we also have the Yarnell Fire coming up this Friday. And so those folks are on our minds, and it's noteworthy to let you know that we are thinking about those things. Also, the force can't do this alone. I want you to know that this team, John's team, is a very professional, has a lot of experience. The folks on his team has probably several hundred years of experience with their Forest Service careers and fire experience. And we have our partners with the state and the county. We just couldn't pull this off by ourselves. So I just wanted to put a shout out to them and say thank you. And thank you guys for coming out. And we will stay as long as we, are wanted to stay so that you guys can get your answer or your questions answered and share any concerns that you may have. So thank you.
Right, next will be the Fire and Aviation Staff Officer for the Prescott National Forest, Pete Gordon.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Pete Gordon, the Fire Chief for the Prescott National Forest. Can't hear you? Okay, really close. I'm one who doesn't necessarily mind doing a little public speaking and telling the Forest Service story. I just wish it was a different circumstance this evening. I want to acknowledge that, folks, the firefighters that are out there, those of us on the forest, some of the folks on the team, we're all community members with you. And when it gets like this and those times are kind of tough and a little chaotic, I couldn't be prouder. I know all of us couldn't be prouder to be in a community where we know everybody comes together. So thank you for being here and taking an interest in what's going on. Also want to take a quick minute before I give you some of my information to acknowledge the fact, I'm sure it's probably occurred to some of you, but some of the firefighters that are on this fire, some of the firefighters standing by on the forest, and folks on the management team that are helping us, they live in the Mayor Dewey Humboldt area, and they're still out doing their jobs. So I want you to acknowledge that. So thank them for that. I want to tell you just quickly about how we responded to this fire. It started Saturday afternoon, a little after 3 o'clock. We had folks on the fire within about 15 minutes. And that's due, number one, to local knowledge. We have folks that work for us and run our fire program that have 20 to 30 years of experience here on the Prescott National Forest. They identified immediately where this fire was. They happen to be out patrolling in the area. The other good thing is when it gets to be conditions like this every summer, we typically bring in resources from outside the National Forest and we have them here ready to respond. That was the case Saturday. It's been the case for a good month. And it's still ongoing until we see significant rain. So we want you to know we have extra resources here. Those folks took immediate action. We immediately dispatched 2 crews, one of them a hotshot crew, our very own Prescott hotshots were in town. We dispatched 6 fire engines and immediately launched air tankers, one of them being the DC-10 that you see all over the news. That continued until dark, and then those ground troops continued fighting that fire all night long. We don't ordinarily like to do that, but we recognize the urgency and the potential of this incident, and they worked all night. So they pulled a good 24-hour shift, which is something we try not to do because fatigue takes its toll, and when fatigue happens, folks can get hurt. So, but we recognize the potential. We immediately brought in resources overnight. That very evening, Saturday evening, as John told you, we got busy back at the office, letting our folks know to bring the support. We're going to need a team. We put some paperwork together, which is always necessary, and we immediately got busy ordering more resources. And then first thing Sunday morning, we made it official, and we were talking to John and his team, giving him the lowdown on what was going on by Sunday afternoon. The resources that belong to the Prescott National Forest and the folks we brought in, they kept working that fire all day Sunday, and into Sunday night we did the same thing. We had enough resources to replace the guys that worked during the day, and those fresh resources worked again all night until John and his team could take over on Monday morning. With that, also you heard Todd also describe that some of the folks that are on John's team that are the professionals in directing the tactics and interpreting the ground and the fuels, many of them were close by to help us on Sunday as we transition towards Monday. I don't also, since I'm comfortable talking in front of folks most times, I don't really write down notes, but this time I had to on my hand because it's important. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the challenges we face out there. I know that most of you in this room recognize that Friday, June 30th is going to be the 4-year anniversary of the loss of our brothers on the Darnell Hill fire at the Granite Mountain Hotshots. That weighs heavy on our minds every day. It weighs heavy on our minds when we get into fire season. It weighed heavy on our minds last week when it was getting close. And you can bet it's heavy on our minds as we approach Friday. And I'm sure you all share that. With that said, I wanted to set that context because the difficulties we face, you heard Todd address the type of fuels. We haven't seen fire in this country in well over 40 years. way the chaparral behaves is about 30 years after a disturbance, it becomes volatile, it becomes explosive, and we're well beyond that. So these are dangerous conditions. You couple that with the hot weather, the dry conditions, the winds, and the difficult access and the topography. We've got areas where, frankly, the probability of success is near zero. To give you the analogy, it would be like betting on the loser, right? You want to bet, in this case, we're not talking money, we're talking lives, and we're not willing to take that bet knowing that we're probably going to lose. So we have to factor that in, and we've asked for the expertise from the team to help us get through that in the coming days till the weather changes. So that's what's going on. As these guys look at opportunities to protect our communities, as they look at opportunities to direct the fire in a certain direction, they're just for places we cannot go, and they're places we will not go, and I know you appreciate that and you support that. So I wanted to let you know how we manage that. And the last thing on my mind is really, I think we've all talked, we've prepped ourselves for this day. We've thought that this day would be inevitable, we just didn't know when. This fire is in a place that we have thought would be the worst case scenario because of the access, because of the difficulty and all the risk and the lack of success I've been sharing with you. But I think we owe you the transparency to tell you that this is the one. This is the one fire we've always worried about, and we have to be very deliberate and very calculated in how we go about protecting values, the lives of the firefighters, the lives of you and your community, and all the values we hold dear. So we take that very seriously, and we just want to be transparent with you and let you know how realistic we're trying to be on where we think we can be successful and where we just aren't willing to take the risk because we know there just won't be success. With that said, I really thank you for being here and taking an interest, and please keep the firefighters in your prayers and in your mind, and be happy to answer questions when we're through.
Thank you, Pete. And now we'll have the Northwest District Manager for the Arizona Department of Forestry, Fire Management, Russ Schumann.
Thank you all for being here. I just wanted to kind of let you know how this is a multi-jurisdiction fire. The Forest Service and the State Department of Forestry and Fire Management are partners in this. We are the two entities that bring together the whole fire system to the local level. So as the fire burns across the landscape, it goes across different jurisdictions. The Forest Service has the National Forest, and the state of Arizona has statutory authority to suppress the wildland fires on private and state lands. So as the fire moves across the landscape, all of us have to work together to fight it. So the state and the Forest Service are partnering together with the local fire districts, the county government, because it's going to take all of us to deal with this fire. As it moves off the forest and into mayor area right now, that's becoming more and more of an effort that the state and the local fire departments are having to help with, as the federal land managers we're all working together to try to get around this fire. So that's how the fire system works in this instance, where not any one of us can deal with fires such as this. So we're all working in a partnership to achieve the goals that were described by the operations folks from the team. I want to echo what Pete said about this is the peak of fire season. The last 2 weeks of June are the most explosive time of our fire season, and we're seeing that happening here. We had a very heavy fuel loading, very old, decadent fuel loading. We had hot, dry, windy temperatures, and we had topography that all lined up to allow this fire to move very quickly, and it is covering a lot of ground and impacting lots of people. We are going to work tirelessly to ensure that we can manage this incident to a successful conclusion for our firefighters, to maximize firefighter and public safety, to limit as much as we can the impacts to people, knowing that we're going to have heavy impacts. We can already see those heavy impacts. I can say that it's probably going to be a few more days at least that we're going to have to be dealing with this. That's what the last 2 weeks of June typically bring in Arizona. We'll do our darndest to help get information out to the affected publics, which is you all. We're going to keep those lines of communication open so you understand how we're trying to deal with this issue and how we're trying to help get you back where we all want to be. So with that, I'll pass it back for, I guess, questions from you.
So you've heard from our speakers. You can hear from just about everyone out there what a multi-agency approach is being done. Federal, state, local partners are all together working to try to solve this, to try to protect as much as possible. I want to also introduce just a few folks that are sitting up here on the panel, and then we're going to go into the questions and answers. So from the Sheriff's Office, we have Deputy Chief David Rhodes is also up here with us to answer any questions. And then from the Bradshaw Ranger District, the Bradshaw District Ranger, Sarah Constance, is here with us. We also have, back off onto the side over here, we've got some representatives from the American Red Cross because the shelter is here co-located with us. We wanted to make sure those folks were with us here. We have Brooke Sipic, she's the Disaster Program Manager, and Tony McGorsky, Disaster Cycle Services. So what I'd like to do now is we'll open it up for questions. I'll recognize you, and then I will repeat your question, and we'll have someone from the staff up here. Sir.
Thanks, brother.
Already, we have a question about the tower east of 17. Waiting for it. You're ready? Okay, we'll see you. GPS has been done this season. It takes a while for them to go away. The expectation of the tower whole time. And so they had some problems there. So I believe the power is back on. Yes, it is. And so they run out of this mess. It does a good job. We just got to keep our firefighters safe. If there's any lines we want to do, we cut the lines for safety. This is worry about that later. You know, I have to ask you, if both of you are in the lines, be ready. Be ready to do maybe 30 minutes or less with all your important pictures and pictures. Because sometimes these fires are right and you don't know what direction they're going. Thank you. Sarah,
I'm going to shut this one out. I'm shutting this one out.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check.
It's my house, okay?
Check, check, mic check, audio check.
Right over here, right? Looking on this. There we go. All right, you'll look right at me. Forget about the camera.
Okay, I can do that.
We're good?
What do you want to say?
Need a wipe. Need a quick wipe.
Oh, goodness, it was right there.
All right. So, first of all, let me just get you to say and then spell your name.
My first name is Debbie, D-E-B-B-E, Shademan, S-C-H-A-D-E-M-A-N-N.
And Debbie, you live in Mare, correct?
Correct.
So walk me through kind of what happened today.
Well, I knew that the fire had been pressing in on us because I could see the smoke vividly from my property. And so I drove up to a better vantage point because we live in a very rural area. About maybe 10 o'clock this morning, and I could see that it had come over the mountain. Yesterday, there was no flames. Today, there was flames, so I knew that it was bad, and it kept creeping down the mountain, and finally, it crossed Highway 69, which I'm on the other side of Highway 69, so I knew that we were in doom, and so the firefighters came and told us we had to leave, and we did evacuate, and we went down the road about a mile and watched for a while. The road was closed, so nobody could get in and out of Highway 69. It was shut down. So then there was nothing we could do, but it did cross the road. It did cross onto our side of the highway, so I know that our property is in peril at this point. And we are staying in a hotel in Prescott Valley.
How long did you have to evacuate?
Well, luckily I was told an hour before to pack and be ready for the fire department to knock on my door. So I just packed what I needed for overnight, and so I was ready.
Debbie, I know it's a difficult question, but what is this like? This kind of the not knowing. You said your house could potentially be in peril. What does that feel like?
Probably, and I will be honest, it's the worst feeling in my life. I've been through a lot, and never have I been this devastated to know that my home may not be there when I get back.
Well, Debbie, I appreciate you sharing. I know this is difficult. Can I give you a hug?
Yes, Ty.
Thank you. It's really tough. Could you show us a couple of those photos?
Oh, sure. I have some really good ones.
So you're on the opposite side. So Mayor's over here. You're on the opposite side of 69.
Correct. We're on the east side.
You're on the east side of 69.
And it jumped the highway at approximately 4 o'clock-ish. It jumped the highway, so it is on our side now.
How long have you lived up here?
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Here, turn that way. Yeah. Oops, sorry. So this is.
Am I
leaving?
good?
Yeah.
This is what I'm seeing as I'm leaving. That's one of the planes. Dropping retardant. That was the sun.
Casts a really creepy shadow, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's because of the retardant that was dropped, but the air quality was so bad, it was just nauseating.
So you said you're in a hotel now?
Yeah, we're staying in Prescott Valley in a hotel because we can't get back in.
Gotcha. Can I get your number?
Of course, it's 928 area code, 928, 925, 0700. And it's an E, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's an E, no Y. Just an E.
Just an E.
That's
D-E-B-B-E.
right. Correct.
All right.
Mundo.
She's coming up tomorrow, and so I might give her your phone
Is she
number.
the new one?
She's the new one.
She's the new one. I think you should have this hug on camera so I can send it to my kids. I'm from California. They're going to be just like crazy when they see that I got to meet you.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you again for sharing. Maybe just like, you want to ask that lady the one I told you? Huh? It's like, there's the guy, and then, yeah, I know.
Hi, I watch you on TV all the time. How you doing? I'm scared shitless. How are you? Okay, I'm with you. Hey, we watch him on TV. Well, that's not. Oh, thank you. Is our house still there on the corner of 69 and Hill and
They just basically just kind of the blanket information they gave everybody else.
Yes. He's in the big red house at the church.
I'm sorry? No. Where are you guys? You're in. Do you have a place to stay tonight? Can we talk to you?
No, I don't want to be here.
That's all right.
We're probably going to stay in a hotel. It looks like it's good.
I couldn't hear anything. Nope. They're not going to update the fire until you'll probably be done with work by the time they update the fire. They're going to.
All right, everybody, you're still watching live here on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We're streaming for you right now as our Fox reporter Ty and his photographer are out right now interviewing people after this Goodwin Fire community meeting. So we're going to be hearing from some of the people that are just walking out of that meeting, but bear with us here, guys, as they are working. So you're kind of getting a behind-the-scenes look as our reporter is interviewing people at the scene. Thanks for watching live on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live.
First thing in the morning, the winds will pick back up. Yep. Yeah. So, yeah. I know.
Did that blow out the, well, I guess the containment line still stays, right?
They're still working on containment lines. Yeah, they have 5%. And since the fire is now actively moving, crews are having to kind of catch up to get around it to start building more containment lines. So, and the fire is burning to the northeast. So up towards, so we're in Mayor, up towards like, what's the next, Walker? Right up there, that way. Yeah, I know, me neither, me too. So Mayor, so that's going up.
So it has surpassed this.
Oh God, yeah, it blew out to, it's like there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we know it's grown significantly, just because where it started and where it is, but we just don't know how big it is until they fly it, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that poor lady in there, she was crying because she said that she lives on the opposite side, the east side of Route 69, and watched it jump and then got out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's not good. It's not good.
Nope. We'll be safe, you guys.
You too.
I'll be
Good
up
luck.
here in the morning if you guys are around. So.
Okay. All right. Good luck driving home and back up.
Yeah, right?
Drive careful.
At least it's close.
That is true.
I watch your channel 10 and channel 9. Yep, I watched it both. I shook his hand. I can give you a little information.
Sure.
They're kilometers. The little squares are kilometers. They're 1,000 feet.
Oh, okay.
My house is safe. I'm far from those. Okay. But there's still fire on the mountain behind.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Got the phone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This week, the last week of June, a tough week.
Absolutely. I'm assuming you're not going to bring the anniversary of the loss of the Granite Mountain Hot Shots, and you bet. I addressed that in how I address the folks. Trying to put into context this trade-off. And I hope it's apparent that we're just not going to make that trade-off if it's a losing bet. And we've got great professionals that understand, that experience, and understand that the risk out there is too great. We know we can predict fairly well what's going to happen. We're just not going to be informed what's going to happen.
Some structures burned at this point. Do we know the magnitude of that?
I don't. I think you're right. I don't have confirmation of that information. The team is going to do their best to assess that after it's safe to go in. We've actually had this conversation yesterday and today regarding Pine Flat up top. And we really have to wait till it's safe to get in there. We did make attempts to ask the team to look, or I should say we asked, and the team made attempts to look from the air today, but just got too smoky and other priorities popped up, and the aircraft had to go to check out where we're going to put the next set of resources.
Any way to predict where this fire is going?
Well, it is difficult to predict. We'll have to base it primarily on the weather forecast and the winds. This kind of fire behavior is really wind-driven and fuels-driven. As it stays in the chaparral and as it stays in the grass fields of the lower country, the wind is what's going to drive that. When we get slope in the way, then it becomes very complicated. The winds and the slopes kind of can counteract or can compound each other and get aligned to where the pace of the fire is just something we can't keep up with.
You mentioned that this fire is something you guys have thought about in the past that could happen, and it was, I believe you said, worst case scenario. Why did you say that?
Well, on multiple reasons. I mean, obviously, hindsight makes it very easy to say this is what we were anticipating as we see it move as fast as it does. Absolutely incredible difficulty to control it or curtail it. And the fact that it is moving through our communities. That's always our worst case scenario because that means people's lives are at stake, and we don't want that. We've just been trying to prepare for this, namely in how we would respond and the cooperation. I don't know how apparent it is, but the cooperation among all the agencies and all of our government officials in the Yavapai County area coming together is phenomenal. I'd put it up against anything in the world.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want to say?
Let's keep the firefighters in our minds and prayers and support them for what they're trying to do. Be patient. We're doing all that we can. And I think we're just going to have to wait for the right time and the right place to get in and do what we can.
A long effort ahead?
I'd say absolutely. I think right now we're kind of at the mercy of when the monsoons come to really curtail the weather and the conditions, I should say.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
You bet.
I appreciate you.
Real quick, while all you guys are here, if you're okay with it, Pete, we could just do a quick round robin with everybody if there were any additional questions that you guys might have, or was everything covered with
I just have one real quick.
This is what I get for taking a phone call outside.
This is what you get for taking a phone call outside. Yeah, let's go ahead and start with
right.
you, and then if you have any additional questions you would like, let's go ahead and just do a quick round robin while we're...
Pete, you mentioned that this was kind of inevitable. Can you walk us through what you kind of meant by that?
There's lots of factors that, at least in my mind, that I chose to use the word inevitable. Number one is from an ecological standpoint. This ecosystem, most ecosystems in the Southwest, are fire adapted or fire dependent, meaning fire has been on the landscape long before humans lived here to clean off
the debris, the vegetation, keep the vegetation at a healthy state. And that's been excluded for over 130 years of fire suppression to protect other resources, to protect communities. We've put out a lot of fires, and therefore it has built up. Knowing the country, the fact that this is so inaccessible, the fact that it's steep, the chaparral itself is a very volatile type of vegetation. So all of those factors led me to say that this is inevitable, that when and if it were to happen, and I think it's safe to say it was a matter of when but not if, it was going to be difficult, and it might very well be damaging.
Thank you so much. It's nice meeting you. Thank you. We don't have anything else. You got it all. All right. Thank you very much. It's not my first room. You're good.
Everyone's happy?
All right, everybody, we're going to take you to a live look of the White House right now as we move on to the next top story here in the show. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate. I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here today. I do want to take you to this event from the House Appropriations Committee. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Nikki Haley will testify at this event.
Request for the United Nations and other international organizations. Ambassador Haley, it's only been 5 months since you were sworn into this office as our country's representative at the United Nations. Already you've distinguished yourself, making it clear that you're willing to challenge the status quo in order to make the UN a more accountable body and one that, in your words, quote, better serves the interests of the American people, quote. The UN and other international organizations perform many tasks that are laudable and have bipartisan support. These organizations feed the hungry, aid the sick, protect the vulnerable, and help to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. This good work, however, is often overshadowed by bureaucratic red tape and inflexibility. In a world that is changing faster than ever, often the UN is left playing catch-up to world events rather than helping to shape them. In the UN General Assembly, common sense reforms are frequently obstructed by a group of countries who benefit from the status quo. In the UN Security Council, resolutions that would promote peace and security are often blocked by China or Russia. Many UN peacekeeping missions, which start out well-intentioned, seem to grow bigger rather than smaller and go on longer than planned or necessary. Furthermore, it's unacceptable that we find UN peacekeepers abusing the very people they were sent to protect. Many UN organizations still lack transparency and meaningful protections for whistleblowers. And many organizations continue to unjustly target Israel, using these organizations as a mouthpiece for propaganda that only serves to inflame tensions in that region. The list goes on. What is required are meaningful reforms which address the problems that I've mentioned, while making better use of resources to advance the causes that we support. Ambassador Haley, I know you share many of these concerns. You've started down a path of reform, and we want to be helpful as you go along that path. Now, turning to your budget request for fiscal 018. The request for the UN and other international organizations, including UN peacekeeping, is $2.2 billion. That's about 40% less than the fiscal year 017 that we're now living through. While I appreciate the State Department's recognition that we need to bring down the costs, the subcommittee lacks basic information on the administration's plan to accomplish that. The budget justification does not specify which organizations are funded or at what amount, or what the impact these cuts might have on our national interests. What we've been told is that the administration is reviewing these organizations and looking for ways to make them more efficient, less costly, and pushing for others to pay their fair share. This is long overdue. But since Congress ultimately has the power of the purse, we need to know in detail the impact of your funding proposals. I would encourage you to consult with us on these efforts as quickly as possible. Regardless of how we get there, we must ensure that our national security interests are maintained and the United States continues to lead. Ambassador Haley, you've stated that one of your goals is to restore trust and value at the United Nations. We support you in this effort. We look forward to working with you as you fulfill this great responsibility that you've been asked to undertake. We're proud of your work, and we're proud that you're here with us today. Let me now recognize Mrs. Lowy for any remarks she may like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Haley, I join Chairman Rogers in welcoming you today. As the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, your words carry a great deal of weight. You represent the diplomatic aims of the United States of America. When you speak, the world listens. Since becoming ambassador, you denounced Russia's actions in Syria, outlined the importance of human rights, and stated that humanitarian assistance was one of your top priorities. I have been impressed with your actions at both the Human Rights Council and the Security Council. More than ever, we need strong leadership at the UN, and I commend you for your comments. Unfortunately, the administration has taken every opportunity to contradict your statements, demonstrating that an, quote, America First, quote, strategy requires a massive step away from global engagement and the United Nations. There is no better example than the President's fiscal year 2018 budget, which would minimize the U.S. role in humanitarian assistance, human rights, cut funding to the UN regular budget, and eliminate all funding to critical UN agencies like UNICEF, UN Women, and the UN Population Fund. Throughout my career, I have consistently supported vigorous U.S. engagement at the United Nations. The UN is instrumental in advancing our national security interests and confronting terrorism, infectious disease, humanitarian crises, famine, and climate change. However, we know the UN is not perfect, particularly the anti-Israel bias at the UN's Human Rights Council. But frankly, I cannot understand how this administration intends to influence the UN's agenda, help those most in need, and advance UN reform if it disengages and severely cuts our contributions. Without a seat at the table, our voice not only won't be heard, it will be replaced with voices of countries who don't share our interests. The proposed budget cuts would be far-reaching and catastrophic, including a 37% cut to the contributions for international peacekeeping activities that would lead to violence, increasing the chances that our armed services would be sent to regions they never need to go. A 27% reduction to the contributions to international organizations account, which would cut funding to critical agencies such as the IAEA and the WHO, curtailing their operations and putting the world at greater risk from nuclear weapons, infectious diseases, and zeroing out contributions to UN agencies, such as UNICEF, the World Food Program, which would lead to children dying from preventable diseases, and abandon the 20 million people currently at risk of famine. These reductions would take an especially severe toll on women and girls who already bear the brunt of crises and face discrimination in too many corners of the world. Reducing our commitment to improving the lives of women and girls abroad is not American values as I know them. Working to reduce global suffering is a bipartisan goal, one that is rooted in the fundamental generosity of the American people and our country's national security needs. Foreign aid is not a Democratic or Republican cause. It is an American cause and the right thing to do. In March, you said, quote, "People who've worked with me know that I have no tolerance for unmet promises and inaction. My team is about action, reliability, and results. We demand that of ourselves and we expect it of others," end quote. Your words and your actions to date give me some hope. But looking at this budget, I worry we lose the high ground, we lose our ability to rally other nations in times of crisis and abdicate our leadership in the world. At this time of unprecedented human suffering, we're looking to you to ensure these fears do not become realities. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place in the record a letter from Mars, Walgreens, and Becton, Dickinson and Company in support of our full FY18 funding of United States financial obligations to the UN, as well as a letter from nine former U.S. ambassadors to the UN urging support for payment of assessed and voluntary contributions to the UN. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without
I
objection,
yield back the
without
balance
objection,
of my
the matters
time.
will be placed in the record.
Thank you.
We're pleased to have the chairman of the full committee with us today, Mr. Frelinghuysen. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I, too, want to welcome Ambassador Haley to the committee and welcome her testimony and her leadership on many critical issues. Madam Ambassador, as we sit here today, the United States is the largest contributor to the United Nations budget, reflecting our position as the world's largest economy and our nation's ideals to help others in need. In addition, our taxpayers support the lion's share of the funding for such important agencies as the World Food Program, the United States High Commissioner for Refugees, that are absolutely vital as the world's largest humanitarian disaster, and I'm sure there'll be a focus on it today. What's happening in Syria deepens, and famines develop in places like Yemen, South Sudan, Somalia, and Nigeria. We know, too, that we have 62 million people that are displaced or in refugee status, so the world's in a mess, and part of our obligation is to address it as members of Congress and as you as our representative to the United Nations. I am concerned. While I believe in the notion of burden sharing, I think the administration has it right. There have been some significant cuts to a variety of agencies and operations which do concern me. For example, the White House Budget Office seeks to eliminate all funding for the 326 million international organizations and programs account and has suggested a 40% cut to the UN peacekeeping budget. As you're aware, the United States has contributed more than $200 billion to the UN's $8 billion peacekeeping budget last year. May I say, we don't excuse bad behavior of those who are part of those peacekeeping teams, but better those teams than our military in those instances being involved. It's my long view that it is important to work with international bodies such as the United Nations, and may I put in a plug also for the amazing network of NGOs, non-governmental agencies, including the work of the Gates Foundation. I hope that we marry our own financial efforts with a lot of those private faith-based efforts. I think that's absolutely essential. With that said, I do not believe that the deep cuts to foreign assistance proposed by the administration are sustainable or advisable for a nation that expects to protect its own national security and the freedom of people everywhere. If our goal is to promote peace, combat poverty, and provide humanitarian assistance where needed, we have to encourage UN reform, and I agree with a lot of the sentiments of Mr. Rogers. We must do it while supporting important programs that are absolutely needed. In our discussion with Secretary Tillerson, we pointed out what you know well. We need to marry our diplomatic power, the soft power, with military power to be effective. Again, I welcome you to the committee and admire your work at the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Ambassador, we want to turn to you now for your statement. The written statement will be placed in the record, and we invite you to summarize it for us.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Ranking Member Lowy, Chairman Frelinghausen, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the United Nations and international organizations. 5 months and 2 days ago, I was sworn in as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. I came into this position at a time when many Americans felt a deep sense of betrayal at the UN in the wake of the passage of Resolution 2334. At my confirmation hearing, I made the following promise. If I am privileged to be the U.S. Ambassador, I will never sit passively while America's interests and America's friends are run down at the UN. 5 months later, I can say that I haven't been quiet on the issues important to the United States, and I can say this, I have kept my promise. Our friends and our rivals know that America has once again found its voice at the United Nations. The international community is now very clear about what the U.S. is for and what the U.S. is against. It wasn't long after my confirmation that my promise was put to the test. In early April, the Syrian regime dropped chemical weapons on Syrian children. We forced the Security Council to hold an open emergency session, which some members didn't want. We drew a red line. If the UN would not act collectively, the United States would act alone, and we did. We've brought new accountability to the North Korean regime. When North Korea continued its illegal missile tests, we brought all the nations of the Security Council together, including China and Russia, to impose new sanctions. Even as we focus on North Korea's nuclear and missile threat, we also continue to highlight the barbaric human rights violations the regime is committing. Otto Warmbier's death brought home to Americans the brutality that North Koreans have known for decades. The same clear voice we've used to take on our adversaries, we've also used to support America's values and America's friends. Thanks to U.S. leadership, human rights are at the forefront of the UN agenda. For the first time ever, during the U.S. presidency of the Security Council, we convened a meeting dedicated solely to the protection of human rights and their relationship to conflict. We made the case that human rights violations and conflict are directly related. History has played out that when governments don't respect the rights and voices of the people, conflict will soon follow. We've also called out the UN Human Rights Council for legitimizing human rights violators at the expense of their victims. We've put forward reforms to make the Council what it was meant to be, a place of conscience for nations and justice for victims. I traveled to Geneva earlier this month to make it clear to the Council that continued U.S. participation is contingent on adoption of these reforms. On a related note, the U.S. mission now refuses to tolerate one of the UN's most disreputable and dangerous habits, obsessive bashing of Israel. We forced the withdrawal of a false and biased report, and we've steered the Security Council's monthly debate on the Middle East away from unfairly targeting Israel and toward the true threats in the region, such as Iran and Hamas. In the areas in which the UN has real value, we've built on its good work. Peacekeeping is one of the most important things the UN does. We're reviewing each of our peacekeeping missions with an eye toward ensuring that we have clear and achievable mandates. We are also working to ensure that troops are ready, professional, and committed to the safety of civilians on the ground. Troops in the UN peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, for instance, have long faced charges of sexual abuse and other serious misconduct. We inserted clear instructions into the mission's most recent mandate to enforce performance standards of troops. There is no place in any UN peacekeeping mission for predatory and abusive troops. Our peacekeeping reforms are aimed at producing more effective missions for vulnerable citizens. We will hold governments accountable to their responsibility to protect their own citizens while also cutting down on waste and inefficiency. We've adapted the mission in Haiti to changing conditions on the ground and are on target to save at least $150 million for the year. We will continue our reform efforts when we take up the peacekeeping mission renewal this month in Darfur, Sudan. Our efforts will hold the government accountable to improve humanitarian access. Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity to highlight our efforts to reassert U.S. leadership at the United Nations. It's hard to believe that it's just been 5 months since I moved my family to New York to begin this exciting and challenging new chapter. I look forward to more progress in the months ahead, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. The 5 months have passed in a very speedy way, but I guess that old saying about time passes when you're having fun applies here. There's an immediate matter that's just come about, and the White House is alleging that the Syrian government is preparing, or has been preparing, for another chemical attack inside Syria. What can you tell us about that, and what would we do?
I think the White House put out a statement, and I think that's accurate. They have seen activities that are similar to preparations of a chemical weapons attack, much like what we saw on April 4th, and I believe that the goal is at this point not just to send Assad a message, but to send Russia and Iran a message that if this happens again, we are putting you on notice. And my hope is that the President's warning will certainly get Russia and Iran to take a second look, and I hope that it will caution Assad from the fact that we don't want to see innocent men, women, and children hurt again.
Thank you. Let me ask you about peacekeeping costs. Back when I chaired the Commerce, Justice, State Subcommittee in the 90s, one of the issues that we made some progress on at that time was the peacekeeping assessment rate. However, the UN continues to overcharge the U.S. compared to other countries. We pay more than China, France, Russia, and the U.K. combined. Meanwhile, overall peacekeeping costs have skyrocketed. In 2006, there were 16 peacekeeping missions at a cost of $1.15 billion to U.S. In 2016, there were 18 missions, just 2 more than 2006, yet the cost more than doubled to $2.5 billion. Because many of these missions seem to be on autopilot, we included language in the 017 bill that Ms. Granger put together, directing the Secretary to work with the UN to evaluate and prioritize peacekeeping missions and to consider a drawdown when mission goals have been achieved. What can you tell us about your efforts to get other countries to pay their fair share, and what can you tell us about your efforts to review current missions? Can any of them be downsized or even terminated?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. I will tell you that it is something that we took on the second we got there. With every peacekeeping renewal that came forward, we stepped back and said, is it actually helping the people on the ground? We looked at what the political solution was. We also looked at the environment of how the troops, were they trained, were they doing their job, all of those things, and was it necessary with looking at what a possible exit strategy would be. Every mission is different, so there's no way just to cut and change those, but what we've seen in the UN in the past is if there was a challenging area, they thought they would just throw more troops at it. Well, if the troops aren't trained and the troops don't have equipment, then what's the point of sending the troops? So looking at each renewal, what we've done is try to get the spending smarter. And we have drawn down each of the peacekeeping missions to make sure that nothing will harm the citizens on the ground. And I will tell you, I'm very pleased with my team. As of last week, we were dealing with budget negotiations at the UN, and the UN peacekeeping budget, we were able to negotiate down $500 million already. And we will continue to look at each mission with the importance of peace and stability in the area, but also with the importance that we're not going to continue to do this just because we always have.
Well, the U.S. contribution rate right now is at just over 28%. It's in the statutes of the U.S., however, that there's a cap on the percent that the U.S. is allowed to pay. It's 25%. And it will be the work of this chairman, and I hope the full subcommittee and full committee in the Congress, to keep that rate at 25%, no more, to abide by the law. What do you say to that?
I think that you can comfortably do 25% because I have talked with the Secretary General. We've looked at the missions. He is aware that the U.S. would go down to 25% and that it is sustainable. He, too, has been reform-minded and realizes that peacekeeping missions have gotten too large or ineffective. And so on certain ones, he's been a very good ally in working with us on what needs to happen in peacekeeping missions and making sure these reforms go forward. So I think you could comfortably know that if you went to 25%, you're not harming an area from peace and stability.
Thank you. Ms. Lowy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you heard, I'm concerned that the President's budget would make America less safe by diminishing our position at the UN. First, is there a value to U.S. participation in the UN and its specialized agencies like UNICEF, UN Women, the World Food Program, the IAEA, WHO, and the UN Population Fund? And what impact will the President's budget have on continuing the war on al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and ISIS, our leadership on the Security Council, our ability to impose meaningful sanctions on Syria, North Korea, Iran, and other rogue nations? And in your opinion, is participation in the UN in our national security interest, and is it important for our nation to pay its dues on time and in full? And when the U.S. makes a commitment, does the Trump administration stand behind it?
Thank you for all of those questions, and I will do my best to answer them. I can tell you that the way I looked at this position was my job was to go to the UN and find value and to report back honestly what I saw in terms of what was good and what was could use improvement. I know that the President's budget sits in one place, and I know that Congress will decide where it's going to be. I see my role as to have you utilize me for information so that you can make the decision and you and the President can come together on what that budget should look like. I have seen value in the UN. What I can tell you is every ambassador that goes to the UN is considered the best and brightest of the President. They have the ear of their President. Negotiations are very possible at the UN and do happen, and they happen very quickly. So I think that when you are a part of an organization, it is what you make it. What I'm trying to do is make sure that the U.S. voice is strong. I'm trying to use it for negotiations in every way possible. I'm trying to use it to push foreign policy, which I think it's a great avenue to do that. But at the same time, the UN has fat around the edges. And I can tell you that other of my colleagues at the UN when we talked about reforms, whether it be peacekeeping or the regular budget, they are all in support of that, and they actually all want to see value for their dollar as well. There are many good organizations that do good work for the UN and help people around the world. I think the best way to approach those organizations going forward is ask them the hard questions, because I think a lot of those organizations assume that you will always give them money, and in a lot of cases they do great work, but we all have to trim around the edges, and we all have to say, are we spending in a smart way? Are we actually giving the American taxpayers value for their dollar? And is it actually doing what it's supposed to help the people on the ground? So I do see signs of improvement. I do see that we could do a lot more improvement, but I absolutely see the UN as a place where the U.S. can lead through voice, through actions, and continue to be the leader that it has been, but continue to show our power a little bit more.
I appreciated everything you said, but specifically, could you comment on the effectiveness of UNICEF, UN Women, the World Food Program, IAEA, WHO, and the UN Population Fund? Is there value?
So there's value in some of those, obviously. UNICEF, I went to Jordan and Turkey to look at the Syrian refugee situation, and I can tell you the work that UNICEF is doing on the ground is fantastic, and they really are changing lives there in Syria for the better. When it comes to the World Food Program, I'm proud to say that we do have an American leading the World Food Program now, and a former governor of South Carolina, David Beasley, and he also understands that our goal is to make sure that we are being effective in delivery, and that we're making sure that we're getting the access to those that really need it. I think that the IAEA, certainly, that's an important one as we're looking at the nuclear situations that we have and the threats that are around the world. We need to keep that. OPCW is another one that I know we have seen value in, especially with the chemical weapons usage, and to be able to manage that appropriately. So there are some good ones, but I do think that we need to always think about how we can spend smarter and what we can do to make sure it's most effective.
Thank you very much. We'll save the rest of the questions.
Thank you.
Chairman Frelinghuysen.
Briefly on Syria, I like the notion of a red line. Over the last couple of years, it was sort of unclear what our foreign policy is relative to Syria. I think a lot of Americans are unaware of how committed we are to Syria, that we have troops on the ground doing some amazing things. Some have suggested that they're in a bad place, doing good things. Is there a shift? Where are we relative to the issue of regime change? Or is our focus on the annihilation and destruction of ISIS? Has there been any? Could you clarify what our foreign policy goals are in Syria?
Syria is very, very concerning, and I went there, to Jordan and Turkey myself, as well as to the Israeli border, to see what the situation of migration was, as well as the status of the refugees there on the ground. We are at a place where a political solution it has to happen. The conflict there now, it has so many players in it that it's caused it to be more complex, but it is important that the U.S. be involved. I think that it set Syria back quite a bit when the red line was drawn a few years ago and not followed through on. One of the best things that happened, I think, was when Assad did do the chemical weapons attack against those men, women, and children. The fact that the U.S. acted so quickly and that the president made that decision and struck as fast as they did, the overwhelming response I got from ambassadors was, it's good to see the U.S. lead again. And I think in seeing the warning that the president put out last night, it is very much letting them know we are not going to give you a pass for using chemical weapons on men, women, and children. It would be good if we could get the Iranian influence out. That needs to happen. I think Assad is beyond brutal. I think he's barbaric in many ways. I don't see a healthy Syria with Assad in place, but the U.S. priority has and continues to be to defeat ISIS. And we also believe that a healthy Syria won't happen with Assad in place. So I don't think we have to pick one or the other. I think that ISIS is always going to be our priority, but I think we should always be realistic about the dangers of Assad and what that leadership means.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you,
Good to
Madam
see you as
Ambassador. Let me first say I wanted to associate myself with the remarks of our ranking member, Congresswoman Lowy, and just preface my remarks by saying, and I say this each time we have one of our top officials here, that I'm reminded of Steve Bannon's statement that their agenda and their goal was to deconstruct the administrative state. And as I see these budget cuts across the board, it's unbelievable how we're just really deconstructing our government, our role in the world, and to see our officials supporting this and justifying it is quite troubling. I wanted to ask you one about Africa. I see that you have a 72% cut from the Africa Development Foundation. And it's my understanding now that this administration is viewing the continent of Africa from a military perspective rather than providing for development assistance, aid, trade. There's more military engagement. New York Times laid that out pretty clearly yesterday. Is this, again, consistent with what we're seeing now in terms of disengagement from the continent of Africa in terms of our development assistance and putting more into the military engagement?
I think that the U.S. Is very much has Africa on its radar because we look at the instability in certain areas of Africa. We're very aware of the famines that are taking place and what that is doing, and the fact that they are man-made, and that we have political challenges as well as access challenges to humanitarian issues. Having said that, I will tell you that I work closely with General Mattis as well as General Dunford on the African issues and the areas when we're dealing with peacekeeping efforts. I always check with them to make sure that we're keeping the right amount of force there and that we're doing the right things. We just worked on the G5 Sahel to make sure that we were working with the African countries to make sure, as well as the AU, to make sure that we are countering terrorism in those areas, and we are very focused on famine. So I would tell you we are not disassociating from the issues in Africa. I will be going there in the fall to make sure that we look at it hands-on and are dealing with it with the proper way from the United States. But what the U.S. is looking to do is work through the UN to get a lot of those issues resolved. And just like we did with the G5 Sahel, and as we're doing with each peacekeeping mission, we will continue to do that. I have met with the head of the AU, as well as continue to work with the African ambassadors on these peacekeeping missions, as well as on funding as we go forward.
But you do know this budget impacts the continent of Africa in many, many ways as it relates to their development needs from the past. Look at famine, for example. You know, the security situation, of course, is intertwined with access to food in many of these countries, yet the cut in peacekeeping, you know, will impact the humanitarian assistance. South Sudan, Somalia, that's going to worsen if our peacekeeping mission is cut. How are we coordinating our efforts with regard to famine? And are countries stepping up? We did close to $1 billion. We want to know what is taking place with other countries, and are you or your office, are you helping to facilitate I think it's now $6 billion that's needed to address the famine?
Yes, and first of all, thank you for the $1 billion towards the famine effort. It was very important and very much needed. I think that my job is really to help facilitate between the President and Congress on how we can come together on how to properly fund the things that are needed. And so I can tell you I've been very engaged in terms of the famines. We are watching those closely. Yes, other countries are contributing, but we are encouraging them to contribute more because the situation is dire. South Sudan fell off the famine list, but it is still a very dangerous situation. And it's the food insecurity there is continuing to be a problem. And then you add Somalia and you add in Nigeria and Yemen. Our focus is very much on the port in Yemen to make sure that humanitarian access is coming through. It's making sure that we're fighting Boko Haram and al-Shabaab as we go forward, and then just making sure that we are looking at the political solutions.
So we are leading an effort, though, to try to raise the additional funds.
You will see us be very strong on African issues and African peace and stability.
in terms of the famine, are we trying to leverage our $1 billion to get to the $6 billion
Yes,
from other
we are.
countries?
Yes, we are. We're working with the Secretary General on that, and yes, we are keeping famines at the forefront.
Okay, let me ask you one more question with regard to UNFPA. Unfortunately, of course, we've defunded UNFPA, and when we met, we talked about where that $70 million in funds will be going, and you indicated you would let us know. Do you know yet where? We haven't heard back from your office with regard to where that $70 million
Yes,
is.
we did send a letter to your office shortly after to let you know exactly where that's going, but basically, the administration did not fund UNFPA because we know that the UNFPA has associations with a Chinese company that does forced sterilization. And so for that reason, they did pull that away. Having said that, all of that money went directly to global health to make sure that the same things were happening, but just in a way that the U.S. agreed with. And so we are still as focused on women and children. We're still as focused on family planning and focused on all those health and humanitarian issues that we need to be.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me now recognize the immediate past chairman of this subcommittee, Ms. Granger.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here and the
Good
work
morning.
that you're doing. I have two questions. One has to do with the UN Security Resolution 2334 that you mentioned when you opened it, where we
Supreme Court could issue an order this week in
we asked
regards
that
to the
that be
president's
repealed or
controversial travel
fundamentally
ban. They're also
altered.
expected
So,
to make a
so
decision
no
about a
longer so
Missouri
one-sided
church's
against
playground.
Israel,
And
a very anti-Israel resolution. And so what is your continuing support of that, so that change? The other question I have, first of all, I want to say how much I associate my comments with Mrs. Lowy and Mr. Congress Chairman Friedlinghausen about the cuts and what we're doing. I served for 8 years on the subcommittee on foreign operations and chaired it for 6 of those, and have served on defense. And it wasn't until I served on that subcommittee that I really understood and saw worldwide how important that partnership is. And it's not just the money the United States gives, it is the partnerships, the leadership. And we are the world leaders. And so when we say peacekeeping is important as well as a strong defense, we mean it. And I think some of the cuts have sent just a shock wave around the world saying, is the United States stepping back? You mentioned trimming around the edges, but some of these cuts are massive, and they're just devastating. And I learned so much on that subcommittee of having meetings like this, but going and seeing it and really understanding how much we give. I would beg you to stand firm in that. Of course, we need to use our American dollars well, but our leadership is irreplaceable. So I'd like to know, what is the future? What do we see? We're also your partners as the Congress. It's the administration as the Congress, and we work together. We have different responsibilities, but how are you going to work with the Congress so that we'll have our voices heard and our bills respected? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to take the cuts first, if you don't mind. I think that I really do want to be a conduit between Congress and the President. I think that we can very easily come together in which everybody is happy. I will tell you that the cuts that the President and the administration proposed did send shockwaves through the United Nations, and it did put everyone on notice. But I do think that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I think that if he was intending to send a message, he did. What we saw in return is they all understand that we won't be taken for granted anymore. They all understand that we expect to find value in the UN. They all understand that reforms are needed because it's been archaic for a while, and that they realize they have to support us in that. They do realize that we are now watching the UN very closely, so all of those things were actually really good. Now we have to say, okay, where do we go from there? The U.S. is a leader and needs to continue being a leader on so many of these issues. And I think that there's a way that we can come together on what that looks like so that we can go forward. Because it is very true, if we are not helping on the humanitarian efforts, if we're not helping in the peacekeeping efforts, it does cause instability, and it does worry us on that front. And our job is to make sure every area is stable so that we can focus on our country and focus on making sure that everything is okay. So I certainly look forward to partnering with the administration and Congress to make sure that you get a budget that you can work with, and I will certainly work with whatever you give to make that happen. In reference to 2334, I did put everyone on notice that the U.S. saw that as a kick in the gut, and that it was something that really put a dark cloud over the UN and made people question why we were there. Since then, there is not a lot of talk about 2334. They know not to bring it up. I don't see an option to repeal it. That's a very hard thing to do, to repeal it. But what we are trying to do is change the rhetoric. And I can tell you, my first hearing on Israel, I didn't know that much about it, but I had heard. I could not believe how abusive it was. It was like the kid in the schoolyard that gets beaten up. They were just continuing to beat him up because they could. And now what we've said is, we're not going to put up with that anymore. You know, we're going to call out every time you do something. We're going to call you out every time there's any sort of bias situation, and we're going to call out so that there's fairness in the situation and balance. And so we certainly have a long way to go, but I will continue to be loud on all of those things.
Thank you, and I
Thank
trust
you.
you will. Thank you.
Mr. Ruppersberger.
Yeah, well, first, I usually don't say this, but I'm very impressed with your testimony. I look at your background. You were a governor, so you managed. And when you're a governor or in local government, it's end game. You have to balance your budget. You have to manage people. So, so far, I know a lot of us in this country are concerned about where we are. It was mentioned about Bannon's deconstruction of the administration, which worries us. But when I see people like General Mattis, Stumford, and now you, and that communicate, that speak truth to power, and I think that's important. You know, our president has a tendency to tweet. Sometimes I say, please tweet, please lead, not tweet, whatever that is. But you have to deal with that. And I'm not asking questions about your boss. But just your answer that you just gave about there are good things about letting the world know that we're going to hold you accountable for expenses and those type of things. Now, with that said, and I do want to get into the red line, too. When I look back at President Obama, and he did good things, some things that didn't go as well. I think when you say there's a red line, you don't follow through. A lot of the countries and ambassadors and leaders that I've met with, our allies, were very concerned. Are they going to back us? And we need to make sure we project that. America is the greatest country in the world. We don't have to make it better. We're always going to work and make it better. But we have to make sure that our allies know we're there. And so what I want to hopefully, that when we say we're going to be behind something, we do it. You know, if you look at the world right now, you need strength to have peace. And we have the strength, and we need to project that. And hopefully that will bring peace. Now, that's my statement. Let me get to North Korea. North Korea, you know, is building a nuclear weapon that's very dangerous, could hit the United States. It's probably the most dangerous issue today. I mean, we have Russia, China, we have ISIS, we have all those things that are happening. There's also, you know, right now more information about Iran and North Korea working together. On May 17th, you made a statement about North Korea, and you said, quote, I would caution the countries that have worked well with China. They have really tried to help us in our communications with North Korea, but we've seen where they have strengthened sanctions. Other countries are trying to fill that void. And I will tell you that if you're a country that's supplying or supporting North Korea, we will call you on it. We will make sure that everyone knows who you are, and we will target those sanctions towards you as well. I'm leading to Russia, by the way. Yes. What other countries might be helping North Korea skirt international sanctions, and what should our response be to these countries, including Russia? I'm particularly concerned about Russia filling the void. China seems to be coming closer to us right now, working with us, and helping North Korea avoid the important impacts of international sanctions. China wanted to delay for a long time, but I think they're getting to the point they realize they can't keep doing that, and they don't want chaos there either. So could you answer the question about what we need to do, your statement, and where we go from here?
So I agree with you. North Korea is a huge concern for us. I think you're dealing with a leader who is paranoid. He thinks that we are trying to assassinate him. He thinks we're trying to overthrow him. And through that, he's making decisions that are that would lead to massive instability in the region. Having said that, we have been strong. We had the Security Council come together, and we did just enforce new sanctions in which China and Russia were with us, enforcing new sanctions on those companies that had anything to do with the missile launches. of what happened a couple of months ago. We are continuing that pressure. The pressure on China can't stop. What we have seen is while they have worked with us and while they are continuing to work with us, North Korea started to attack them publicly, and we've seen them calm down and back off a bit. And so that pressure needs to continue to stay there. We have to have China doing what they're supposed to. At the same time, all other countries need to make sure they're enforcing the sanctions that the Security Council has already put in place. And we are continuing to try and get countries to do that. Yes, I'm concerned that Russia may backfill North Korea. That's always a concern. It tends to be their habits that when there's a void, they try and fill it. We're seeing more and more of that internationally. We don't have proof of that. And so, but we are watching it carefully. And I think that at this point, we just need to keep the pressure on China. We need to keep our eyes on Russia, and we need to continue to let the North Korean regime know we are not looking for regime change, and we're not looking for assassinations. We just want them to stop the nuclear activity.
I have 20 seconds, but I do want to get into the issue of